Chapter 15, Part 1 of the Suffragette, The History of the Woman's Militant Suffrage Movement, by E. Sylvia PANKHURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15. October 1908. The trial of the three leaders, Mr. Herbert Gladstone and Mr. Lloyd George, in the witness box. On the morning of October 14th began the trial both of the three leaders who had been arrested by warrant, and the 21 women whom they were said to have incited to break the peace. Excited crowds early assembled in Bow Street and besieged the doors of the police court, begging the unyielding custodians for admission. In the dark passageways and lobbies of the court were numbers of women imploring the officials to allow them to pass into the court itself. The public enter by a door at the back of the room, and here there is a space where visitors may stand. This space was now crowded with women, pressing closely against the wooden barrier which cut them off from the narrow rows of equally crowded wooden seats, where the friends and relatives of the prisoners who could obtain the ear of some kindly officer were allowed to sit. In front of these seats is the dock itself. A wooden bench some 6 feet long, empty as yet, and surrounded by a heavy iron railing on 3 sides, the fourth to be guarded by a policeman when the prisoners arrive. In front and at one side of the dock are the benches for the press, which that morning contained representatives from all the leading newspapers. In front of this again, divided by a barrier and on a lower level so that one sees little more than the heads of its occupants, was another bench where Mr. Musket, the solicitor for the prosecution who had so often appeared against the suffragettes, and other minions of the law now sat. In front again, and placed at right angles to this bench, is the witness box, a little wooden pen with a foolish wooden canopy which looks as though it were meant for keeping out the rain. On the right, opposite the witness box, are 2 rows of seats, each entered by a little wooden door like church pews, where counsel and distinguished strangers sit. In the well between the witness box and these seats sit the recording clerks and other officials, and opposite to them, and facing the whole court, is the magistrate's high-backed chair and his table. Mr. Curtis Bennett, the magistrate who was to try the case, sat there now, handsome and dignified, and looking the picture of a high-bred 18th-century squire. The familiar figures of Mrs. Pankhurst, Christabel, and Mrs. Drummond were soon ushered into the dock, and then Christabel began by asking the magistrate not to deal with the case in that court, but to send it for trial by judge and jury, her object being to secure that suffragette cases should no longer be decided by a body of police court officials, whom we had every reason to believe were acting under the direct instructions of the government, against whom our agitation was directed, but should instead be submitted to a body of ordinary citizens. She urged that under Section 17 of the Summary Jurisdiction Act of 1879, she and her co-defendants were entitled to the option of being tried where they desired, and she wished now to state that they desired that the case should go before a jury. Mr. Curtis Bennett bent his head and smiled, saying, "Yes, yes, but we will go on with the case now." She pressed him to at once give an answer to the point which she had raised, but he replied that he could not do so until he had heard the case. Mr. Musket then rose to prosecute. Speaking quickly in a low voice, and showing considerable irritation, he began by complaining that the defendants had failed to obey a summons to appear, firstly on Monday and secondly on Tuesday morning, to answer to the charge of having been guilty of conduct likely to provoke a breach of the peace. Then, in the most fastidious manner, and with clearly expressed disgust, he proceeded to set forth the details of the case. He explained that on October 8th Inspector Jarvis had visited the offices of the Women's Social and Political Union, and had there seen Mrs. Drummond with Miss Christabel Pankhurst. Miss Pankhurst had said, "What about the 13th? Have you seen our new bills?" and had produced the handbill which formed the foundation of the present charge. It was worded, "Votes for Women. Men and women help the suffragettes to rush the House of Commons on Tuesday, October 13th at 7:30 p.m." In showing this to Inspector Jarvis, Miss Pankhurst had said that the words "to rush" were not in sufficiently large type, and that they were to be made much more distinct. On Sunday, October 11th, the defendants had held a meeting in Trafalgar Square, to which Mr. Musket objected, because it had caused an enormous amount of additional labor to be thrown upon the shoulders of the police. At this meeting, he asserted gravely, speeches had been delivered by the defendants inciting those present to carry out the program of rushing the House of Commons. "You will agree, sir," said Mr. Musket, that such conduct as that cannot be tolerated in this country." Finally, he asked on behalf of the Commissioner of Police that the defendant should be ordered to be bound over to keep the peace. Stout, red-faced Superintendent Wells, whom we usually found most friendly and obliging, now looking very cross and uncomfortable, lumbered into the witness box. After taking the oath, he gave evidence in regard to a visit of his own to the offices at Clement's Inn. He said that Mrs. Pankhurst had then shown him a copy of a letter which had been sent by the Women's Social and Political Union to Mr. Asquith. This document pointed out that at many large demonstrations all over the country, resolutions had been carried, calling upon the government to adopt the Women's Enfranchisement Bill, and also that, at a succession of by-elections, the voters had shown unmistakably their desire that the government should deal with the question without further delay. It concluded by asking the Prime Minister to inform the Union as to whether the government would carry the bill into law during the autumn session. After the superintendent had read the letter, Mrs. Pankhurst had told him that, if Mr. Asquith returned a satisfactory reply to it, nothing would take place on October 13th save a great cheer for the government, but that if he did not, there would be a demonstration and the woman would get into the House of Commons. "I said, you cannot get there, for the police will not let you unless you come with a cannon." The superintendent went on, looking very imposing, and explained that Mrs. Pankhurst had then stated that no lethal weapons would be used. She had also said, "Mr. Asquith will be responsible if there is any disorder and accident." Superintendent Wells next described the meeting in Trafalgar Square, where he had seen Mrs. Drummond distributing the Rush handbills. He said that he looked upon her as a "very active leader of the Suffragettes," and that she frequently wore a "uniform," with the word "General" or "Generalissimo" on the cap. He had told her that she and Mrs. Pankhurst would be prosecuted. When questioned by Mr. Musket as to the happenings of the previous evenings, Superintendent Wells said that traffic had been "wholly disorganized" in the vicinity of the House of Commons for 4 hours, and that for 3 hours the streets had been in great disorder; that a very large body of police indeed had been required to maintain the peace, that 10 persons had been treated at Westminster Hospital, and that 7 or 8 constables and sergeants had been more or less injured. It was now Christabel Pankhurst's turn to cross-examine the superintendent, and he looked across the dock at her very nervously. She first questioned him as to the statement that had been made that she and her companions in the dock had broken their promise to appear at the court either on the Monday or Tuesday morning, and drew from him the admission that he had not received any undertaking in actual words. She then changed the subject, and brightly asked him whether he was in the habit of reading the official organ of the Union, Votes for Women, to which he replied in the negative. "You are not aware, then," she said, "that Mrs. Pankhurst wrote the following words: 'On October 13th in Parliament Square there will be many thousands of people to see fair play between the women and the government. Let us keep their support and cooperation by showing them, as we have done before, with what quiet courage, self-restraint and determination, women are fighting against tyranny and oppression on the part of a government which has been called the strongest of modern times. It is by the exercise of courage and self-restraint and persistent effort that we shall win in this unequal contest.' There is nothing very inflammatory in those words," she urged. "Does it really occur to you that those words were circulated to incite a riot?" But Mr. Wells shrugged his shoulders and answered gruffly, "I am not complaining of that article, I am complaining of those bills." Then she asked whether the crowd in Trafalgar Square was a disorderly one. He admitted that it was not, but at the question, "Are you aware that any member of the government was there?" he looked round at the magistrate cautiously and said, "I do not know that I should answer that." "You can say yes or no," said Mr. Curtis Bennett, and when the query was repeated the reply came, "I saw one there." "Was it Mr. Lloyd George?" said Miss Pankhurst with a smile, and at this there was laughter in court, and even the magistrate plainly showed amusement. Mr. Wells flushed redder still, and remained silent. She next questioned the superintendent as to the nature of the speeches in Trafalgar Square, and the exact meaning of the word "rush," but he frequently took refuge in silence, and refused to be drawn. It was plain that Mr. Wells was not accustomed to being cross-examined by a prisoner in the dock, and that he did not at all like it. Just as he began to hope that it was nearly over, she suddenly changed the subject, and asked him whether he had been present when Mr. John Burns had made the famous speech which led to his arrest. "I was not," he answered, and she asked, Are you aware that the words he used at that time were very much more calculated to lead to destruction and damage to property than anything that we have said?" "I am not aware of it," said Mr. Wells, looking appealingly across to Mr. Musket. "You are aware, however, that John Burns is a member of the present government, and is responsible jointly with his colleagues for the action which has been taken against us?" "Yes," he answered almost without thinking. "You are aware of that. You are aware that the lawbreaker is now sitting in judgment upon those who have done far less than he did himself?" she said, pressing home her advantage. "You are aware of that," she repeated after a pause. But there was no reply. Next she asked whether the superintendent had heard the Trafalgar Square speech of Mr. Will Thorne, MP., in which he had advised the people to rush the bakers' shops. Mr. Wells felt on safer ground now, for this did not concern a cabinet minister. "I did not hear it," he ventured to answer, "but it was reported to me." "Well, does it occur to you that his language was far more dangerous to the public peace than the language that we have used?" "I am not complaining of your language," he again answered doggedly. "I am complaining of the bills." "Well, the language that was used on the bills, he spoke. He used the word rush. Moreover, he incited people to riot and violence," she urged. "Does it occur to you that his action is more reprehensible than ours?" "It occurs to me," said Mr. Wells sulkily, "that he might be prosecuted the same as you are." "You are not aware whether proceedings will be taken?" she asked with an air of pleased interest. But Mr. Curtis Bennett interposed to say that that question could not be allowed. Then she asked the superintendent whether he knew that Mr. Gladstone had stated in the House of Commons that the proceedings against herself and her colleagues had not been instituted by the government, but by the police. He tried to evade her, saying, "You have kept me so busily engaged that I have not had time to look at the papers this morning." But before he left the box he had virtually admitted that, in spite of Mr. Gladstone's denial, the government was responsible for the prosecution. The next witness was our old friend Inspector Jarvis, with whom we had had negotiations in all sorts of matters connected both with our peaceful and militant propaganda ever since our campaign in London had been started. He is a tall, thin man with a pale, thoughtful face, and is not at all like the typical police officer. As a rule he has the most kindly and courteous manners, but to-day he seemed thoroughly ill-tempered, and refused to look directly at any of us. He was called upon by Mr. Musket to read the notes which he had taken of Christabel's speech at the Sunday meeting in Trafalgar Square, and he did so in halting and expressionless tones. "I wish you all to be there on the evening of the 13th, and I hope that this will be the end of this movement. On June 30th we succeeded in driving Mr. Asquith underground. He is afraid of us, and so are the government. Years ago John Bright told the people that it was only by lining the streets from Charing Cross to Westminster that they could impress the government. Well, we are only taking a leaf out of his book. We want you to help the women to rush their way into the House of Commons. You won't get locked up because you have the vote. If you are afraid, we will take the lead, and you will follow us. We know we shall win, because we are in the right." Then, just as a child at school who does not understand the words, he read an extract also from Mrs. Pankhurst's speech. "On Tuesday evening, at Caxton Hall, we shall ask those who support the women to come to Parliament Square. There will be a deputation of women who have no right in the House of Commons to a seat there, such as men have." Note 30. "The government does not know its own mind. It changes. So, but we do know that we want the vote, and mean to have it. When the people in Parliament Square—" But Mr. Musket interrupted. He had heard enough. He went on to ask if it were not a fact that, on Monday morning, Inspector Jarvis had himself served a summons upon the defendants to appear in court on that afternoon of the same day, and on the inspector assenting, he said, "I want to know about this question as to whether they promised to attend here or not." Inspector Jarvis hesitated. "Well, Miss Christabel," he began, "I saw her alone, and she said, 'We are not afraid, we shall be there.' Then," said Mr. Musket, "I believe they were served with a summons to appear on the following morning at 11 o'clock. Yes. "And as they did not put in an appearance then, a warrant was issued?" "Yes." "And you had to wait there for them until they surrendered to you?" Again the inspector assented, looking very much aggrieved. Christabel Pankhurst began her cross-examination by closely questioning Mr. Jarvis on this very point, and soon drew from him the admission that no definite promise had been made. As she was speaking to him his face cleared visibly, and he generously owned that he had been mistaken. Similar evidence from a third inspector closed the case for the prosecution. Christabel then applied for an adjournment, and the magistrate agreed to allow the case to stand over for a week, the 3 prisoners being released on bail for the time being. As soon as this had been decided, Mr. Curtis Bennett said that he would deal with the cases of the women who had been arrested in Trafalgar Square, and 7 of these were soon ordered to undergo from 1 to 2 months' imprisonment in default of being bound over for 12 months. As each woman was asked if she had anything to say for herself, she replied, "I demand a trial by jury." This seemed to annoy Mr. Curtis Bennett considerably, and he became more and more irate until the 5th woman had spoken. Then he laughed and said, "I see this has evidently been arranged beforehand." It was unfortunate for the 4th woman that he had not recovered his temper earlier, for though a first offender arrested for doing practically nothing, she received a sentence of 2 months' imprisonment, whilst 1 month only was served out to others of the same class. Mrs. Lee, as this was the 3rd time that she had been charged, received a sentence of 3 months. 13 of the suffragettes pleaded that they wished to obtain legal advice, and were remanded for a week, at the end of which time milder methods obtained, for their sentences ranged merely from 3 weeks to 1 month. Next day, Thursday, October 15th, a summons was issued against Mr. Will Thorne, MP, for inciting the unemployed to rush the bakers' shops, and when his case came up on the 21st, he expressed the belief that no summons would have been issued against him, but for the remarks made by Christabel Pankhurst during the suffragette trial. He declared that in speaking as he had done his object had been to persuade the unemployed not to take part in the women's demonstration in Parliament Square, because he felt sure that they would get into trouble if they did so, and urged that his speech had been taken too literally. Mr. Curtis Bennett, however, ordered him to be bound over in his own recognizances of £200 and 2 sureties of £100 each, to be of good behaviour for 12 months, or in default to go to prison for 6 months. Mr. Thorne agreed to be bound over. On Wednesday, October 21st, the trial of the suffragette leaders again came on, and, whilst the court was just as crowded, the press seats were even fuller than before. Mr. Curtis Bennett seemed more than ever dignified and magisterial. Everyone waited with impatience, and presently there was a stir in the court, and, with much ceremony, some of the officers opened the door by which the prisoners usually enter, and ushered in a group of gentlemen, who seated themselves in the pew-like benches reserved for counsel and distinguished persons. Then, preceded by a stout black-bearded jailer, and with 3 or 4 police on either side of them, the 3 suffragettes made their way into the dock. As soon as they had seated themselves, Mr. Musket rose and said in his usual rather peevish and very indistinct tones, that the case for the prosecution had been concluded on the previous Wednesday. After a short preliminary argument as to legal forms between Christabel and the magistrate, and a pledge that she should be allowed to submit her objections later, there was a slight scuffling in those important side benches, the pew doors were opened, 2 of the gentlemen who had accompanied him stepped aside, and Mr. Lloyd George, Chancellor of the Exchequer, came forward and passed across the court into the witness box. Seen for the first time, he is totally unlike what one has been led to expect. Instead of the romantic-looking Welsh bard, with black and very curly hair, portrayed by the newspaper cartoons and drawings, there stood, cooped up in the little witness box, with its useless-looking wooden canopy, a plain little man, with a pale face, a long untidy moustache, and hair which, though he wears it somewhat long, as it is in the pictures, has not the least suspicion of a curl, but lies limp and scanty, and is a dull dingy brown. At first he leant his arm on the front of the witness box, and looked across at the 3 prisoners in the dock. He regarded Christabel Pankhurst curiously, as well he might, for in her fresh white muslin dress, whose one note of colour was the broad band of purple, white and green stripes around her waist, with her soft brown hair uncovered, the little silky curls with just a hint of gold in them clustering about her neck, and in this dingy place her skin looking even more brilliantly white, and those rose-petal cheeks of hers even more exquisitely and vividly flushed with purest pink than usual, She was as bright and dainty as a newly opened flower, and with all her look of perfect health and vigor, appeared so slender and so delicately knit as to have little more of substance in her than a briar rose. But she was to triumph over her opponent in the witness box, not by her grace and freshness, and by the outer aspect of her vivid glowing personality, but by her sparkling wit, her biting sarcasm, and by the force and depth of her arguments. And these went home, not merely as they can be set down here in cold dull print, but far more truly because they were enhanced by the ever-changing eloquence of gesture, voice, and facial expression, by a lift of the eyebrows, a turn of the head, a heightening of the lovely rose color that flooded sometimes as far as the white throat and as quickly ebbed again, a sweep of the slender hand, or a turn of that slight virile frame. All these, because so perfectly they echoed and expressed her thoughts, could lend to even the baldest and tritest words a fanciful humor, a delicate irony, or an inexorable force. As she rose to examine Mr. Lloyd George, she began quite formally, but with a cheerful and pleasant manner, asking whether he had been present at the Trafalgar Square meetings on October 11th, and whether he had seen a copy of the bills which were being distributed. Yes, he replied, with just the least suspicion of a smile. A young lady gave one to me the moment I arrived. It invited me to rush the House of Commons. How did you interpret the invitation conveyed to you as a member of the audience? She asked next with a brisk businesslike air. What did you think we wanted you to do? He replied pompously, I really should not like to place an interpretation upon the document. I do not think it is quite my function. Well, I am speaking to you as a member of the general public, she urged, refusing to be put off. Imagine you were not at the meeting at all, but were walking up the Strand, and someone gave you a copy of this bill, and you read it. Help the suffragettes to rush the House of Commons. And suppose you forgot you were a member of the government and regarded yourself just as an ordinary person like myself. Quite unofficial, she added, smiling, and with a little quick shake of her shoulders. What would you think you were called upon to do? Really, I should not like to be called upon to undertake so difficult a task as to interpret that document, was the tart reply, but Christabel went on persuasively. Now, this word rush, which seems to be at the bottom of it all, what does it mean? She waited with parted lips and raised eyebrows for a reply. It came unwillingly. I understood the invitation from Mrs. Pankhurst was to force an entrance to the House of Commons. No, no, I want you to keep your mind concentrated on the bill, she corrected. Let us forget what Mrs. Pankhurst said. What did the bill say? I really forget what the bill said, he snapped out sharply. She repeated the phrase to him graciously. Help the suffragettes to rush the House of Commons. Yes, that is it, he assented, and she said, I want you to define the word rush. I cannot undertake to do that. You cannot? She asked incredulously. No, Miss Pankhurst, I cannot. Well, she replied, I will suggest some definitions to you. I find that in Chambers' English Dictionary one of the meanings of the word is an eager demand. Now, what do you think of that? I cannot enter into competition with Chambers' Dictionary. I am prepared to accept it, he said stolidly. Mr. Lloyd George was beginning to turn his head away from her, and to show every sign of unwillingness to continue answering. Her imperturbable good humor made the situation harder for him to bear. As Max Beerbohm in the Saturday Review said, his Celtic fire burned very low, and the contrast between the buoyancy of the girl and the depression of the statesman was almost painful. Youth and an ideal on the one hand, and on the other middle age and no illusions left over. But Christabel appeared not to notice his discomfiture. Urgent pressure of business. That is another meaning. Now, if you were asked to help the suffragettes to make an eager demand to the House of Commons that they should give votes to women, would you feel that we were calling upon you to do an illegal act? That is not for me to say. Here Mr. Curtis Bennett interposed. The witness is perfectly right. This is for me to say on the evidence. I have not interfered so far. But Christabel went on unheedingly, and continued gravely reading from her list of definitions. There is another sense in which the word rush is used, and I think it will be of some interest to you. We use it in this connection to rush bills through Parliament. Mr. Lloyd George smiled in spite of himself. "Yes, I think I have some experience of that," he said. "On the rush, we are told in another dictionary, means in a hurry. There is nothing unlawful in being in a hurry." Mr. Lloyd George shook himself impatiently, and the magistrate again interposed, this time with more severity. "I have already said you must address those remarks to me afterwards." But quite impassively she held to her point, and with her eyes upon the witness, continued. "Did you understand you were asked to go in a hurry to the House of Commons to make this eager demand for enfranchisement? Was that the meaning which the bill conveyed to you?" In spite of his remonstrances, Mr. Curtis Bennett was evidently enjoying the scene, and his eyes twinkled as he listened to the quickly and pleasantly directed questions and to the slow, grudging replies. Mr. George kept glancing at him angrily, and again looking severe, he said at last, "Miss Pankhurst, you must take my ruling, please." At this she changed her tack a little, questioning Mr. Lloyd George as to the speeches he had heard in Trafalgar Square, and the demeanor of the crowd, and always making her inquiries with a polite air of expectation that valuable information would be forthcoming. When Mr. Lloyd George admitted that he had heard some part of Miss Pankhurst's speech, Christabel gravely inquired whether her mother had threatened violence to any member of the government. "She did not invite the audience to attack you in any way?" she asked. Then gradually, through his fear of being made to appear ridiculous, she brought him to admit that he had thought that, if the public responded to the invitation to "rush" the House of Commons, the consequences would not be formidable, and that there had been no suggestion either that public or private property should be damaged, or that any personal violence should be done. Then she suddenly asked, "There were no words used so likely to incite to violence as the advice you gave at Swansea, that the women should be ruthlessly flung out of your meeting?" This was unexpected. Mr. Lloyd George frowned and remained silent. Mr. Musket stood up and appealed to the magistrate, who interposed as was expected of him. "This is quite irrelevant. That was a private meeting, and not of the same character," he said reprovingly. Christabel shook her head. "It was a public meeting," she insisted. The magistrate waved his hand. "Well, private in a sense." "They are private nowadays, that is quite true," she said pointedly, and obviously referring to the fact that ticket meetings only were now addressed by cabinet ministers, all women with a few selected exceptions being rigidly excluded. Then she went on to question Mr. Lloyd George as to the reason for which the "rush" had been planned, but he obstinately refused to answer. Turning to the events during the so-called "rush" on October 13th, she elicited the fact that Mr. Lloyd George had taken his little 6-year-old daughter with him to watch the scene. "She was very amused," he said with a malicious air. "You thought it was quite safe for a child of those tender years to be amongst the crowd?" asked Christabel, and this time it was her turn to be a little severe. "I was not amongst the crowd," he snapped, and later, as if anxious to justify himself, added, "You see, I only brought her from Downing Street to the house, and I think that was clear." "The prosecution asserts that a serious breach of the peace took place," was her next question. "Do you agree with that statement?" The magistrate interrupted. "The Chancellor of the Exchequer would have nothing to do with that," he said. "I believe you are a lawyer?" With a quick change of front, she asked, turning politely to Mr. Lloyd George. "Well, I hope I am," he answered with a surly air. "Don't you think the offense alleged against us would be more properly described as unlawful assembly?" "There again I was not put in the witness box to oppress an opinion of that sort," he objected, and the magistrate again supported him. She made another attempt. "You have seen the form of summons against us?" But he protested that he had not and did not know with what offense the prisoners were charged. She explained to him the form of the summons, and explained that, owing to this, the defendants were denied the right of trial by jury. He merely replied, "I take it from you, Miss Pankhurst, but I do not know." An awkward question for Mr. Lloyd George was, "Do you think that coercion is the right way of dealing with political disorders?" He remained silent, and the magistrate tried to help him out, saying, "It is not for the witness to express an opinion." Christabel looked full at Mr. Lloyd George, asking, "You refuse to answer?" "I do not refuse to answer," he said, not very honestly, "but I must obey the decision of the bench that I cannot express an opinion about things in the witness box." Am I to understand that an answer must not be given to that?" She appealed to the magistrate. He replied, "No." "Not even if the witness would like to do it?" "No," he said. But she tried again. "Well, is it likely to be a successful way of dealing with political disturbances?" But the magistrate said, "That again is not admissible." "But for these restrictions, your worship," she broke out with some heat, but he waved her aside, and she understood that he was implacable, so she turned cheerfully to the witness and said, "Can you tell me whether any interference with public order took place in connection with previous movements for franchise reform?" "I should have thought that was an historical fact, Miss Pankhurst," he replied. Again the magistrate interposed to save him. "That is cross-examination. The witness cannot go into that." "In a sense he is my witness," she said, but though Mr. Curtis Bennett smiled, he replied, "In every sense at present." End of chapter 15, part 1. Chapter 15, part 2 of The Suffragette, The History of the Women's Militant Suffrage Movement, by E. Sylvia Pankhurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15, part 2. Nevertheless, he had evidently seen the justice of the remark, and he did not object when a similar question was now put. It was, "Have we not received encouragement from you, or if not from you, from your colleagues, to take action of this kind?" "I should be very much surprised to hear that, Miss Pankhurst." Mr. George gave his answer pompously. "You deny that we have been encouraged by liberal statesmen to take action of this kind?" she said eagerly. "I simply express astonishment at the statement," he said, casting up his eyes with an exaggerated but not very convincing air of indignation. "Have you ever heard these words spoken by us at Trafalgar Square, or by any liberal statesman?" "I am sorry to say that if no instructions had ever been addressed in political crises to the people of this country, except to remember to hate violence, to love order, and to exercise patience, the liberties of this country would never have been attained." "Have you ever heard those words before?" "I cannot call them to mind." At this reply there was a sensation in the court, silent but clearly felt. "Those were the words of William Ewart Gladstone," said Christabel. "I accept your statement, Miss Pankhurst," was Mr. Lloyd George's reply, and when asked whether he was aware that in 1884 Mr. Chamberlain had threatened to march 100,000 men on London, he again replied, "I do not know." Christabel's next question carried the war further into the enemy's country. "Is it not a fact that you yourself have set us an example of revolt?" she asked; but Mr. Curtis Bennett interposed to say that the Chancellor need not answer that question, and that she must not attack her own witness. Whilst they were arguing, Mr. Lloyd George himself burst in. "I never incited a crowd to violence," he said hotly, as though this form of defense had only just occurred to him. "Not in the Welsh graveyard case?" she asked. "No," he said. "You did not tell them to break down a wall and disinter a body?" "I gave advice which was found by the Court of Appeal to be sound legal advice," he said snappishly, and again almost turning his back upon her. "We think that we are giving sound advice too," she said. After this Mr. Lloyd George became less and less ready to give any reply, and his angry eyes were continually calling for the magistrate's intervention. Miss Pankhurst then cited passages from Taylor on Evidence, to show that more latitude could be allowed in questioning a witness who obviously appeared to be hostile, or interested for the other party, or unwilling to give evidence, but Mr. Curtis Bennett declared that none of these descriptions could be applied to Mr. Lloyd George. So with a gesture of protest, Christabel said, "I think I need not trouble him with any further questions." After some questioning by Mrs. Pankhurst, to which Mr. Lloyd George returned the scantiest and most surly of replies, Mrs. Drummond said earnestly, but with a touch of humor in her voice, "I should like to ask Mr. Lloyd George this question. Many times he has refused to answer me. When do you intend to put a stop to these things by giving us the vote?" Shrugging his shoulders, Mr. Lloyd George turned to the magistrate, who gave the desired reply. "That is not a question for the witness." Mrs. Drummond added, after a pause, quietly and reproachfully, "You and your colleagues are much to blame for this agitation." "You must not make a statement," said the magistrate. "You see, we never get a chance at other times," said Mrs. Drummond appealingly. At this Mr. George smiled broadly, but not very pleasantly, and shaking his head, said, "Indeed you do," as he left the box. Mr. Curtis Bennett now told Christabel that he wished her to call Mr. Herbert Gladstone in order that the Home Secretary might not be detained from his duties in the house unnecessarily, but she declared that it was absolutely essential that she should first call one other witness. Mr. Curtis Bennett protested, and she said, "I have only one question to put to this lady." "Very well, then, one question," he said, smiling, as though he scarcely believed her, and one could plainly see, determining to hold her to her word. Christabel then called Miss Marie Brackenbury, who stepped quietly into the box. Christabel gently asked her whether it were true that she had suffered 6 weeks' imprisonment in connection with this agitation, and as soon as she had assented, said quickly, but in a clear, penetrating voice, "Did Mr. Horace Smith tell you in sentencing you to that term he was doing what he was told?" "You must not put that question," almost shouted the magistrate. But the witness had already replied. "He did." "The witness has said yes, upon oath," said Miss Pankhurst triumphantly, turning to the place where the cabinet ministers sat. There was a strange stir in the court, those present feeling that belief in the inviolability of British justice was slipping from their grasp. For a moment or two there was an unpleasant pause, and Mr. Curtis Bennett sat flushed and angry. Mr. Herbert Gladstone, the Home Secretary, was then called, and took his place in the witness box. With his shiny bald forehead, ruddy face, prominent eyes, and corpulent figure, he formed not only a striking contrast to his colleague who had just been examined, but was as far removed from the impressive dignity of his own distinguished father. Altogether his general appearance was that which the romantic idealist would associate rather with a comfortable and prosperous shopkeeper than with a cabinet minister. As soon as he had been sworn, he placed his elbows on the ledge in front of him, and looked smilingly around the court, as much as to say, "Nothing of this kind can disturb me. I intend to enjoy myself." Miss Pankhurst began by endeavoring to fix upon him, as Home Secretary, the responsibility for the proceedings against herself and her colleagues, which he had denied in the House of Commons. She succeeded in forcing him to admit, "I am at the head of the responsible department." But when she put the questions more plainly, saying, "Did you not, as a matter of fact, instruct the Commissioner of Police to take the present proceedings?" and "Are the government as a whole responsible for these proceedings?" Mr. Musket jumped up in each case, shouting, "I object to that," and the magistrate also said that the questions could not be answered. They were also determined that no more unpleasant disclosures were to be made, but she would not leave the subject. "Did you instruct Mr. Horace Smith to decide against Miss Brackenbury and to send her to prison for 6 weeks?" she asked. "You cannot put that question either," said Mr. Curtis Bennett in a slightly raised tone. "It is a pity that the public interest should suffer on that account," was her severe reply, and turning to Mr. Gladstone, she said, "Did you offer any instructions to Mr. Horace Smith?" "I object to this. It is contempt of court to continue putting these questions," indignantly cried Mr. Musket, again springing to his feet, but with a broad sweep of her hand she declared, "The public will answer them." Then turning to Mr. Gladstone, whose enjoyment of the situation had now entirely vanished, she persisted, "What do you suggest is the meaning of what Mr. Horace Smith has said?" But again the magistrate intervened. She next asked Mr. Gladstone to define the word rush. "I can hardly give any definition of it, but a rush implies force," he said, growing more comfortable again. "Do you deny that it involves speed rather than force?" she asked, and he replied, smiling and putting his head knowingly on one side, "Speed generally involves force." This argument continued for some time. Then she asked, "Were you anticipating that you would be in bodily danger as a consequence of the issue of this bill?" "I did not think of it at all. I did not think whether the possibility existed or not," he answered, squaring his shoulders and throwing out his chest. She waved her hand. "You are like us, above these considerations. You were not in fear?" "No, not at all," he answered, looking pleased with himself. "Did you ever think that public property was in danger as a consequence of this bill having been issued?" "I thought it quite possible," he said a little more seriously. "I thought there would be danger from the crowds." Then you were agreeably disappointed on the morning of the 14th, when you found no harm had been done?" "No, I was not. The police measures were sufficient to stop any serious accident or danger," he said proudly and magisterially. She kept putting questions of this kind, first in one form, then in another, until he began to grow tired and puzzled, and was evidently in fear of making some unwise admission. "Did you feel that but for the line of police protecting you, the crowd would have rushed upon you and attacked you?" she asked at last with expressive emphasis. "The police were not protecting me," he answered with an air of offended dignity. "I felt no personal fear." "Did any other person seem in danger of attack?" "The police gave them very little chance." "What made you think them a dangerous or hostile crowd?" "Of course I am quite accustomed to seeing these crowds. I know what has happened before." "What has happened?" "Disorderly scenes." Mr. Gladstone was standing up now and looking quite severe. "What harm have they done?" "Very little, as it happened." "What harm have they attempted to do?" "That is not for me to answer." "Have they attempted to do more than secure an interview with the Prime Minister?" Mr. Gladstone turned to the magistrate, who said, "That is not a question for him to answer." "We will go back to the 13th, she said. "Do you think anyone was obstructed in their passage to the House of Commons?" "I cannot speak for other people." "You saw no attempt to waylay members of Parliament or Cabinet Ministers?" Her questions continued thick and fast. He admitted that he had seen no one waylaid or injured, and no harm done, but took refuge in the assertion, "There was a great crowd." "But a crowd assembles when the King goes to open Parliament," she said. He answered crossly, "Presumably they were waiting to rush the House of Commons," and added later that he had heard that certain police constables had been injured, and that there had been 37 arrests and over 40 complaints of losses of purses and watches. Comparing that with the net result of a Lord Mayor's show crowd, or any sort of procession, really less harm resulted?" she asked; but he gave no reply, and her questioning as to how many policemen were on duty, and what the cost had been to the country, were suppressed by Mr. Curtis Bennett. Presently Christabel asked, "How do you define a political offence?" Mr. Gladstone leant over the edge of the box and smiled again. "I wish you would give me a good definition," he said in friendly confidential tones. "I am often asked that question in the House of Commons." "Well, with the magistrate's permission, I will," she answered. "A political offence is one committed in connection with political disturbances and with a political motive." "I do not think that a sufficient explanation," he said with a challenging air. "If I am at liberty after this day's proceedings are over, I shall have pleasure in sending you a fuller account." Then she asked, "Do you remember that when a deputation of women went to the House of Commons to see the Prime Minister, instead of being allowed to enter, they were arrested?" "I have no immediate recollection of that, only a general recollection," was the Home Secretary's reply, given with a lofty manner. When the question was put again in a slightly different form, the magistrate interrupted. "That does not arise on the issue." "It throws a light on it, though," said Miss Pankhurst. "Please do obey, otherwise I shall have to stop it altogether," said Mr. Curtis Bennett, and one heard a note of regret in his voice. He evidently enjoyed the discomfort of the Cabinet Ministers, and the spectacle of their professing blankest ignorance on well-known points. "I have given you much more license than I should give counsel," he urged. "In the action we took on the 13th, is it within your knowledge that we were acting on advice given by yourself?" Christabel asked. "I wish you would take my advice," Mr. Gladstone answered. "We are trying to take it," she said quietly. "What did you mean when you said that men had used force majeure in demanding the vote?" "If you hand me the speech, I dare say I can tell you." She held out a copy of it towards him, but Mr. Curtis Bennett interposed. "How is this material to what Mr. Gladstone saw? You are cross-examining your own witness, Miss Pankhurst, and you must not do that." "May I not ask any explanation whatsoever as to the counsel given to us?" she asked with a persuasive air. "No, you may not," the magistrate replied sternly. "We never have any opportunity. May I ask whether he made certain statements?" Mr. Curtis Bennett smiled, and pretended not to notice, and Christabel eagerly turned to Mr. Gladstone, reading from the printed copy of his speech. "Did you say it was impossible not to sympathize with the eagerness and passion which have actuated so many women on this subject?" "Yes," he replied. "Did you say men had had to struggle for centuries for their political rights?" "Yes." "Did you say that they had to fight from the time of Cromwell, and that for the last 130 years the warfare had been perpetual?" His smile was growing broader and broader. "Yes," he said. "Did you say that on this question experience showed that predominance of argument alone, and you believed that that had been attained, was not enough to win the political day? Did you say that?" "Yes." "Did you say that we are in the stage of what is called academic discussion, which serves for the ventilation of pious opinions, and is accompanied, you admit, by no effective action on the part of the government, or of political parties, or of voters throughout the country?" "Yes." "Did you say that members of the House of Commons reflect the opinion of the country, not only in regard to the number of people outside, but in regard to the intensity of the feeling in support of a movement, and that the government must necessarily be a reflex of the party which brought it into being?" "Yes." "Did you say this: there comes a time when political dynamics are far more important than political arguments?" "You said that?" "Yes." "And that men had learned this lesson?" "Yes." "And that they know the necessity for demonstrating that force majeure which actuates and arms a government for effective work?" "Yes, I think it was a most excellent speech," he said, nodding his head and smiling up at the prisoner, evidently regarding the whole affair as a very good joke. The court laughed too, but for a different reason, and the magistrate raised no objection. "I agree with you," said Christabel, smiling demurely. "Did you say that this was the task before the leaders of this great movement?" "Yes." "Did you speak of people assembled in tens of thousands in the 30s, 60s, and 80s, and do you know that we have done it in Hyde Park, and on Woodhouse Moor, and other places?" "Yes." "Why don't you give us the vote, then?" she said with quick emphasis, and the court laughed again. "Are you aware of the words your distinguished father spoke on the matter?" she continued. "I heard the quotation." "Do you assent to the proposition he laid down?" "Yes." "Then you cannot condemn our methods any more," she said triumphantly. "That is hardly a matter for my opinion," he said, suddenly remembering that he must preserve his dignity. "It is a very interesting question, though. I need not trouble you further," she concluded. Now Mrs. Pankhurst rose, and the witness turned to her quite cheerfully. "I want to ask Mr. Gladstone," she said, "if he is aware that the consequence of our being ordered to be bound over is that we cannot consent, and that we shall go to prison." "That is a matter of law, and not for the witness," interposed the magistrate. "If that happens to us, if we go to prison, I hope that Mr. Gladstone will see that we go as political offenders," she said, but again the magistrate intervened. "Do you think we should be likely to break the law if we had the same means of representation as men?" she then asked, and Mr. Gladstone replied with pompous amiability: "I am sure your motive is excellent, but that is a hypothetical question which I cannot answer." Mrs. Pankhurst was irritated. "I will ask Mr. Gladstone," she said, "whether in his opinion we should be treated as ordinary criminals, searched, stripped, and put into cells as though we were drunkards and pickpockets?" "You must not put that question," said the magistrate. The case amused him, but he did not like the unpleasant side of it put forward. This concluded the evidence of the cabinet ministers, and as they were about to leave the court, Christabel graciously said: "May we tender our warm thanks to these two gentlemen who have done us the favor of coming forward to give evidence?" She then called a number of witnesses in support of her contention that the crowd on the night of the 13th was an orderly one, and that no violence was done. Amongst these were Colonel Massey, formerly of the 6th Dragoon Guards, Lady Constance Lytton, and Mr. Nevinson, a well known leader writer and war correspondent. Mrs. May, another witness, said that in her opinion the word "rush" had been used on the famous handbill in a sense similar to that conveyed by the expression "a dash to the North Pole," explaining that though an attempt to reach the North Pole is described as a dash, it is in reality the slowest possible mode of travel. In the same way she imagined that the public had been asked to rush the House of Commons into passing a Votes for Women measure. Then came Miss Evelyn Sharp, well known as a writer of delightful stories for children, one of those frail, wan-faced little people, who, whilst looking always as though a puff of strong wind would carry them away, yet manage to accomplish such quantities of work as fill the strongest with amaze, and at the same time have ever ready a fund of the brightest and cheeriest good humour. Now she told in the funniest and most winning way that she had taken the fateful handbill as an invitation to go to the House of Commons, and if possible not to turn back, and how, when she had found the police were determined to bar the way up Victoria Street, she had stooped and dodged between them in the middle of a scene which she described as being like a rush at hockey. Miss F. E. Macaulay, an historical student, then gave several instances of women having gone to the House of Commons for the purpose of presenting petitions in ancient days, and said she considered that the suffragettes were only reviving an ancient custom. Meanwhile the day had passed. The case had begun at 10, and it was now 7 o'clock. Except for half an hour at lunch-time, there had been no interval, and during all these hours, but for an occasional brief 5 minutes or so when Mrs. Pankhurst or Mrs. Drummond had taken a turn, Christabel had been constantly examining witnesses, remaining always eager, alert, and full of energy and resource. Several times she had applied for an adjournment, but Mr. Curtis Bennett was just as anxious to tire her out and thus finish the trial as she was to prolong it. At last, at 7:30, he asked how many further witnesses she proposed to put into the box. She replied, "About 50. We are sorry to take up the time of the court, but we are fighting for our liberty." On hearing this, Mr. Curtis Bennett decided to adjourn the hearing of the case until the following Saturday, ordering that the defendants should be released on bail as before. So Christabel had won for the time being. Whatever the final result might be, the defendants had 3 more days of freedom before them, and the case which by the long accounts of it that were appearing in every newspaper was interesting thousands of people in the Votes for Women movement, was to be carried on for another day. Criminal cases, many of them dealing with the foulest and most sordid crimes, are allowed to drag on for weeks and even months, whilst public time, public money, and public interest is lavishly expended upon them. We felt that we need not scruple then to prolong, as far as we possibly could, a trial dealing with great political issues. Moreover, our second Albert Hall meeting had been fixed for October 29th, and we hoped that the defendants might be free to speak that night. When Saturday morning at length came round, and the prisoners again took their places in the dock, it was at once evident that Mr. Curtis Bennett was determined to bring the case to an abrupt conclusion. Speaking in sharper and harsher tones than any we had heard from him before, he announced that he had decided only to hear 2 or 3 more witnesses whom the defendants might specially select, unless there were others who could give evidence relevant to the case in regard to a set of facts entirely different from any that had been raised. As this decision might take the defendants by surprise, he would allow an adjournment of half an hour in which they might consider which of their witnesses they would prefer to call. Requests to state what class of evidence he would consider relevant, both from Christabel and Mrs. Pankhurst, the magistrate met with a curt refusal to say anything further, and Christabel was not informed to overcome his objections as she had been on the previous days. Indeed, we now saw with anxiety that the excitement and extra pressure of work of the last few weeks, coupled with the constant heavy routine entailed by her position in the Union and the great strain of conducting this case, had begun to tell on her, and for the first time in her life, we began to fear that she might break down. But even now she would not abandon the fight to prolong the case. It was impossible in half an hour to examine individually the hundreds of persons who had by this time offered to testify as witnesses, in order to find out which of them would prove most valuable to our case. The only thing to be done was to choose a few, almost at random, who possessed some special position or influence, and whom we also knew personally to be particularly sympathetic and observant. When the half hour had elapsed and the prisoners had again taken their places, Christabel first called Mr. James Murray, the Liberal Member of Parliament for East Aberdeenshire, who had so kindly come to the rescue when bail had been refused at Bow Street. He stepped into the box, a huge figure immaculately dressed and faultlessly groomed, and turned his big, ruddy, good-humoured face towards the 3 prisoners with a kindly smile. When asked by Christabel if he were present at the meeting in Trafalgar Square on Sunday, October 11th, he replied, I was going into the National Gallery and saw a collection of well-dressed people in the square. I think your mother was speaking, but I could not hear anything. What struck me was that the crowd listening to her was composed of exactly the type of people who go to church on Sunday in Scotland." "Then they must have been very respectable," said Christabel. "Did you get a copy of the bill?" "No." "I dare say you saw it in the papers?" "I saw a statement in the papers." "How did you understand the word rush?" "I did not take the matter seriously at all." Here Mr. Curtis Bennett interrupted curtly. "That really is for me, Miss Pankhurst, as I have told you." "Did you resolve to accept the invitation?" Christabel asked. "I could not very well, you see," said Mr. Murray, smiling broadly, "because I was inside the citadel." "He has the right of entry," said Mr. Curtis Bennett with mock solemnity, and for the first time that morning with a twinkle in his eyes. "Were you near Westminster on the 13th?" was the next question. "I was in the House and sitting down to dinner when I got a telegram from your mother sent from the neighborhood of Bow Street, asking me to go across there." "This cannot be relevant," said Mr. Curtis Bennett sharply, but Mr. Murray merely looked amused and went on. "In coming here I drove in a hansom up Parliament Street. The whole place was like a besieged city except that we had police officers instead of soldiers. A little beyond Dover House the crowd was held back by a cordon, but I had not the slightest difficulty in getting through in a hansom. Afterwards I returned to the house by the Strand and the Embankment and had very little trouble in getting back." "Was it a disorderly crowd?" "No, I think you could say an ordinary London crowd." "Did you come to the conclusion that the persons who had called the meeting had done so with a desire to incite the crowd to disorder or damage?" It was Mrs. Pankhurst who spoke now. "No," answered Mr. Murray. "I thought that if it were for any purpose at all it was to advertise the cause." "You know something of the women who are conducting this agitation?" was Mrs. Pankhurst's next question, and Mr. Murray said gallantly, "Yes, I have the greatest admiration for them, for their earnestness of purpose, ability, and general management of the whole scheme." "You know they have tried every other political method?" "Yes, and if they had been men instead of women they would not have been in the dock now, judging by the past." "Do you agree with Mr. Lloyd George when he said that if the government would give us what we were asking for this agitation would cease?" "I have no doubt it would. I go further than Mr. Lloyd George, and I say you are entitled to it," said the witness with fervor, and then with a genial motion of farewell to the prisoners he withdrew. After Dr. Miller McGuire, the well-known army coach, a stout little man with a black moustache and a strong Irish brogue, and Miss Agnes Murphy, an Australian, a quiet-voiced, pale-faced lady, had also given evidence, Mr. Curtis Bennett said that he would hear no more witnesses. Every attempt to overcome his decision failed, and Christabel then applied for an adjournment in order that she and her companions might be in a position to do themselves full justice when they addressed the court. Every one present anxiously hoped that this request would be granted, for it was evident that the woman who had hitherto conducted the defense so brilliantly was almost worn out. The magistrate, however, was determined to bring the case to an end, and he said, "You have had a long time to take this matter into consideration. You must either address me now, or not at all." She protested that the case was being rushed through the court, and at this there was laughter and applause, for every one recognized the play on the word rush. But Mr. Curtis Bennett said hotly, "Are you going to address me or not?" With a gesture of protest, Christabel Pankhurst then began to speak in her own defense. She held in her hand a sheaf of typewritten notes containing dates and quotations, but every word of her brilliant speech was extemporized. She spoke quickly, and with a passionate emotion which is usually foreign to her. When she referred to the nature of the prosecution, and to the conduct of the government in having denied the women the trial by jury to which the nature of their alleged defense entitled them, and in having preferred to hustle their case through the police court where the drunkards and pickpockets are tried, it was with a thrill of indignation that spread through the court. End of chapter 15, part 2. Chapter 15, Part 3 of The Suffragette, The History of the Woman's Militant Suffrage Movement, by E. Sylvia Pankhurst. Part 3. She began by declaring that these proceedings had been taken out of malice and for vexation, and in order to lame in an illegitimate way a political enemy. In proof of this, she cited the attitude of the government towards the present women's movement from its very beginning 3 years before. She drew attention to the fact, which had been sworn to in the witness box, that Mr. Horace Smith had allowed himself to be coerced by the government into settling, in conjunction with them, whether a certain lady charged in connection with this agitation was guilty, and even the term of imprisonment which was to be inflicted upon her before the evidence had been heard. Now, this policy of the government of weighting the scales against us, Christabel declared, is not of interest merely to us, but to the whole community. In the course of British history we have seen many struggles for the purification of our judicial system. It has been left to the 20th century, to these so-called democratic days, to see our judicial system corrupted for party ends. I am glad that we have been able to perform the public duty and service of doing something to attack this evil while it is in the bud. Dealing with the form of the summons, she urged that, if she and her colleagues were guilty of any offense, it was that of illegal assembly, but the government had not charged them with this offense, because they had wished to keep their trial in the police court, and to prevent it from coming before a jury. They believe that by this means, she said, they will succeed in prejudicing the public against us. We know perfectly well that up till recently the general public shunned the police court as a disgraceful place. Well, I think that, by our presence here, we have done something to relieve the police court of that unenviable reputation. We have done something to raise its status in the public eye. The authorities dare not see this case come before a jury, she continued, because they know perfectly well that if it were heard before a jury of our countrymen we should be acquitted, just as John Burns was acquitted years ago for taking action far more serious, far more dangerous to the public peace than anything we have done. Yes, I say they are afraid of sending us before a jury, and I am quite sure that this will be obvious to the public, and that the government will suffer from the underhand, the unworthy and the disgraceful subterfuge by which they have removed this case to what we can only call a star chamber of the 20th century. Yes, this is a star chamber. We are deprived of trial by jury. We are also deprived of the right of appeal against the magistrate's decision. Very, very carefully has this procedure been thought out. Very, very cunningly has it been thought to hedge us in on every side, and to deprive us of our rights in the matter. Though we are rendered liable to 6 months' imprisonment, we are yet denied the privileges in making our defense that people liable to 3 months' imprisonment enjoy. We shall be told in the House of Commons, no doubt, we have been told the same thing before now, that we are only bound over, we need not go to prison, if we go to prison we have only ourselves to thank. If the case is decided against us, if we are called upon to be bound over, it must be remembered that that amounts to imprisoning us, and that therefore the authorities cannot possibly escape their responsibility in sending us to prison by saying that we could be at liberty if we liked. Magna Carta has been practically torn up by the present government. We consider that it is not we who ought to be in the dock today, but the people who are responsible for such a monstrous state of affairs. Then she went on to deal with the reasons for issuing the bill. We do not deny at all that we issued this bill. None of us three have wished to deny responsibility. We did issue the bill. We did cause it to be circulated. We did put upon it the words "Come and help the suffragettes to rush the House of Commons." For these words we do not apologize. It is very well known that we took this action in order to press forward a claim which, according to the British Constitution, we are well entitled to make. After all, we are seeking only to enforce the observance of the law of the land, that taxation and representation must go together, and that one who obeys the laws must have a share in making them. Therefore, when we claim the parliamentary vote, we are asking the government to abandon the illegal practice of denying representation to those who have a perfect right to it. I want here to insist, she said, upon the legality of the action which we have taken. We have a perfectly constitutional right to go ourselves in person to lay our grievances before the House of Commons, and as one witness, an expert student of history, pointed out to you, we are but pursuing a legitimate course which in the old days women pursued without the smallest interference by the authorities. In regard to the meaning of the word rush, she pointed out that a large number of witnesses had been examined, and that all these witnesses had testified that, according to their interpretation of the word rush, no violence was counseled. The word rush, Christabel said, appears to be very much the rage just now. We find that at a meeting of the League for Preservation of Swiss Scenery, Mr. Richard Whiting, discussing the question of Swiss railways, suggested that a general rush to the Italian Alps might induce the Swiss to listen to reason. Well, I do not think that anyone here would suggest that Mr. Whiting meant to offer any violence to the Swiss in his use of the word rush. He meant to imply that a speedy advance should be made to the Italian Alps. Then we have Mr. McKinnon Wood counseling the electors to rush the county council and get a lady elected to that body. I want to submit that rush as a transitive verb cannot mean attack, assail, make a raid upon, or anything of that kind. In support of her contentions, Christabel quoted the definitions given by many dictionaries, including the Century Dictionary, Chambers' English Dictionary, and Farmer and Henley's Dictionary of Slang, which gave amongst other meanings of the word rush, an eager demand, urgent pressure of business, hurry or hasten, it may be unduly, to go forward over hastily. For example, a number of bills are rushed through Parliament, or a case is rushed through a law court. One of the definitions ran, a rusher, a go-ahead person, whilst on the rush was said to mean in a hurry, and with a rush, with spirit or energetically. Christabel also displayed a little label which had been sent to her during the progress of the case. It stated, "Rush by first train leaving," and was used in America for parcels required to reach their destination early. She reminded the magistrate of Mrs. May's comparison of the phrase, "rush the House of Commons," with a "dash for the poll," saying, "Everyone knows that you cannot get to the poll in a hurry, but you can try to get there in a hurry, and that is what a dash to the poll means." Everyone knows that with a timid government like the present, having at its service the entire metropolitan police force, if one woman says she is going to rush the House of Commons, there will be an immense number of police to prevent her doing it. Nobody then, having regard to the facts I have mentioned, thought the women would rush the House of Commons, but they knew that the women would be there to show their indignation against the government, and I am glad to say that they were there. It may mean 6 months' imprisonment, but I think it is worth it. We are anxious to know by what statute it is illegal to go to the House of Commons, walk up the steps and make our way to the Strangers' Entrance. We should like to know whether that is an illegal thing to do, and, if it is not illegal to go at a slow pace, we should like to know whether it is illegal to go at a quick pace, because that is what the word rush means. To rush the House of Commons is to go with all possible speed inside the House of Commons, and I hope that we shall be told by what statute we have contravened by doing it ourselves, or by sending or inviting others to do it. Miss Pankhurst next referred to the speeches made in Trafalgar Square on October 11th. She was glad that the prosecution had raised this point, because it was all in the defendant's favor. The speeches made at that meeting were made in interpretation of the famous handbill, and all the witnesses who had heard those speeches, not excepting Mr. Lloyd George himself, were agreed that they contained nothing inflammatory and no incitement to violence whatsoever. Christabel continued, "It is not because of anything serious that occurred on October 13th, or was expected to occur, that we are here. We are here in order that we may be kept out of the way for some months, and may cease from troubling the government for as long a period as they can find it in them, or for which the public will allow them, to deprive us of our liberty." Whilst hosts of witnesses had testified to the orderly character of the crowd, she pointed out that 2 police officers only had been put forward on the other side. The prosecution had been unable to bring forward a single impartial person. But police evidence appeared to be all that was considered in the police court, and she cried out passionately, "It seems to me that the prosecution, the witnesses, the authorities, the magistrates are all on one side. They are all in the same box, and the prisoner charged with an offense is absolutely helpless whatever facts he may bring forward. It is indeed a waste of time to bring evidence. Over the doors of this court ought to be the motto, 'Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.' We do not care for ourselves, because imprisonment is nothing to us, but when we think of the thousands of helpless creatures who come into this monstrous place with nobody to help them, nobody to plead for them, and we know perfectly well that they are found guilty before they have a chance of defending themselves, the injustice that is done in these courts is almost too terrible to contemplate." We saw then those helpless creatures, as we had done so often, and as Christabel called up their image her voice broke and there were tears on her face. "I am thankful to think," she said triumphantly, that we have been able, by submitting ourselves to the absurd proceedings that are conducted here, to ventilate this fearful wrong." Christabel next developed the contention that in the course which they had taken the women had followed historical precedent, and had been encouraged by statesmen, and especially by Liberal statesmen. The Reform Acts had been obtained by disorder. Prior to 1832, the Mansion House, the Custom House, the Bishop's Palace, the Excise Office, 3 prisons, 4 toll houses, and 42 private dwellings and warehouses had been burnt. Amongst other things, the breaking down of the Hyde Park railings won the Reform Act of 1867. In 1884 there were the Aston Park riots. John Bright threatened to crowd the streets from Westminster Bridge to Charing Cross. Lord Randolph Churchill advised the voters of Ulster, and voters have other means of urging their opinions, to resort to the supreme arbitrament of force. He said, "Ulster will fight and Ulster will be right," and as a result of his words dangerous riots almost amounting to warfare occurred, yet he was never prosecuted. Joseph Chamberlain threatened to march 100,000 men on London, but no proceedings were taken against him. The Gladstone of those days, Christabel declared, was less absurd, hesitating, and cowardly than the present Gladstone and his colleagues, and therefore he took the statesmanlike action of pressing forward the Reform Bill, instead of taking proceedings against Mr. Chamberlain. Even a vote of censure moved upon Mr. Chamberlain in the House of Commons was defeated. John Burns, whose language was far more violent than any that the women had used, was tried at the Old Bailey and acquitted. He said in his speech that he was a rebel because he was an outlaw. Well, that fact will support us in all we have done. If we go to far greater lengths than we have done yet, we shall only be following in the footsteps of a man who is now a member of the government. Following out this line of thought, Christabel went on. Mr. Herbert Gladstone has told us in the speech I read to him that the victory of argument alone is not enough. As we cannot hope to win by force of argument alone, it is necessary to overcome the savage resistance of the government to our claim for citizenship by other means. He says, "Go on, fight as the men did." And then, when we show our power and get the people to help us, he takes proceedings against us in a manner which would have been disgraceful even in the old days of coercion, and which would be thought disgraceful if it were practiced in Russia. Then there is Mr. Lloyd George, who, if any man has done so, has set us an example. His whole career has been a series of revolts. He has said that if we do not get the vote, mark these words, we should be justified in adopting the methods which men had to adopt, namely, in pulling down the Hyde Park railings. Then, as a sign of the way in which men politicians deal with men's interests, we have heard Lord Morley saying, "We are in India in the presence of a living movement, and a movement for what? For objects which we ourselves have taught them to think are desirable objects, and unless we can somehow reconcile order with satisfaction of those ideas and aspirations, the fault will not be theirs. It will be ours. It will mark the breakdown of British statesmanship." Apply those words to our case. Remember that we are demanding of Liberal statesmen that which for us is the greatest boon and the most essential right. Remember that we are asking for votes, that we are demanding the franchise, and if the present government cannot reconcile order with our demand for the vote without delay, it will mark the breakdown of their statesmanship. Yes, their statesmanship has broken down already. They are disgraced. It is only in this court that they have the smallest hope of getting bolstered up. Turning finally from the magistrate to the great world of public opinion outside, she finished on a defiant note, caring nothing whether the abuse which she had heaped upon his petty court and its unworthy procedure should cause him to increase her sentence 10 or even 100-fold. Mr. Curtis Bennett sat with brows knit and an angry flush on his face, and the whole court was wrought up to the most intense excitement. But now it was Mrs. Pankhurst's turn to speak, and her clear, even tones and absolute calm of manner created, if possible, an even deeper impression. "Sir, I want to endorse what my daughter has said, that in my opinion we are proceeded against in this court by malice on the part of the government." She began quietly and firmly. "I want to protest as strongly as she has done. I want to put before you that the very nature of your duties in this court, although I wish to say nothing disrespectful to you, render you unfitted to deal with a question which is a political question, as a body of jurymen could do. We are not women who would come into this court as ordinary lawbreakers. Mrs. Drummond here is a woman of very great public spirit. She is an admirable wife and mother, and although a married woman, she has maintained herself for many years, and has acquired for herself the admiration and respect of all the people with whom she has had business relations. I do not think I need speak about my daughter. Her abilities and earnestness of purpose are very well known to you. They are young women. I am not, sir. You and I are older, and have both had very great and very wide experience of life under different conditions. Before you decide what is to be done with us, I should like you to hear from me a statement of what has brought me into this dock this morning. I was brought up by a father who taught me that his children, boys and girls alike, had a duty towards their country. They must be good citizens. I married a man whose wife I was, but also his comrade in all his public life. He was, as you know, a distinguished member of your own profession, but he felt it his duty, in addition to do political work, to interest himself in the welfare of his fellow countrymen and countrywomen. Throughout the whole of my marriage I was associated with him in his public work. In addition to that, as soon as my children were of an age to permit me to leave them, I took to public duties. I was for many years a guardian of the poor. For many years I was a member of the school board, and when that was abolished I was elected to the educational committee. My experience in doing that work brought me in contact with many of my own sex, who, in my opinion, found themselves in deplorable positions because of the state of the English law as it affects women. You, in this court, must have had experience of women who would never have come here if married women were afforded by law that claim for maintenance by their husbands, which I think in justice should be given them when they give up their economic independence, and are unable to earn a subsistence for themselves. You know how inadequate are the marriage laws to women. You must know, sir, as I have found out in my experience of public life, how abominable, atrocious, and unjust are the divorce laws as they affect women. You know very well that the married woman has no legal right to the guardianship of her children. Then, too, the illegitimacy laws. You know that a woman sometimes commits the dreadful crime of infanticide, while her partner, the man who should share her punishment, gets off scot-free. Ever since my girlhood, a period of about 30 years, I have belonged to organizations to secure for women that political power which I have felt essential to bringing about those reforms which women need. We have tried to be what you call womanly, we have tried to use feminine influence, and we have seen that it is of no use. Men who have been impatient have invariably got reforms. I have seen that men are encouraged by law to take advantage of the helplessness of women. Many women have thought as I have, and for many, many years have tried by that influence of which we have so often been reminded to alter these laws, but have found that that influence counts for nothing. When we went to the House of Commons we used to be told, when we were persistent, that members of Parliament were not responsible to women, they were responsible only to voters, and that their time was too fully occupied to reform those laws, although they agreed that they needed reforming. We women have presented larger petitions in support of our enfranchisement than were ever presented for any other reform. We have succeeded in holding greater public meetings than men have ever held for any reform, in spite of the difficulty which women have in throwing off their natural diffidence, that desire to escape publicity which we have inherited from generations of our foremothers. We have broken through that. We have faced hostile mobs at street corners, because we were told that we could not have that representation for our taxes which men have won unless we converted the whole of the country to our side. Because we have done this, we have been misrepresented, we have been ridiculed, we have had contempt poured upon us, and the ignorant mob incited to offer us violence, which we have faced unarmed and unprotected by the safeguards which cabinet ministers have. I am here to take upon myself now, sir, as I wish the prosecution had put upon me, the full responsibility for this agitation in its present phase. I want to address you as a woman who has performed the duties of a woman, and, in addition, has performed the duties which ordinary men have to perform, by earning a living for her children and educating them. I want to make you realize that it is a point of honor that if you decide, as I hope you will not decide, to bind us over that we shall not sign any undertaking, as the Member of Parliament did who was before you yesterday. Perhaps his reason for signing that undertaking may have been that the Prime Minister had given some assurance to the people he claimed to represent that something should be done for them. We have had no such assurance. So, sir, if you decide against us today, to prison we must go, because we feel we should be going back to the hopeless condition this movement was in 3 years ago, if we consented to be bound over to keep the peace which we have never broken. If you decide to bind us over, although the government have admitted that we are political offenders, we shall be treated as pickpockets and drunkards, and I want you, if you can, as a man, to realize what that means to women like us. We are driven to do this. We are determined to go on with this agitation because we feel in honor bound. Just as it was the duty of your forefathers, it is our duty to make this world a better place for women than it is today. Now, sir, we have not wished to waste your time in any way. We have wished to make you realize that there is another side to the case than that put before you by the prosecution. We want you to use your power. I do not know what value there is in the legal claims that have been put before you as to your power to decide this case, but we want you, sir, if you will, to send us to be tried in some place more suitable for the trial of political offenders than an ordinary police court. You must realize how futile it is to attempt to settle this question by binding us over to keep the peace. You have tried it. It has failed. Others have tried to do it, and have failed. If you had power to send us to prison, not for 6 months, but for 6 years, for 16 years, or for the whole of our lives, the government must not think that they could stop this agitation. It would go on. Lastly, I want to draw your attention to the self-restraint which was shown by our followers on the night of the 13th, after we had been arrested. It only shows that our influence over them is very great, because I think if they had yielded to their natural impulses there might have been a breach of the peace. They were very indignant, but our words have always been, be patient, exercise self-restraint, show our so-called superiors that the criticism of women being hysterical is not true, use no violence, offer yourselves to the violence of others. We are going to win. Our women have taken that advice. If we are in prison, they will continue to take that advice. Well, sir, that is all I have to say to you. We are here not because we are law-breakers. We are here in our efforts to become law-makers. The angry red had faded from Mr. Curtis Bennett's face, and whilst Mrs. Pankhurst was speaking he kept his hand up to it, and at one point we saw it quiver, and for a moment he hid his eyes. Some of the big burly policemen whom we knew so well, and who, except in the raids, when they were obliged to do their duty, were always so kind and jovial towards us, were openly in tears. Then Mrs. Drummond, looking paler and more serious than is her wont, rose up to speak her turn. Her voice was a few notes thinner and higher pitched, and like her words, it seemed to be stripped of all emotion, and to be instinct with the clearest and most logical common sense. Not only what she said, but her whole personality was so honest, sincere, and unaffected, that she seemed to add the one thing lacking to the completeness of that presentment of the great unanswerable case for woman's suffrage. Her concluding words were an assurance that the agitation, which was spreading and growing all over the country, would go on as before. "I can speak on good authority," she said, "for we have left everything in working order, and we shall find the movement stronger than when we left it, because the action which the government have taken has fired the bosoms of women, who are determined to take up the flag that we have had to lay down to-day." When Mrs. Drummond had finished, Mr. Curtis Bennett began speaking quite cheerfully, and as though the whole affair were an amusing discussion between friends and had no unpleasant side to it. During the first part of his speech he reviewed the arguments on both sides of the case, and as he referred meanwhile to the pages on which he had taken his notes, he so frequently smiled as though they recalled amusing and rather pleasant memories to him, that many people made up their minds that he was either about to state a case for a higher court, as the defendants wished, or to discharge them altogether. All at once, however, his tone changed, and he began to speak hurriedly, with lowered voice and increased severity of manner, and went on to say that there could be no doubt that it was for that court, and that court alone, to deal with the offence for which the defendants had been summoned, and that there could be no doubt but that the handbill which the defendants circulated was liable to cause something to occur which might and probably would end in a breach of the peace. The Chief Commissioner of Police was bound to keep Parliament Square and the vicinity free and open, and the Commissioner of Police had felt that it would be impossible to do that if crowds assembled together in order to help, and to see the women "rush" the House of Commons. Therefore, each of the two older defendants would be bound over in their own recognizances of £100, and they must find two sureties in £50 each to keep the peace for 12 months, or in default must undergo 3 months' imprisonment. In the case of the younger defendant, her own recognizances would be £50, with two sureties of £25 each, the alternative being 10 weeks' imprisonment. Footnotes 30. This, as Mr. Jarvis afterwards admitted, was a mistake. Mrs. Pankhurst really said that women had no representation in the House of Commons. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Suffragette, The History of the Women's Militant Suffrage Movement by E. Sylvia Pankhurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. October to the end of 1908. The trial of Mrs. Baines. The mutiny in Holloway. The taking down of the grill. Mrs. Drummond was right, for though she and her companions had left a great blank in the work of the Union, as she had predicted at the dock at Bow Street, other women eagerly volunteered to raise up the flag that they had been compelled to lay down. In addition to the newcomers, every member of the staff cheerfully undertook some extra task, and the movement grew like a living flame. The office at Clement's Inn was indeed fortunate in its abundance of willing and able workers. Beside Mrs. Pethick Lawrence and her husband, and charming Mrs. Tuke, Mrs. Pankhurst's co-secretary, there were a host of others, amongst them dignified, businesslike like Miss Kerr with her rosy face and pretty white hair, thoughtful, reliable Miss Hambling, Mrs. Drummond's secretary, and Mrs. Sanders, who, though financial secretary, was now finding time to keep a list of cabinet ministers' engagements for us. There was also Jessie, the London organizer, earnest and serious like all the Kennys, who, showing a grasp of the political situation and an organizing capacity indeed remarkable in a girl of 22, marshaled the force of women to ask of members of the government those constant questions. The very greatest difficulty was now experienced in getting into cabinet ministers' meetings, for women were now almost entirely excluded. The expedient of issuing a limited number of special women's tickets, the recipients of which were obliged to sign both name and address to a pledge neither to disturb the meeting nor to transfer the ticket, was first resorted to for Mr. Haldane's meeting at Sheffield on November 20th, 1907. The practice had now become general, and in some cases the women's tickets had also to be countersigned by a Liberal official to whom the applicants were personally known. But in spite of such precautions, the suffragettes frequently still succeeded in getting into the meetings, and that without having given any promise, and when they could not get inside, they invariably raised a protest in the street. When cabinet ministers, cast as they were in unheroic mold, discarded to a large extent the custom of delivering their pronouncements to great public gatherings where all might come, and instead frequently made their weighty utterances at bazaars, private or semi-private banquets and receptions, and meetings of a few tried and trusted friends, the suffragettes were always there, even though the world and Mrs. Grundy might be shocked. On November 5th, for instance, a well-known Liberal hostess, Mrs. Godfrey Benson, gave a reception in honor of the Prime Minister. As they stood together at the head of the stairs, receiving the guests, there came amongst the ladies and gentlemen in evening dress, streaming upward towards them, one strikingly tall and handsome lady in white satin with abundant dark hair, who said as she took the Prime Minister by the hand, "Can I do anything to persuade you to give votes to women?" Then, still holding his hand in hers, she proceeded to read out to him some clauses of Magna Carta, explaining that these had been intended to apply to women as well as to men. Mrs. Godfrey Benson did not for some moments notice Mr. Asquith's dilemma, but as soon as she did so, she seized a police whistle which was attached to a ribbon at her waist, and by blowing loudly summoned an officer of the law who conducted the lady out of the house. Very great precautions were taken to prevent the suffragettes approaching Mr. Asquith when he visited Leeds to speak at the Coliseum on the afternoon of Saturday, October 10th. From 7 o'clock in the morning the police had been massed around the hall, and cordons, both of foot and mounted men, were drawn up outside the railway station and along the road by which the Prime Minister was to pass. But, In spite of all the force to guard him, as Mr. Asquith emerged, Mrs. Baines, a little fragile figure with face ashen white and dark blazing eyes, a creature compounded of zeal and passion, threw herself in front of him, crying, "Votes for women, and down with tyranny!" And the crowd cheered her, though she was at once rudely hurled aside by the police. Then, followed by thousands of people, she made her way to Cockridge Street outside the Coliseum, where she had already announced that she would hold an open-air meeting simultaneously with that of Mr. Asquith inside. A great crowd had gathered there to hear her, and when she put to them a resolution that she and her suffragette comrades should go to the Coliseum to demand an interview with the Prime Minister, a forest of hands shot up in favor. Then declaring, "If these tyrants won't come to us, we must go to them and compel a hearing," she jumped down from the carriage which had served her as a platform, and, followed by a number of other women and more slowly by the crowd itself, she moved on towards the Coliseum. Half-way across the road the police barred the way, and an inspector asked her where she was going. "Don't be foolish, Mrs. Baines," he said when she told him, but she was not to be deterred, and running round one of the mounted police, was arrested by a constable on foot. The other women still pressed forward, and one by one 5 of them were arrested and taken to the town hall, where they were charged with disorderly conduct, whilst Mr. Asquith left the meeting by a back exit amid the hisses and groans of the crowd. On Monday morning the others were each sent to prison for 5 days on refusing to be bound over to keep the peace, but the case against Mrs. Baines was held over until the following Wednesday. She was then charged with inciting to riot and unlawful assembly. Her case was to be held over until the assizes in November, and the opportunity of being tried by judge and jury, which Mrs. Pankhurst, Christabel Pankhurst, and Mrs. Drummond had claimed in vain, was thus to fall to her lot. The grand jury having returned a true bill against Mrs. Baines, Mr. Pethick Lawrence, who was defending her, served subpoenas to give evidence at the trial upon Mr. Asquith and Mr. Herbert Gladstone, but the cabinet ministers had no intention of allowing themselves to be examined by the suffragettes, and to be made into a suffragette advertisement a second time. They applied to the divisional court for a rule to set aside the subpoenas, and did not scruple to take advantage of their position as members of the government, to employ both the Attorney General, Sir William Robson, K.C., and the Solicitor General, Sir Samuel Evans, K.C., to plead their case in opposition to Mr. Pethick Lawrence. Though no precedent for setting aside a subpoena in criminal cases could be found, it was decided that neither Mr. Asquith nor Mr. Gladstone should be called upon to give evidence. On Thursday and Friday, November 19th and 20th, the actual trial took place in the Leeds Town Hall. Mrs. Baines freely admitted that she had used the words, "If these tyrants will not come to us, we must go to them and compel a hearing," and that her intention had been to get into the meeting and secure an interview with the Prime Minister, but she protested that she had had no intention of injuring him or anyone, and when Mr. Bairstow, K.C., the counsel for the prosecution, asked if she had carried any weapons, she replied, "Oh, my tongue is weapon enough." When asked to give an account of her life, she said that she was the daughter of a working man, and had begun to help in earning the family living at 11 years of age. After her marriage she had continued to be a wage earner, though she was the mother of 5 children, because her husband, who was a shoemaker, was only able to earn 25 shillings a week. Nevertheless, she had done much public and social work, as she had been a Salvation Army lieutenant, an evangelist to a working men's mission, a member of the Stockport Unemployed Committee and Committee for the Feeding of School Children, and a worker in the temperance cause. When asked to give some account of her speech to the crowd on the 10th of October, she said, "I wanted the men and women of Leeds to understand why we were there to protest against Mr. Asquith's refusal to give us the vote. I said that afternoon Mr. Asquith would be dealing with the licensing question; that this was more a woman's question than it was a man's, because we women suffered most through intemperance, and that no real temperance reform would ever be brought about until women had a voice in the matter. The unemployed question was also more a woman's question than it was a man's, because it was the women who really suffered most. Mr. Asquith had never known what it was, as I have done, to go without food, or to go to school hungry. We wanted to see Mr. Asquith, and we wanted to know when we were going to have access to Mr. Asquith." After the evidence on both sides had been heard, Mr. Lawrence made an eloquent speech for the defense, but it was nevertheless decided that Mrs. Baines was guilty of unlawful assembly. The judge then asked her to enter into her own recognizances to be of good behavior, explaining that if she agreed she would merely be promising not to use violence or to incite to violence in the future. Mrs. Baines steadfastly maintained that she had had no intention of using violence, but felt that she could not conscientiously agree to be bound over to keep the peace. Mr. Justice Pickford then said that though he was reluctant to do so, he must pass sentence upon her and order that she should be imprisoned for 6 weeks in the 2nd Division. In the result, however, she was only kept in prison for 3 weeks because, though she had gone free meanwhile, the fortnight during which she had awaited her trial at the assizes was counted as part of her sentence, and in addition she was entitled to 1 week's remission of sentence for good behavior. Amid all the whirl of militancy that had been going on, the work of educative peaceful propaganda was never allowed to flag, and beside the hundreds of uncounted smaller meetings, a series of great indoor demonstrations calling for votes for women, and the release of the prisoners, was held in the Free Trade Hall, Manchester, the Town Hall, Birmingham, the St. George's Hall, Bradford, the Guildhall, Plymouth, the Town Hall, Huddersfield, the Town Hall, Battersea, the Town Hall, Chelsea, the King's Theatre, Hammersmith, and in many other places, and culminated in a second great demonstration in the Albert Hall on October 29th, at which £3,000 was collected. Then, in declaring the 20,000 campaign fund to be complete, Mrs. Pethick Lawrence appealed for it to be carried on to £50,000, and that the halfway house of £25,000 should be reached before the founder of the Union should be released from prison. Whilst the WSPU had been thus active, the Women's Freedom League had startled London by a cleverly organized and smartly executed demonstration in the Ladies' Gallery of the House of Commons on October 28th. That morning all the world had awakened to find that little placards headed, "A Proclamation containing a demand for votes for women," had been posted on every hoarding. At 8:30 in the evening, whilst Parliament was discussing the Licensing Bill, and Mr. Remnant, one of the Conservative members, was speaking, a woman in the Ladies' Gallery suddenly thrust through the brass grille one of these proclamations with a cry of "Votes for Women!" Instantly, Miss Muriel Matters darted to the front of the gallery and proceeded to deliver a suffrage speech. 2 attendants at once came rushing in, tumbling over the ladies' trains and pushing unceremoniously past them in haste to drag her from her place, only to find that they could not do so, for by means of a padlock and chain around her waist she had attached herself to the grille. Whilst some of the men struggled to break the chains, others gagged her by holding their hands over her mouth, but a second woman, also chained, took up the tale with "We demand the vote," and after she had been stifled in the same impromptu and objectionable fashion, a third cried, "We have remained behind this insulting grille too long." Members of Parliament were meanwhile pouring into the House to see the show, and though Mr. Remnant spoke on without pausing, but little notice was taken of anything that he said. The attendants in the gallery now discovered that the chains around the woman's waist had been wrapped in wool to prevent their clanking, and were secured by strong Yale padlocks that, on being snapped together, had locked automatically without a key, and after vainly dragging and pulling at the women, who in spite of the gagging still managed to articulate a word or two occasionally, and after tugging again and again at both locks and chains, the men came to the conclusion that it would be necessary to remove bodily those parts of the grille to which the 3 disturbers were attached. Then all the women in the gallery, suffragettes, suffragists, and even anti-suffragists, were alike quickly bundled out. Next, screwdrivers were brought and the attendants set to work to dismember the grille, and when this had been done, the women and the great pieces of wrought brasswork, to which they were still attached, were hauled out by the attendants and taken to Committee Room 15, where they were kept until a smith arrived to file through the chains. By this time the House had resumed its ordinary humdrum appearance, and the members who had come in during the disturbance had all drifted away, but, as the division bell rang and they came trooping back to vote, a man in the strangers' gallery shouted, "Why don't you do justice to women?" and was dragged out by a number of policemen, and within 10 minutes afterwards a second man shouted, "Why don't you give votes to women?" and flung a shower of leaflets down amongst the members. At the same time several women were attempting to hold a meeting in the lobby. The police flung them outside, but they immediately climbed up to speak from the pedestal of the Richard Coeur de Lion statue, and whilst the constables clambered up after them, pulled them down, and placed them under arrest, other suffragettes made dash after dash to re-enter the House. Crowds quickly gathered, and the confusion grew, and 14 women and 1 man had been taken into custody before the people were dispersed. Next morning the prisoners were brought up at the Westminster Police Court before Mr. Hopkins. The first to be charged was Mr. Arnold Cutler, the man who had been arrested in the fray, and it was alleged that he had protested against the action of the police, crying, "Shame! Leave the women alone," and that when dragged away he had taken off his belt and assumed a threatening attitude. He was fined 25 shillings. The women were more heavily punished, being each fined £5, and on refusing to pay were sent to Holloway for 1 month. Meanwhile, both in and out of Parliament, day after day and week after week, Mr. Herbert Gladstone was being urged to extend to the suffragist prisoners the treatment that his own father and every Liberal statesman had declared to be due to political offenders, and the protests were rendered the more pointed because at this very time there were a number of men political prisoners, serving sentences in Ireland, who were actually receiving all the privileges which were being demanded on behalf of the suffragettes. These men were convicted of boycotting and cattle driving. They were allowed to provide their own clothing, furniture, food and malted liquor, and to have their own medical attendant and medicine sent in to them at any time. They were allowed to smoke and to have books, newspapers, and other means of occupation to carry on their profession, if that were possible. They were allowed to correspond freely with their friends, and to receive visitors every day, and were exempted from prison tasks. Their imprisonment, in fact, entailed little more than the loss of freedom to come and go as they wished. The case of Mr. Farrell, MP, who, whilst the suffragette leaders were in Holloway jail, was convicted of inciting to cattle driving, was technically parallel to that of Mrs. Pankhurst, Christabel Pankhurst, and Mrs. Drummond; but whilst both he and they were alike ordered to be bound over to keep the peace, and to find sureties for their good behaviour, on their common refusal he was committed to prison in the first division, while they were put in the second class. Meanwhile, news of the prisoners in Holloway had gradually filtered out to us, and the first messenger from them was Mrs. Drummond herself, who 9 days after her imprisonment had begun, was suddenly and unexpectedly released. She then told us that on arriving in Holloway, Mrs. Pankhurst had at once announced to the authorities that the time had come when the suffragettes would no longer submit to the degrading prison regulations which had hitherto been enforced upon them, and that she and her comrades would begin by refusing either to allow themselves to be searched or to change their clothes in the general public dressing room. She further stated that for her own part she was determined to speak with her fellow political prisoners, both at exercise, and at any other time when they might happen to be together, for this was a right to which she considered all political prisoners were entitled. Seeing that it would be both difficult and troublesome to turn her from her purpose, the governor gave way upon the first point, and agreed that the suffragist prisoners should be allowed to undress privately in separate cells; but in regard to any other matters he declared that the Home Secretary must be communicated with. Mrs. Pankhurst and Christabel, therefore, at once addressed petitions to Mr. Herbert Gladstone, claiming that as political prisoners both they and the other suffragettes should be permitted to write and receive letters, to associate with their fellow political prisoners, to receive visits from their friends, to attend to business matters as far as possible, to have books and newspapers sent in to them, to wear their own clothing and to provide their own food. Mr. Gladstone refused to comply with any of the requests, and the prison rules were enforced with all their accustomed vigor, except that for the first week Mrs. Pankhurst was allowed, without challenge, to speak to her fellow prisoners. On Sunday, November 1st, however, the wardress suddenly called her out of the ranks, sharply reprimanded her for speaking, and, when she refused to give a promise never to do so again, ordered her to return to her cell. Hearing this, the other suffragettes came running across the yard and clustered around, giving 3 cheers for Mrs. Pankhurst, whilst the wardress blew her whistle and dozens of others appeared to drive the suffragettes inside. It happened that on that same morning, she never could tell why, Mrs. Drummond's cell had not been unlocked at the time for exercise, and she had been left behind whilst others had gone out into the yard. She was sitting wondering what had happened when she suddenly heard the sound of cheers. At once she hastily dragged her plank bed to the window and, clambering up, saw the suffragettes in their prison dress, with numbers of wardresses after them, running across the yard in all directions. Then they disappeared, and all was quiet. When next she was led out into the corridor, and when she was taken to the chapel, she saw no sign of her comrades, and though she asked the wardress for news of them, no answer was returned. It was on the same evening that a sense of growing weakness that had been upon her since her entrance into prison overcame her, and she must have fainted suddenly, for she was found by the wardress lying unconscious on the floor. She was carried to a hospital cell and put to bed, and as she begged for more air, the outer door was thrown open, and only the gate with which hospital cells are also provided was closed. Soon afterwards Mrs. Pankhurst, who occupied the next cell, passed along the corridor to fill her water can, and through the bars was able to tell Mrs. Drummond briefly what had happened: that she herself was to remain under punishment, and to be deprived of both exercise and chapel, until she should promise not to attempt to speak again. By the doctor's orders, Mrs. Drummond remained in bed until Tuesday, when the governor and the matron came to her and told her that the Home Secretary had given orders for her release. As soon as the officers had left her, she sprang up and rushed to the gate of her cell, calling out loudly to Mrs. Pankhurst, "The Home Secretary has ordered me out." "I am glad," was the reply, as the wardress came hurrying back to expostulate. On hearing Mrs. Drummond's story, we at once decided that a demonstration of encouragement to our imprisoned comrades, and of protest against their treatment by the authorities, must be held outside the jail, and on the following Saturday evening a long procession of women, headed by a brass band and a little carriage, in which rode Mrs. Drummond and those of us who were to speak, and a brake filled with ex-prisoners in prison dress, assembled in Kingsway and set off for Holloway jail. All along the route cheering crowds gathered, and our procession grew as we marched, and when we reached Holloway all the roads that encircle the prison were densely crowded with human beings. We stopped outside the main entrance to hold a meeting, but the masses of people were far too great for our voices to reach them, and our horses, startled by the vast crowds which pressed closer and closer, showed signs of becoming restive. Mrs. Drummond therefore let off a cheer for the suffragette prisoners inside, and the crowd raised their voices with her again and again. Then we slowly encircled the prison 3 times, alternately cheering and singing the woman's Marseillaise. "Arise, though pain or loss betide, grudge not of freedom's toll, for what they loved the martyrs died, are we of meaner soul? Are we of meaner soul? Our comrades greatly daring, through prison bars have led the way, who would not follow to the fray, their glorious struggle proudly sharing? To freedom's cause till death we swear our fealty. March on, face to the dawn of liberty." During the ensuing week 2 batches of our prisoners were released, and each one carried out to us further disquieting news. Mrs. Pankhurst, who was still being punished, had been characterized by the authorities as a "dangerous criminal," and because she still refused to pledge herself to perpetual silence, a wardress was constantly stationed outside her door to prevent any attempt at communication with her. It was rumored also that she was very ill, and this was confirmed by Mr. Gladstone in reply to questions by members of Parliament, but my request either to be allowed to see her for myself, or to send in her own medical attendant to interview her, was denied. Again, on the following Saturday, we marched around the prison, but this time accompanied by crowds even greater than before. In the meantime, whilst many questions had been put in the House by members of Parliament, the suffragettes who had just been released had paid many visits to the strangers' lobby, and eventually Mr. Gladstone agreed that Christabel and Mrs. Pankhurst should be allowed to spend 1 hour of each day together. At the same time, he refused to allow Christabel to write a book upon the woman's suffrage question for a firm of London publishers, to be published after her release, though it was well known that Mr. Ginnell, during his imprisonment for inciting to cattle driving, had been allowed to write his book entitled Life and Liberty. On Saturday, November 19th, 13 more prisoners were released, and we learnt that a fortnight before there had been another so-called mutiny in Holloway. Mrs. Lee had been falsely accused of inciting the other suffragette prisoners to mutiny, and as a punishment had been deprived of exercise and chapel for 3 days, and Miss Wallace Dunlop determined to prove her innocence. Every prisoner has the right to lay a complaint before the governor, but the application to see him is supposed to be made when the cell doors are first opened at 6 o'clock in the morning, and he afterwards visits the prisoner when and where he may think fit, and usually in her own cell. It was necessary for Miss Wallace Dunlop's purpose that he should come to her when all her fellow prisoners were together, in order that each might give her testimony. She accordingly chose to make her application during the associated labor which Dr. Mary Gordon, the new lady inspector, had instituted that summer. So at 3:30 that afternoon, when the suffragettes, with a space of a yard between each other, had seated themselves at a number of deal tables in one of the corridors, and had settled down to make shirts and mail bags, she asked the wardress in charge to send for the governor. By 5:30, when the time for associated labor was at an end, the governor had sent no reply, and the wardress gave the order, "Return to your cells," but Miss Wallace Dunlop gave a counter command, "Do not return to your cells." There had been no previous understanding between them, but the women sat firm, and when the order to leave was repeated, they still did not move, leaving it to their leader to again explain that they would remain where they were until the governor or his deputy should arrive. The wardress then sharply blew her whistle, whereupon crowds of tall wardresses appeared from all directions and lined the corridor in long rows. Then Miss Wallace Dunlop rose. Those of us who know her can well imagine the scene. She has one of those faces that, when we recall them to our minds, we always see as though lit up, turned towards a full light that streams upon them, and at the same time illumined from within. The spirit that glows within them is intensely vibrant with sympathy for others, yet though the sadness of others' sorrow finds instant reflection in them, and we know that their hearts throb with the bitter pain of other hearts, a quiet gaiety is habitual to them, and we think of them always as brightly and serenely happy. It seems not possible for a shadow to fall across the clear purity of their minds. So we can plainly picture for ourselves her tall, slight, erect figure standing forth, and hear her gentle light-toned voice say to the women, "Set your backs against the wall, and all link arms." Instantly they obeyed and stood where she had told them, looking firm and immovable, though the officials outnumbered them by more than 10 to 1. Then there was silence, and the wardresses made no move. At last steps were heard coming from a long distance. One always hears them away off in Holloway. Gradually they came nearer and nearer until the governor arrived. Then the suffragette leader stepped forward. "We have sent for you," she said gravely, "because we have a statement to make. One of our comrades has been unjustly punished." "You know I am always willing to listen to your statements," the governor replied, "but I can do nothing tonight unless you return to your cells." Then, on his promising to inquire into the whole matter, Miss Wallace Dunlop was satisfied, and she and her comrades quietly obeyed. But when the governor came round the cells next morning, he ordered that every suffragette who had been present should appear before the visiting magistrates to answer to a charge of mutiny, and on the following day they were each sentenced to from 3 to 5 days solitary confinement, and the associated labor, about which there had always been more labor than association, as the prisoners were forbidden to communicate, was abandoned altogether. Mrs. Lee was still deprived both of chapel and exercise, and the others who had caught an occasional glimpse of her, as she passed to fill her water can, stated that she appeared to be suffering very greatly from this close solitary confinement. Again, on the next Saturday we marched to Holloway, carrying before us a white banner inscribed with the text of the Women's Enfranchisement Bill. There we found the police on horse and foot mustered against us 1,000 strong, barring the nearest approaches to the prison, so that, although we again circled it, it was at so great a distance that only once, through a gap in the surrounding buildings, could we see its walls, and we doubted whether our voices, loud and numerous as they were, could be heard by the prisoners inside. Footnotes. Note 31. By Miss F. E. M. Macaulay. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Suffragette, The History of the Women's Militant Suffrage Movement, by E. Sylvia PANKHURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17. November to the end of 1908. Mr. Burrell at City Temple. Mr. Lloyd George at Albert Hall. Release of Mrs. Pankhurst, Christabel Pankhurst, and Mrs. Lee. During the autumn, whilst Mr. Burrell had been visiting his constituency of North Bristol, Annie Kenney, the centre of whose flourishing West of England organizing district was in that town, had prevailed upon him to receive a woman's deputation. In reply to this deputation, Mr. Burrell had said that the government did not intend to carry the Women's Enfranchisement Bill during that session, that many members of the cabinet were strongly opposed to the idea of giving the women the vote on any terms, that in his opinion the matter was not ripe for settlement, and also that he would not endanger his position in the cabinet by pressing the question forward. He added that he was in favor of the enfranchisement of rate-paying widows and spinsters on the municipal basis, but that he disapproved of qualified married women voting, and that he would not support a measure to give adult suffrage to women. This last point was exceedingly interesting. It clearly demonstrated the cynical character of the suggestion made by Mr. Lloyd George and others, that to give votes to women on the same terms as men was not sufficiently democratic to be supported by a Liberal government, for here was a Liberal cabinet minister declaring opposition to any wider measure. On November 12th, Mr. Burrell spoke at the City Temple, the church of Mr. R. J. Campbell, the well-known initiator of the so-called New Theology. It was well known that the suffragettes were present to heckle him, and the chairman tried to deter them by stating that Mr. Burrell had promised to give his influential support to any measure giving a liberal extension of the franchise to women. The suffragettes considered that this meant absolutely nothing at all, and continued to protest as earnestly as they could. The result was a terrible scene of violence, in which large numbers of women were flung out of the church and dragged down the steps. The WSPU afterwards wrote to Mr. Burrell to ask what his statement had really meant. His answer, given through his secretary, was simply and solely that he had nothing to add to the reply which he gave recently to a deputation introduced by Miss Kenney. Meanwhile, though the militant tactics were being condemned as vigorously as ever, sympathy for the militants and a desire for the franchise were rapidly spreading amongst women of all shades of opinion. The Women's Conservative and Unionist Franchise Society was formed about this time, and the Margate and the Wallasey Women's Liberal Associations passed resolutions dissolving themselves until women were enfranchised, whilst the secretaries and committee members of other associations resigned their posts on the same ground. At this point, Mr. Lloyd George wrote to the executive of the Women's Liberal Federation, offering to speak for them on women's suffrage in the Albert Hall. They agreed to his suggestion, and it was announced that he would make a government pronouncement. On this ground, the organizers of the meeting approached the committee of the WSPU, asking that the Chancellor of the Exchequer should not be heckled, but we replied that unless we had an assurance that Mr. Lloyd George's pronouncement was to contain a government promise to act, we could not comply with this request. As requests that we would alter our decision continued to pour in, Mrs. Tuke, our honorary secretary, wrote to Mr. Lloyd George on November 30th, stating that we would gladly ask our women not to interrupt him if he could assure us that the government were really prepared to do something for the suffrage cause, and that if he wished, we would pledge ourselves not to divulge his reply until after his speech had been delivered. Mr. George's only answer was a curt note stating that anything that he had to say in regard to the government's attitude would be said in the course of his speech in the Albert Hall. There was no hint in the letter of any great government pronouncement, but indeed everyone knew, the leaders of the Liberal women themselves knew, and in fact had admitted to us that Mr. Lloyd George had nothing of importance to say. His speech was merely intended to pacify those women who were beginning to falter in their loyalty to the Liberal party, and to take the wind as far as possible out of the suffragette sails. Mr. Lloyd George was as much responsible as any of his colleagues for the present warfare. His own personal record in regard to the women's movement was not a good one. Therefore, there was absolutely no reason for modifying in his favor the rule that all cabinet ministers must be heckled. Indeed, his coming forward at this juncture to curry favor by offering empty platitudes was felt to be in the nature of adding insult to injury. When, on Saturday, December 5th, the day of the Liberal Women's Meeting arrived, the Albert Hall was girt by an army of mounted police. There was a general feeling of uneasy expectancy, and everyone seemed suspicious of what his or her neighbor might be going to do. Bands of men stewards, known by their yellow badges, were massed in the corridors and stationed in groups at the end of every row of seats. Nevertheless, in spite of the fact that these men had been obviously engaged for the forcible ejection of interrupters, in order to protect the promoters of the meeting from subsequent charges of brutality, officials' orders of the day were prominently displayed, in which the stewards were counseled to do no violence to any person, and the members of the Women's Liberal Federation were asked, whatever happened, to act as though they were soldiers, silent and steady under fire. Lady Maclaren, who presided over the meeting, rose to speak with obvious uneasiness, which was increased when she suddenly realized that all the women in the front row of the arena, who had suddenly removed their cloaks, were clothed as second division prisoners in dresses of green serge, blue and white check aprons and white caps, all stamped with the broad arrow. For some time, however, all was quiet, and it was not until Mr. Lloyd George had been speaking for some moments, and was proceeding to give various reasons why women were entitled to the franchise, that he was interrupted by a tall, graceful woman in one of the boxes. She declared that all present were agreed as to the justice of the cause, and that a government pledge to take action was alone required. The speaker was Ellen Ogston, B.Sc. of St. Andrews University, and the daughter of Professor Ogston of Aberdeen. Her words were no sooner uttered than a man in the next box leapt over the barrier and struck her a blow in the chest, whilst several stewards sprang upon her from behind. She protested that she was prepared to leave the hall at once, but the men did not heed her, and continued to pummel her in the most savage way. At this the audience were astonished to see her draw a whip from under her cloak and strike at one of her assailants. Immediately afterwards she was knocked down and disappeared. Note 32. Now the whole hall was in uproar. Mr. Lloyd George strove to continue, weakly protesting that he was in favor of women's suffrage, but "Then why don't you do something?" and "Deeds, not words, deeds, not words," came a clear bell-like cry. Again he went on to urge that he really was in favor, but was met by "Why don't you resign from a cabinet that is hostile to women? Our women are in prison. You run with the hare and hunt with hounds." Only one woman spoke at one time, and each one merely fired a short, sharp, pertinent interjection. But there were many of them, and more than that, the raising of each woman's voice was the signal for a wild outburst of fury on the part of the stewards, who sprang upon the interrupter, silenced her by a blow under the chin or an impromptu gag, and after flinging her either to the ground or across the seats, dragged her out head foremost, hitting her again and again. Some members of the audience struck with fists and umbrellas at the women who were being carried past. Others tried to protect them, but the latter were always set upon by the officials and speedily bundled out. Even outside in the numerous passages that surround the circular hall, the ejectors, some of whom were heard to say that the affair was more amusing to them than a night at the music hall, would not allow their captives to escape, and still continued to ill-treat them until they had finally flung them down the steps and out of the building. At last Mr. Lloyd George stopped. The scene was becoming too much even for him. He declared that he would rather sit down than be the cause of so much violence. "Yes, do sit down and stop it," a chorus of distressed voices rose, but after a moment he went on again with the stale old reasons why women should have the votes. "We have known those for 40 years. We want your message," still the women's voices called, and each interruption meant an ejection. "We shall get peace presently by this process of elimination," he said. "Yes, fling them ruthlessly out." His own words at Swansea were repeated, and "You will never eliminate the suffragettes from practical politics." For more than an hour the scene continued. Again and again Lady Maclaren intervened and secured a few moments' peace for Mr. Lloyd George to make his statement, and again he himself promised to give the government message, but failed to do so, floundering back instead into a maze of arguments for and against the vote. "If Queen Elizabeth had been alive to-day," he ventured once, but "She would have been in Holloway," came the retort, and then the protesting voices broke out afresh. Then, at last, after a flight of oratory on the excellence and the importance to women of the measures already introduced by the Liberal government, the declaration came. It was nothing but Mr. Asquith's old worn-out promise to introduce a reform bill, and not to oppose a woman's suffrage amendment to it on certain conditions. The women reminded the Chancellor that the Prime Minister had relegated the introduction of the reform bill to the dim and speculative future, but he protested that it would be introduced before the Parliament came to an end. He was asked how women were to prove the demand for their enfranchisement, which was one of the conditions of the promise, and his reply was, "As the men showed their desire." But the women answered, "Men burnt down buildings, they shed blood," and "The government has ignored our demonstrations." He was questioned as to the second condition, that the Votes for Women amendment must be drafted on democratic lines, but though asked again and again, "What is democratic?" he vouchsafed no reply, and at last the cry, "Where is the message?" broke out once more, and a great white banner with the inscription, "Be honest," was hung out from one of the boxes. Of course the WSPU was, as usual, much blamed for what had taken place. The heckling of Mr. Lloyd George was declared to be both foolish and wrong. Nevertheless, many newspapers protested strongly against the behavior of the stewards of the meeting. The Liberal Manchester Guardian said that the ejections were effected with a promptness that gave the chairman no opportunity for intervening, and in many instances, with a brutality that was almost nauseating. The special correspondent of the Standard spoke of the "grossly brutal conduct" of the stewards, declaring that some of the worst acts of unnecessary violence took place within 10 yards of the chairman's table, and therefore right under the eyes of Lady Maclaren and Mr. Lloyd George. The men responsible for the acts were stewards wearing the official yellow rosette. That I am prepared to swear to. At the same time, the Manchester Guardian, in its leading article, though it condemned our action, admitted that Mr. Lloyd George's repetition of Mr. Asquith's promise was entirely unsatisfactory from the Votes for Women point of view. Many others took the same line, and the conservative Globe said, "We see very genuine grounds for the impatience displayed by the suffragettes at the Albert Hall. Mr. Lloyd George must have known that the declaration he had to make would have infuriated any body of men." But the matter did not end with newspaper discussions. We had realized from the first time that we should be made to suffer in many ways. Again and again attempts had been made to break up meetings addressed both by suffragettes and suffragists, but the women were hardly ever afforded the protection of the police, and as their meetings were almost entirely officered by women stewards, they were obliged to rely on their own powers of persuasion and magnetic force of will to control their audiences. This the suffragettes have always been prepared to do, but it was not always done without difficulty. Already, at a meeting in Birmingham, Christabel had been assaulted with the bodies of dead mice, and, on live mice being let loose at one of our meetings, a well-known Glasgow daily paper had suggested that rats or even ferrets might suitably be employed. After Mr. Lloyd George's Albert Hall meeting, such outbreaks of violence against us became for a time exceedingly frequent. At a meeting which I addressed just then for a woman's suffrage society in Ipswich, there was abundant evidence to prove that well-known Liberals in the town had bought shilling tickets of admission for a number of men whom they paid a further shilling each to create a disturbance, and as soon as I rose to speak, I was assailed by shouts and yells, the singing of a song especially composed and printed with this object, which had been distributed broadcast throughout the town, the rattle of tin cans and the ringing of bells. During my speech several free fights took place in the hall. Walking sticks and other missiles were sent flying through the air, and an offensive smell of sulphuretted hydrogen was let out. The women who had promoted the meeting, whilst anxious that I should stand my ground, were in despair at the damage which they saw was being done to the hall, but when they sent for the police to quell the disturbance, the chief constable of the town declared that he had no power to act. His statement sounded strangely to suffragettes who had seen the police always massed around the meetings of cabinet ministers, and had also frequently seen them brought in to eject women interrupters. A few days after the Albert Hall meeting, Helen Ogston herself spoke at Maidenhead, where a gang of men, some of them made up as guys and dressed in women's clothes, waved whips at her, and finally drove the speakers from the platform. The only thing that the police could suggest was that the women should fly. At this time a by-election was in progress at Chelmsford, and in organizing our campaign there we had at first to contend with great disorder. On the opening night of the election, the members of the National Union of Women's Suffrage Societies were entirely swept from their platform in the Market Square, whilst a mob of hooligans surrounded the lorry from which we were speaking and dragged it down a hill into the darkness away from the street lamps. Though aided by steadier sections of the audience, we still succeeded in maintaining a semblance of order. As soon as we descended from the cart, the rowdies crushed and jostled us so unmercifully, that had it not been for some men who fought for us and who were seriously bruised in the struggle, we should have been trampled underfoot. We were at last dragged for safety into the entrance hall of the municipal building, where a banquet was being held. The head waiter who stood at the door was exceedingly anxious to get rid both of us and the noisy crowd that remained clamoring outside, and we were therefore taken by underground passage to the police court, and kept waiting there for an hour. This sort of thing did not continue long in Chelmsford, for, as has invariably been the case, as soon as the suffragettes became known to the people, the hostility which was at first manifested towards them entirely disappeared. Mrs. Drummond was the heroine of this election, for the W.S.P.U. campaign was entirely organized by her. In an illustration she is shown distributing leaflets to the farmers in the Chelmsford marketplace, at the close of her speech to them. The result of the poll was a fall of nearly 20% in the Liberal vote, and a piling up of one hostile majority against them from 454 to 2,565, which was generally acknowledged in the constituency to be largely due to the suffragettes. The violence of the rowdies met with little rebuke from political leader-writers, and under the heading, "Sparrows for Suffragettes," the Westminster Gazette stated, "Essex has just provided 2 amusing suffragette incidents," and described in the same spirit the letting loose of a flight of sparrows inside a hall where the women were speaking, and the breaking up of a suffragist meeting by boys who had rushed the speakers and cast carbide on the wet roads. Consider the action of a body of women who, in order to obtain a share in the Constitution, deliberately decide to attend the meetings addressed by the members of a government that has the power to grant them what they desire but withholds it. Consider also that these women are deprived by their sex of the principal constitutional means of pressing their claim, and that their action is taken at great personal risk. Then contrast the action of these women with that of a crowd of men who, absolutely careless of injuring either persons or property, and merely because they imagine that their victims are unpopular or opposed to those whom they believe to be their own political friends, deliberately set out with the intention of breaking up the meetings of women who are withholding no man's rights from him, and who have no power to give rights to anyone, but who are merely struggling to obtain the franchise which their assailants themselves possess. Surely no one with an unprejudiced mind could consider that there is a parallel between the case of those particular women and those particular men. Party politicians had before them frequent examples of the 2 cases, and they decided that there was no parallel. They decided that the action of the men was excusable, but that the action of the women must be condemned in the most emphatic terms, and must be sternly repressed at any cost. A measure called the Public Meeting Bill, providing that any person who acted in a disorderly manner in order to prevent the transaction of the business for which a meeting had been called together should be rendered liable to a fine not exceeding £5, or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 1 month, was therefore laid before Parliament by Lord Robert Cecil. As the slightest interjection or the most pertinent question by a suffragette had now become the signal for a scene of disturbance, it was clearly apparent that they would not be able to raise their voices at the meetings of cabinet ministers without rendering themselves liable to the suggested penalties. Though the bill was introduced but a few days before the end of the session, the government at once provided for it the facilities which had been denied to that equally short measure to enfranchise the women of the country, and it was quickly rushed through the 2 houses and became law before the end of the year. Party feeling on the one hand, and public indifference on the other, veiled for the time being the serious and revolutionary nature of this measure, and allowed it to be placed on the statute book with scarcely a word of discussion or protest. Nevertheless, it struck at one of our most ancient and fundamental national customs. Describing the ancient governmental assemblies of the Saxon peoples, Tacitus explains that though, as a rule, only the more distinguished members of the community put forward new proposals, all had a right to be present, and the bystanders at once expressed their opinion in regard to all suggestions. He says, "The eldest opens the proceedings, then each man speaks according as distinguished by age, family, renown in war, or eloquence. No one commands, only the personal dignity residing in him exercises its influence. No distinction of rank exists. The assembly determines, and its determination is law. Proposals, when deemed acceptable, are hailed with loud acclaim and clash of arms. A loud shout of dissent rejects what appears to be unacceptable." Our present system of government is, after all, the direct descendant of these ancient assemblies. Largely owing to the distinctions of class which have sprung up and have grown more and more complex, and at the same time more deeply marked because of the constant struggling of those who already possess advantages of property and of education, to add to these advantages a greater political power than their fellows, by restricting the rights of those who are poorer and weaker than themselves, many changes have been wrought. It has come about that our modern Parliament is elected by only a section of the people, and that almost the whole of the business transacted by Parliament is carried on by a small cabinet of persons nominated by one man, himself pitchforked into power by a possibly transient wave of popularity. Moreover, our existing system of party government renders this small cabinet almost all-powerful during its term of office, and the strong party prejudice, obtaining both amongst private members of Parliament and the press of the country, secures that the cabinet shall remain almost exempt from criticism except by the followers of the opposing party. This criticism loses in influence and value because for party purposes it is directed almost without exception against every act of the Cabinet, whether the act be in itself worthy or unworthy. The section of the people who are entitled to vote and who elect the majority that makes the power of the Cabinet possible may, it is true, dismiss them at the next general election if they disapprove of the way in which their stewardship has been fulfilled; but they cannot insist upon an election when they will, and they have no power to decide that their representatives have done well in one respect and badly in another. It is only possible either entirely to accept what the representatives have done or to reject them altogether. There exists also the right of every section of the people to carry resolutions embodying their opinion in regard to matters of government, which may either be published broadcast or presented in the form of petitions for redress of grievances to those in power. But what usually happens to resolutions and petitions put forward by those who have no political power is aptly expressed in the words of Mr. Sergeant Hullock, the counsel who spoke for the coercionist government in one of the cases arising out of the massacre of Peterloo, which took place in 1819, prior to the passing of the first Reform Act. If deliberation had been their object, he said, could they not have settled their petition in a private room and then have sent it to the House of Commons, where it would have been laid on the table and never heard of again? Nevertheless, the old right of the bystanders, the right of the whole people to express their opinion in regard to suggestions put forward by powerful folk, and to receive them either with shouts of approval or equally loud cries of dissent, still exists, and it exists, if it has not been altogether destroyed by the Public Meeting Bill, not merely for men, but for women. This right is constantly exercised when a member of the government, and to a lesser extent, a private member of Parliament appears before a public meeting of the people to make proposals for fresh legislation and to give an account of his stewardship in the past. When he comes forward thus, the people, women as well as men, have the right to express assent or dissent with what he has done or with what he has left undone, with what he proposes and what he has omitted to propose. They have the right to question him and to demand an answer, to heckle him during his speech if they will, and if they will cry out and refuse to let him speak until he has dealt with the thing which they have at heart, and if they believe that he has not dealt justly with that thing, they have the right to decide that he shall not be heard. How else can he know the mind of the country? How else can those who are without the parliamentary franchise express their will? There is no other way, and this right is one of those upon which the people of these islands have always insisted. Those who have said that if this right be exercised the right of free speech will be endangered do not realize what the right of free speech is. The right of free speech is the right of everyone to speak publicly and without penalty or restraint of what seems important, and this old right to question and to express assent and dissent is included in it. It is the only refuge of those who have no political power. The right of members of the government to speak freely can never be endangered, for they have Parliament to speak from, the police and military at their beck and call to protect them and enforce their wishes, and the press of the country all waiting to note down their words and publish them broadcast throughout the land. The right of poor and voteless people to be heard has been endangered by this bill, and so long as it remains on the statute book it is a standing menace to our ancient popular liberties. Happily up to now, the bill has been practically a dead letter, but none can be sure that an instrument of coercion which exists will not be put into force. Had the movement for women's enfranchisement been a movement solely of poor women with others dependent upon them, as might have been the case, the new bill might have proved a serious menace to the movement, but as it happened there was fortunately no lack of women who were able and willing to risk imprisonment. Therefore this bill could make no difference to us. Nevertheless, though our members might not have left a crowd of starving children behind them, we well knew that their going to prison entailed many sacrifices, and we always waited impatiently for their release, and welcomed them back amongst us with the greatest joy. During the summer and autumn bands of women in white dresses had flocked to the jail gates, had unhorsed the carriages provided to carry the prisoners to breakfast, and with purple, white, and green ribbons had drawn them in triumph through the streets. With Scotch tartans and Scotch heather, the Scotchwoman had been welcomed. 4 Irish colleens and an Irish piper and a jaunting car met Mrs. Tanner, an Irishwoman, and women in prison dress marched from the station with Mrs. Baines on her return to London. When Mrs. Pankhurst, Mrs. Lee, and Christabel were released, earlier than had been expected on December 19th, women on white horses drew their carriage, and behind and before there marched long lines of WSPU members wearing white jerseys, purple skirts and gaiters, green caps, and "Votes for Women" regalia. In the evening a meeting of welcome was held in Queen's Hall, and as Mrs. Pankhurst, Christabel, and Mrs. Lee appeared, all the organizers of the Union in their white dresses lined up and saluted them with tricolor flags, whilst the great audience of women sprang to their feet and cheered and waved and cheered again, as few but suffragette audiences can. Then Annie Kenney stepped forward holding in her hand a purple, white, and green silk standard with an aluminum staff, bearing a gilt shield inscribed with the great dates in Christabel's career. When Christabel spoke, she recalled the many thousands of women's suffrage meetings that had been held in this country, and the work of the pioneers who had begun the agitation more than 40 years before. These women had labored well and devotedly, yet they had not succeeded in gaining for women the parliamentary vote. She believed the reason for this to be that they had relied too much upon the justice of their cause, and not enough upon their strong right arm, for an idea had only life and power in it when it was backed up by deeds. What had been wanted was action, and it was for this reason that the militant tactics had achieved so much already, and would in the end succeed. The old methods of asking for the vote had proved futile, and not only were they futile, but they were humiliating and unworthy of women. "I say to you," she said, "that any woman here who is content to appeal for the vote instead of demanding and fighting for it is dishonoring herself. The women who came into the militant movement did not fear suffering and sacrifice. They felt, not that they gave up anything for the movement, but that they gained everything by it. Why," she cried, "the women of this Union are the happiest people in the world. We have the glorious pride of being made an instrument of those great forces that are working towards progress and liberty." That note was struck again and again, and it was upon that note that the whole meeting rested. Loyalty, enthusiasm, courage, belief in a great cause, the joy of fighting for it, these things filled the air. No one could fail to be impressed by them. When Mrs. Pankhurst rose to speak, someone stepped forward and pressed into her hand a replica of a medal struck to commemorate the fall of the Paris Bastille in the French Revolution, because she had been born on the anniversary of that day. She was weakened and worn by her imprisonment, but her speech, brief and somewhat hesitating as it was, contained a pronouncement heralding important events, for it foreshadowed the hardest and bitterest struggle to secure the rights of political offenders to British women, political prisoners, that had yet been fought. Two further events must be chronicled before closing the story of the year 1908. The first is the fight of the Scottish women graduates for the recognition of their claim to vote under the Scottish University franchise, which they carried right through to the House of Lords. Though they failed to establish their claim, they yet brought to light many valuable new facts in regard to the rights and privileges of their countrywomen in ancient times. One of their contentions was that the question as to whether they might vote should be decided according to the actual wording of the University Franchise Act, and not according to the known or supposed intentions of Parliament, for that is the rule which the British courts have agreed to be always the just and proper one to adopt. There was nothing in the words of the Act to prevent women graduates from voting on equal terms with men, and even if it were held that this had happened because when the Act was passed the legislator had not foreseen the possibility of there ever being women graduates, the right course to pursue, because it was the accepted course when such questions in regard to Acts of Parliament arose, was for the women to be allowed to vote until Parliament, if it chose to do so, should carry an amending statute. The graduates pointed out that this had been done in the case of the first woman who had graduated in medicine, in the Netherlands where, as in England, graduation carried with it the right to vote. This lady had claimed her right, and not being allowed to exercise it had taken her case to the courts. For technical reasons the case had been postponed, and during the postponement the legislature had brought in a repealing enactment to prevent women graduates voting, and had succeeded in carrying it. The reason for the refusal of the English authorities to take this course is clearly apparent, for it would have been difficult indeed for our Parliament to carry such a repealing measure in the face of the tremendous suffragette and suffragist agitation. The second of these two important happenings, and perhaps the most auspicious one of the whole year, was the granting of votes to women in Victoria where, after struggling for many years, These suffragists had at length succeeded in inducing their government to take the matter up, and had secured their enfranchisement on November 8, 1908. Footnotes 32. Miss Ogston acted upon her own initiative in using the dog whip, and her intention was not known to the committee of the W.S.P.U., who felt, however, that they could not condemn her for seeking to protect herself. She employed the whip as a protest, not against ejection, but against the unnecessary violence to which she herself and other women had been subjected. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Suffragette, The History of the Women's Militant Suffrage Movement by E. Sylvia PANKHURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 18. January to March 1909. Reminding the Cabinet Council of votes for women. Attempts by the Women's Freedom League to interview Mr. Asquith. Arrest of Mrs. Despard. The 7th Women's Parliament. Arrest of Mrs. Pethick Lawrence and Lady Constance Lytton. Mr. Geoffrey Howard's Reform Bill. The 8th Women's Parliament. Speaking in December 1908 on the policy of his government in the new year, Mr. Asquith had declared that the stream of advice as to what he should do next session was pouring in upon him both night and day, and that he was constantly receiving deputations who came to him from all quarters and in all causes on an average of something like 2 hours on 3 days in every week. These deputations all asked for different things, but were all agreed that their measure must be mentioned in the King's speech, and that the best hours, or at all events some of the best hours, of the session must be given to its special consideration. "And the worst of it is," he went on, "that I am disposed myself to agree with them all, for, as each group in their turn come to me, I recognize in them some of our most loyal and fervent supporters." Thus Mr. Asquith was constantly receiving deputations of men, and, as he here admitted, the deputations were helping him to decide what measures he must include in the next King's speech, but he again refused to receive a deputation of the women. Therefore, when the first Cabinet Council of the season met on January 25th, members of the Women's Social and Political Union called at No. 10 Downing Street, to urge their claims again as they had done last year. For knocking at the door, 4 of them were arrested, and at Bow Street, where for administrative reasons all suffragette cases were in future to be tried, they were ordered to go to prison for 1 month. They went cheerfully, for Mrs. Clark, a sister of Mrs. Pankhurst, voiced the feelings of all when during her trial she said, "I felt that it was not I who was knocking at the Prime Minister's door, but the great need of women knocking at the conscience of the nation, and demanding that justice shall be done." Next day it was the members of the Women's Freedom League who strove to obtain an interview with Mr. Asquith, and in consequence 6 of their number were arrested in Victoria Street on their way to the official residence, 16 at the entrance to Downing Street, and 6, including Mrs. Despard and Mr. Joseph Clayton, a journalist, who protested on their behalf, at the door of the strangers' entrance to the House of Commons. The resulting sentences varied from 1 month to 14 days' imprisonment. Little notice was given of these imprisonments, the press evidently thinking such sensations stale. But those active inventive brains at Clement's Inn were determined not to be checkmated, and were ever devising new stratagems and new surprises as a means of pushing the cause forward. When Mr. Churchill visited Newcastle to inspect a battleship on December 4th and 5th, he was approached on the first of these days no fewer than 15 times, and on the second almost constantly, by women who met him at the station, at the door of his hotel, at a reception held in his honor, on the pier, on the launch, on the ship itself, and again at every turn on landing, and who presented him with copies of Votes for Women, urged the cause upon him in brief hurried reminders, and made speeches to him from neighboring boats. Every other minister was similarly waylaid. When Parliament met, and the King's speech was found to contain no mention of Votes for Women, the W.S.P.U. decided that another Women's Parliament must be held, and another deputation of women must be sent out from it. Then again something that had never been done before had to be contrived for focusing public attention upon this event. Quite opportunely, the Postmaster General happened to issue new regulations making it possible to post human letters. Of course it was at once determined to post some suffragettes as letters to Mr. Asquith in Downing Street. Accordingly, on Tuesday morning, January 23rd, Jessie Kenney dispatched Miss Solomon and Miss McClellan from the Strand Post Office. Then, in charge of a little messenger boy, one carrying a placard inscribed, "Votes for Women, Deputation to the House of Commons, Wednesday," and the other to the Right Honorable H. H. Asquith, 10 Downing Street, S.W., the two ladies marched off to the official residence. When they arrived, the messenger boy was invited inside, and the door was shut, but after a few moments it was opened again, and an official appeared, saying to the women, "You must be returned." "But we have been paid for," they protested, and he replied, "The post office must deliver you somewhere else. You cannot be received here." "An express letter is an official document," they persisted, "and must be signed for according to the regulations." But the official replied, "You cannot be signed for. You must be returned. You are dead letters." So there was nothing for it but to go back to Clement's Inn. Another day, a facsimile of Black Maria, the van which takes the prisoners to Holloway, was seen driving through the town. It bore the inscription E.P. for Emmeline Pankhurst instead of E.R. Edward Rex, and a man dressed almost exactly like a policeman rode on the back step. When the van reached Regent Street, a body of women in imitation prison dress emerged, and proceeded to distribute handbills to the passers-by, and to chalk announcements of the forthcoming deputation to Mr. Asquith upon the pavement. The members of the Women's Freedom League also hit upon a new and striking advertisement, for Miss Matters, the heroine of the grill scene, floated over the House of Commons in a cigar-shaped dirigible balloon, painted with the fateful words, "Votes for Women." Ridiculous, petty, even unworthy of serious people, you may think, were some of these methods of propaganda and advertisement, but the Suffragettes knew only too well that the cause which does not advance cannot remain stationary, but slips back into the limbo of forgotten things. On February 24th, the 7th Women's Parliament met in the Caxton Hall. Mrs. Pethick Lawrence sallied forth from it with a number of women in her train, but she and 28 of her comrades, including Lady Constance Lytton and Miss Daisy D. Solomon, the daughter of the late Prime Minister of the Cape, were soon arrested. Their trial took place before Sir Albert de Rutzen at Bow Street next day, and on refusing to be bound over to keep the peace, they received sentences of from 1 to 2 months' imprisonment. There were now many members, both of the Women's Social and Political Union and of the Women's Freedom League in Holloway, and one day, whilst they were exercising together, a member of the latter organization, Mrs. Meredith MacDonald, a lady in middle life, fell on the frosty stones. 2 of her fellow prisoners ran to help her, but the wardress forced them away, and though she said she believed her thigh to be injured, she was forced to drag herself unaided to her cell. Her request to see her own doctor was refused, and not until she became unable even to turn in her bed was she removed to the prison hospital. When at last the X-rays were applied, it was found that her thigh was fractured, and that, owing to the long delay and lack of poor treatment, she would be lame for life. The matter was reported to the Home Secretary with a demand for redress, but no result followed until June 1910, more than a year afterwards, when, legal proceedings having been instituted, the authorities at last agreed to pay Mrs. MacDonald £500 damages, and her legal costs, amounting to an equal sum. Meanwhile, a place for a woman's suffrage measure had been won in the private member's ballot by Mr. Geoffrey Howard, a Liberal member of Parliament and son of the Countess of Carlisle. Mr. Howard and the Women's Suffrage Committee of Liberal members with whom he was working, decided to abandon the old Equal Bill and to introduce a complicated reform measure, on the lines of that foreshadowed by Mr. Asquith in his famous promise of the previous year, except that, in this case, Votes for Women was to form part of the original measure, instead of being left to come in as an amendment. Under this private member's reform bill, the only condition required for registration as a parliamentary voter was to be that the person registered, whether man or woman, should be of full age and have resided for not less than 3 months within the same constituency. It was estimated that the bill would qualify some 15 million new voters, 12 million of whom would be women, and would thus nearly treble the number at present entitled to exercise the franchise. Note 33. It would at the same time abolish plural voting. The professed object of bringing forward this measure was to meet the stipulation put forward by Mr. Asquith and Mr. Lloyd George, that votes should not be given to women except on democratic lines. On Friday, March 19th, the bill came up for second reading, and Mr. Howard, in explaining its provisions, said that he had no hope of carrying it into law, but merely wished to "clear the air," for the Reform Bill presented by the government. Sir Charles Maclaren said that he hoped this bill might help the government to come to some decision as to the manner in which they would deal with the women's suffrage question next year. But when Mr. Asquith arose to make the expected government pronouncement, he declared that the opinion of the government was unchanged and entirely unaffected by the introduction of this bill. He added, however, that there were certain proposals contained in the measure of which he approved, but carefully explained that his approval only extended so far as the bill referred to men. Though he was aware that the measure would not be pressed beyond a second reading, he stated that the members of the government would abstain from voting either for or against it. The whole debate, therefore, ended in fiasco, and had been merely a wasted opportunity. After Mr. Asquith's pronouncement the House divided and there voted. For the bill, 157. Against the bill, 122. Majority for the bill, 35. It will be thus seen that this bill of Mr. Howard's secured a very much smaller measure of support than that which had been accorded to the Equal Woman's Enfranchisement Bill in the previous year, for the figures had then been: for the bill, 271 against 92. Majority for the bill, 179. The Women's Social and Political Union now decided that another deputation should attempt to obtain an interview with Mr. Asquith, and an 8th Women's Parliament was held on March 30th. Mrs. Saul Solomon, widow of the Governor-General of South Africa, an elderly motherly figure, volunteered to lead its deputation of 30 women who were to carry the usual resolution to the House, whilst Miss Dora Marsden, B.A., of Manchester, looking exactly like a Florentine angel, marched before with a purple, white and green standard announcing the arrival of the deputation. As soon as the women reached the street, the usual pushing and hustling by the police began, and after an hour's brave struggle 11 of them were arrested. Next day 9 of those who had not been taken again returned to the charge, and eventually the 20 women were sent to prison at Sir Albert de Rutzen's orders, 19 of them for 1 month, and Patricia Woodlock, because she had served several sentences already, for 3. On April 16th, Mrs. Pethick Lawrence, our dear treasurer, was released, and we were able to tell her that no less than £8,000 had been collected by the sacrifice of our members during Self-Denial Week. A great procession was formed in her honor and marched from the Marble Arch to the Aldwych Theatre, where she was to speak. What a day it was to welcome anyone from prison! The trees were just bursting into leaf, and the brilliant April sunshine glistened on the silver armor of Elsie Howie, who represented Joan of Arc, the warrior maid, whose beatification was taking place that very day, and rode at the head of the procession astride her great white charger, with the brisk wind blowing back her fair hair, and gaily fluttering the purple, white and green standard which she bore. Then came women and girls with flowers and banners, and Mrs. Lawrence's own carriage covered with flags, and everywhere were the purple, white and green colors, except at one point where the American delegates to the International Women's Suffrage Congress, then sitting in London, rode in a carriage draped with their own stars and stripes. Inside the theatre the platform was covered with flowers sent by hundreds of members and friends, and there, too, the American delegates had added their tribute, a little silk copy of their national flag. It was a wonderful speech that Mrs. Lawrence then delivered, full, not only of enthusiasm and deep feeling, but of logic and common sense, and of unanswerable arguments for the women's cause. She reminded us that she and her fellow suffragists had gone to prison in support of the old English constitutional maxim that taxation and representation should go together. Before she had gone to prison, she told us, a birthday book had been shown to her that had been got out for church bazaar. In that book Mr. Asquith had been asked to write his favorite quotation with his signature, and this favorite quotation of Mr. Asquith's had turned out to be, "Taxation without representation is tyranny." Many stories she told us of what she had seen and heard in prison. One morning the chaplain had come into the hospital where she was, and had called up an old woman to speak to him. Everyone there had heard the conversation that passed between them, and had learnt in reply to his peremptory questioning, her name, her age, the length of her sentence, and so on. She was 76, unmarried, and for the first time in her long life she was now imprisoned because she could not pay her rent and taxes, £3 16s. "I keep a lodging-house for working men," she said. "It has been a very bad winter for my lodgers, and they have not been able to pay me." "This woman was quite good enough to pay taxes," said Mrs. Lawrence. This old woman of 76, and to go to prison when she could not meet the taxes, and yet she was not counted fit to exercise a vote. Mrs. Lawrence also told us of a conversation between herself and the chaplain. "I have heard a great deal of you, Mrs. Lawrence," he had said. "You have started holiday homes for girls. I wish you would start a holiday home for wardresses. You see, they work very hard, 12 hours a day. They very often break down, and then they have not enough money to go away on holiday." I looked at him in amazement, Mrs. Lawrence told us. To think that a government servant should come to me, a voteless woman, and suggest that I should supply a deficiency created because our legislators do not pay their women servants enough. So argument followed argument, and there were many suffragettes who joined the Union on that day. Ever since the night on which the members of the Freedom League had changed themselves to the grill and pieces of that historic monument of prejudice had been taken down, whilst 2 men in the Strangers' Gallery had loudly demanded votes for women, the galleries had been closed, and though press representatives had still leave to come and go, as far as the general public was concerned, the House had sat in secret conclave for 6 months. Members of Parliament found the exclusion of all visitors to the House to be exceedingly inconvenient, and at last the government introduced what it called a brawling bill, which was to settle the question by providing that any person not being a member of either House of Parliament, while present in the Palace of Westminster during the sitting of either House, who is guilty of disorderly conduct or acts in contravention of any rule or order of the House in respect of the admission of strangers, shall be guilty of misdemeanor, and liable to summary conviction and imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, or to a fine not exceeding £100. In bringing the bill forward, the Attorney General urged that though the House could already punish strangers who broke its rules by committing them to Newgate Prison, their imprisonment there could only last whilst the House was sitting, so that those who committed an offence towards the close of the session would be too easily let off. Moreover, the House had not the power to punish offenders without debate, and for it to suspend its consideration of "high matters," in order to discuss the cases of persons who, though he declared that no offence could be more serious than theirs, he yet characterized as unworthy in themselves of further consideration than any ordinary police magistrate could give them, was to play the game of the disturbers and to give them the maximum of advertisement with the minimum of punishment. When someone pointed out that all accused persons liable to 6 months' imprisonment were entitled to trial by jury, he at once stated that he should prefer to reduce the proposed term of imprisonment to 3 months. Finally, he recommended the bill to the House as one that would save its time and safeguard its dignity. Lord Balcarres urged that anyone charged under the bill would have the right to subpoena the Speaker of the Chairman of Committee who had witnessed the occurrence complained of to give evidence at the trial. It would be impossible, he said, to say that Mr. Speaker must not be summoned because he represented the quintessence of the collective wisdom of the House of Commons, and it would be a most deplorable thing if the Speaker and other officials and members of the House were to be hauled into court for no other reason than to draw public attention to the police court proceedings, and to make sensational paragraphs in the evening papers. Mr. Mooney, an Irish member, said amid great laughter that he thought the bill must have been drafted in the neighbourhood of Clement's Inn, because of the advertisement it would give to certain propagandists, whilst Mr. Hazleton declared that the government were merely setting up an Act of Parliament as an Aunt Sally for every suffragette to come along and have a shot at. Mr. Keir Hardie stated that in his opinion the bill was only necessary because of the failure of members of the government and members of the House to redeem their election pledges in regard to women's suffrage, and that it was because women felt that they could no longer appeal to the honor of the House of Commons that they had taken to extreme measures. In his reply, the Attorney General ignored this latter view of the case, but dealt at length with the right of summoning witnesses, pointing to the setting aside of the subpoenas to Mr. Asquith and Mr. Herbert Gladstone, in the case of Mrs. Bain's trial at Leeds, as a proof that this could easily be done again to protect the officers of the House, and especially the great officers, from being summoned. He promised that stringent provisions with this object should be added in committee, saying, "I do not think the House need trouble itself with that objection." Evidently, therefore, the gradual sweeping away of every safeguard of a free people against coercion, which had been won for us by the suffering and sacrifice and ceaseless effort of generation of our forebears, was as nothing to the government in comparison with the staving off of the woman's claim to vote. Now it was one of the fundamental rights of the accused person that they were proposing to tamper with, but the House would not agree. Sir Edward Carson, whilst expressing doubt as to the practicability of the government's proposals, protested emphatically against the suggestion that there should be a law of subpoena for the House of Commons different to that which prevailed in the rest of the land. Finally, the Prime Minister rose to say that though, after the trouble that had been taken in drafting it, he did not like to withdraw the bill altogether, he had thought that further time should be given for consideration, and that the debate should be adjourned. The Brawling Bill was never heard of again. Its final death blow was dealt on April 27th, exactly a week after it had been discussed, when 5 suffragettes effectively showed that no threat of a brawling bill could prevent them from demonstrating in the House of Commons by entering St. Stephen's Hall and chaining themselves to the statues of 5 men: Walpole, Lord Somers, Selden, and Lord Falkland, whose names are famous in the struggle for British liberties in Stuart days. Having so chained themselves, the women addressed the visitors and members of Parliament, explaining that they themselves were engaged in fighting for the liberties of 1/2 of the British people. With strong pincers the police succeeded in breaking the chains, but there was no prosecution, and shortly afterwards the Speaker announced that both the ladies' and strangers' galleries were to be reopened on certain conditions. Before being admitted, each visitor must now subscribe his or her name and address to the following printed pledge: I undertake to abstain from making any interruption or disturbance, and to obey the rules for the maintenance of order in the galleries. Having signed the pledge, men visitors were to be absolutely trusted, but women were treated as having absolutely no sense of honor, for no woman was to be permitted to get even so far as the signing of the pledge, unless she happened to be related to a member of Parliament, and no member was to be allowed to introduce any lady to the gallery unless he had previously won a place for her in the ballot. On May 13th, the Women's Social and Political Union opened in the Prince's Skating Rink, Knightsbridge, a Votes for Women exhibition in the purple, white, and green. Mrs. Lawrence and the committee of the Union were driven thither by a woman chauffeur in a motor car for which the suffragettes had subscribed in order that they might present it to the Treasurer on her release from prison. The rink was covered outside with a mass of waving flags in the colors, and inside these also predominated. The theme of the decorations which lined the walls of the great central hall was, "They that sow in tears shall reap in joy, and he that goeth forth and weepeth bearing precious seed, shall doubtless come again with rejoicing, bringing his sheaves with him." And indeed, in those bright spring days at the skating rink, though the victory of the franchise was not yet won, some of the fruits of the struggle were already present in the glad comradeship of the workers. Everyone seemed to be full of high spirits, and all were keenly interested in the success of the enterprise, and, in spite of the strenuous militant tactics in which they were engaged, and of all the propaganda work which they were accomplishing, every branch of the Union and every organizing center had its stall laden with goods. Friends from all over the world had sent their contributions, and the Norwegian delegates to the International Suffrage Congress had a stall of their own in aid of the WSPU funds. But this was no mere bazaar, for at every turn one was reminded of Votes for Women. Each day as one entered, a ballot paper was always pressed into one's hand, and every visitor to the exhibition was invited to record a vote upon some question of the moment, the ballot box and everything connected with the voting being arranged just exactly as it is in parliamentary elections. At one end of the hall was a facsimile of a prison cell, in which sat a woman in second division prison dress who herself had actually been to Holloway, and could explain exactly how the bed was rolled and the tins were cleaned. Side by side with this was the sort of cell which may be occupied by men political prisoners. Ranged along one wall were glass cases containing clever little cartoon models, prepared by sculptors in the Union, and showing numerous representations of cabinet ministers in their various encounters with the suffragettes. Amongst a host of others, there was Mrs. Pankhurst and her deputation at the door of the House of Commons, with the cabinet ministers hiding fearfully behind a group of stalwart police. Then there was a picture gallery of press photographs showing the history of the militant movement, and there were entertainments, all about Votes for Women, by those ardent suffragists, the members of the Actresses' Franchise League. The exhibition lasted a fortnight, and at the end of the first week came a great surprise. For a woman's drum and fife band, consisting of members of our Union who had been practicing in secret for months past, now dressed in a specially designed uniform of purple, white, and green, formed up in the center of the rink, and with Mrs. Lee as drum major, marched out playing the Marseillaise, and then went round the town to advertise the exhibition. Hundreds of new members were made during the fortnight, and perhaps the smallest part of the whole achievement was that £5,564 was added to the WSPU campaign fund. Altogether, it was decided that the exhibition in the colors was the smartest, brightest, and cheeriest exhibition that anyone had ever seen. Strangers visiting it said, "What happy women you suffragettes are! We never thought you were like that." To those who read of this movement in future years, it may seem strange that, in spite of the unremitting character of the struggle, the suffragettes, when not actually engaged in the fighting line, should have been so generally merry and light-hearted. W. D. Howells, in his Venetian Life, and others, tell us that whilst Venice was dominated by Austria, the whole town was under a cloud. The Italians gave no balls, dinners, or entertainments, and even the great opera house was closed. But the attitude of the suffragettes was perhaps more in keeping with the English character. Have we not heard that though the Spanish Armada had long been expected, Drake and the other great sea fighters were playing bowls when the news came that it was in sight? And now, whilst the exhibition was in progress, the fighting campaign was going forward all over the country as briskly as ever. Note 34. The protests in connection with cabinet ministers' meetings continued almost daily, and whilst the strictest precautions were taken to keep them out, the greatest ingenuity was displayed by them in obtaining an entry. At a meeting of Mr. Burrell's in the Colston Hall, Bristol, 2 women were found to have hidden themselves among the pipes of the organ. When the same minister spoke with Lord Crewe at Liverpool, Mary Phillips, who had lain crouching for 24 hours amid the dust and grime in a narrow space under the organ, was there to remind them of Patricia Woodlock, the Liverpool suffragette who was then serving a sentence of 3 months' imprisonment in Holloway Jail. Meanwhile, during the spring of 1909, 8 by-election contests had been fought at Glasgow, Hawick Boroughs, Forfar, South Edinburgh, Croydon, East Edinburgh, the Attercliffe division of Sheffield, and Stratford-on-Avon. The Scotch constituencies, with the exception of Glasgow, which is not typically Scotch, were the most difficult to fight, for the majority of the Scotch people have long been so rootedly liberal that a very exceptional degree, not only of sympathy with the cause but of belief in the by-election policy, was needed to induce any of the electors to alter their old allegiance, and to allow a Conservative to be returned. Nevertheless, the Liberal majority was in every case reduced. In Glasgow, the seat which had been held by a Liberal was wrested from the government by a Liberal majority of 2,113. At Croydon, the Liberal candidate was also defeated by a greatly increased majority, for whilst in the general election it had been 638, it was now 3,948. The elections at Attercliffe and Stratford-on-Avon were perhaps the most striking of the series. In the former contest, the Liberals strove to counteract the suffragette influence in numerous ways, including the issuing of leaflets with such headings as "Working Men Don't Be Fooled by Mrs. Pankhurst" and "Suffragette and Tory Lies Nailed to the Counter." In these documents they tried to lead the public to think that the police, and not the government in power, were responsible for the suffragist imprisonments. When the result of the polling was made known, it was found that the Liberal nominee had been placed 3rd on the poll, having secured less than half the votes which had been cast for his party in the last election. At Stratford-on-Avon, another Liberal seat, the government candidate was again routed, this time by a majority of 2,627 votes. Footnotes 33. Estimate given by the Liberal Daily Chronicle. Note 34. The Freedom League had also held a successful and interesting green, white, and gold affair at the Caxton Hall. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Suffragette, The History of the Women's Militant Suffrage Movement, by E. Sylvia Pankhurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. June and July 1909. The 9th Women's Parliament. Attempt to insist on the constitutional right of petition as secured by the Bill of Rights. Arrest of Mrs. Pankhurst and the Honourable Mrs. Haverfield. Miss Wallace Dunlop and the hunger strike. The 14 hunger strikers in the punishment cells. Mr. Gladstone charges Miss Garnett with having bitten a wardress. Her acquittal. When the authorities had first raised the threat of punishing women under the Statute 13, Charles II, for proceeding to Parliament in a body of more than 12 persons, with the object of presenting a petition to the Prime Minister, the Suffragettes had decided to defy the statute. We were indignant at the proposal to enforce against us in the supposed free and enlightened days of the 20th century, a coercive law passed in a bygone time of great upheaval and of great tyranny. Moreover, the police authorities had stated that if tried under this statute of Charles II, the suffragette cases must be decided by a judge and jury instead of being hustled through the police court. Deputation after deputation of more than 12 women had therefore gone forth, but though these women had again and again been seized and imprisoned for periods as long as that prescribed by that act, the authorities still did not charge them under the act of Charles II. At last, as the seriousness of the whole position grew, our committee decided that it would be wisest to comply with the very letter of the law, and to stand on the constitutional right of the subject to petition the Prime Minister as the seat of power. We were advised that the right of petition, which had been to some extent limited by the act of Charles II, had existed from time immemorial. It had been confirmed by the Bill of Rights which became law in 1689, at the beginning of the joint reigns of William and Mary, as one of the securities for the liberties of the British people, the complete preservation of which had been a condition of the accession of that king and queen. The Bill of Rights declares that it is the right of the subject to petition the king, and all commitments and prosecutions for such petitioning are illegal. As the power of the king had now for all practical purposes passed into the hands of Parliament, the Prime Minister, as the chief parliamentary official, had become the king's representative, and therefore the right to petition the Prime Minister clearly belonged to each and every member of the community. This right, though it should always be zealously guarded, is of course most essential in the case of persons placed outside of the pale of the franchise. A 9th Women's Parliament having been called, Mrs. Pankhurst wrote to Mr. Asquith, stating that a deputation from the Women's Parliament would wait upon him at the House of Commons at 8 o'clock on the evening of June 29th. She informed him further that the deputation could accept no refusal, and must insist upon their constitutional right to be received. The Prime Minister returned a formal refusal to receive them, but the women proceeded with their arrangements. On Tuesday, June 21st, exactly a week before the day fixed for the Women's Parliament, Miss Wallace Dunlop visited the House of Commons with a gentleman who left her, and went on into the lobby to interview a member of Parliament. She passed into St. Stephen's Hall, and sitting down on one of the seats there, unfolded a large block covered with printer's ink. She was pressing this block to the stone wall when a policeman rushed up and dragged her hurriedly away, but there remained displayed upon the wall the words, "Women's Deputation, June 29th, Bill of Rights. It is the right of the subject to petition the king, and all commitments and prosecutions for such petitioning are illegal." Miss Wallace Dunlop was taken to the police inspector's office opening out of the palace yard, but after an impression of her notice had been solemnly made on a sheet of blotting paper, she was allowed to go. She had been pulled away too speedily to look at her own handiwork in St. Stephen's Hall, and the policeman told her that it was only a smudge. 2 days later, therefore, she set out to make a second attempt to stamp on the wall of St. Stephen's her reminder to Parliament that the people's liberties must not be violated. She was able to carefully affix her notice before a policeman appeared, but she was not to be let off this time. On June 22nd, she was tried for wilfully and maliciously damaging the stonework of the House of Commons. She urged in her defense that any damage which she had caused by affixing the notice was entirely outweighed by the great constitutional issue, which it had been her intention to impress upon the members of the House of Commons. "It is claimed by the prosecution," she said, "that it cost 10 shillings to erase the impression of the first notice, and that it will cost probably a similar sum to wipe out the second. It seems to me that it would have been better if the authorities had spent no money at all, but had let the impression stay." She was found guilty and ordered to pay a fine of £5 and £1 1s. 2d. damages, or in default to undergo 1 month's imprisonment in the 3rd Division without hard labor. Meanwhile, very great interest had been aroused in the attempt of the suffragettes to force the Prime Minister to receive them by constitutional means. There was keen discussion as to what would happen, and when the fateful Tuesday came, vast throngs of people, greater perhaps than at any other demonstration, lined the streets in the neighborhood of Parliament. In the House of Commons itself there was a strong feeling that the deputation should be received, and this was expressed at question time by many members. Mr. Keir Hardie asked the Speaker whether it was by his instructions that a deputation of 8 or 9 ladies was to be prohibited from entering the House, but Mr. Speaker replied that this was the first he had heard of it, and that he had issued no instructions. When the same question was put to the Home Secretary, he also answered, "I gave no instructions," and declared that it was the police who had the responsibility of keeping the approaches of the House open. Mr. Hugh Law asked leave to move the adjournment of the House on a matter of urgent public importance, namely, the refusal of the Prime Minister to receive the deputation, and the consequent grave and immediate danger to the public peace, but the Speaker refused, saying that the question had been before the House for at least 2 years. Mr. Keir Hardie then asked if the Home Secretary would give instructions that so long as the deputation was orderly, it should be admitted to St. Stephen's, but Mr. Gladstone refused to accept responsibility, saying, "I cannot say what action will be right or wrong for the police to take." At 7:30 the Women's Parliament met, and a petition to the Prime Minister having been adopted, Mrs. Pankhurst, Mrs. Saul Solomon of South Africa, Miss Nelligan, who from 1874 to 1901 had been head mistress of the Croydon Girls' School and was now 76, and 5 other women were duly appointed to present it straightway. Then Miss Vera Home was dispatched on horseback, with an advance letter announcing the deputation was about to appear. With all possible speed she rode on, forging her way through the masses of people, until close to the House itself she was met by a body of mounted police, who demanded her business. She handed the letter for Mr. Asquith to the inspector, but he merely flung it on the ground, where it was lost to sight amongst the crowd. Note 35. Meanwhile, the little deputation of 8 women were preparing to leave the Caxton Hall, and the Women's Drum and Fife Band, ranged up the steps, was playing out to them the Marseillaise. The shrill, shrill notes of the fife were a call to battle. The heart beat quicker in unison with that drumming, and the breath came hard and short. On the deputation went, whilst the cheers of their comrades mingled with the deeper answering cheer of the crowd outside. On they went up Victoria Street, and all the way from the masses who watched them was heard no single cry against them, nothing but one great cheer. They pressed on, first Mrs. Pankhurst in her light coat, then the 2 little old ladies and the other woman following behind, but just at the corner of St. Margaret's Church a long line of police on horse and foot blocked the road. For a moment there was a strange pause, and the crowd was hushed. Then the police lines opened, and the deputation passed through to the clear space around the House. The crowd cheered, and they were lost to sight. Everyone believed that the women were to be received. But St. Stephen's was closely guarded by police, and as the deputation reached it, Chief Inspector Scantlebury stepped forward and handed a letter to Mrs. Pankhurst. She opened it and read aloud. "The Prime Minister, for the reasons which he has already given in a written reply to their requests, regrets that he is unable to receive the proposed deputation." Then she let the missive fall to the ground, and said, "I stand upon my right as a subject of the King to petition the Prime Minister. I am firmly resolved to stand here until I am received." But even whilst she was speaking, Inspector Scantlebury turned away. He would not wait to hear her statement. She called to him to stay, and pleaded with the bystanders, members of Parliament and others, to bring him back to listen, but he disappeared through the door of the stranger's entrance. Then Mrs. Pankhurst turned to Inspector Jarvis, appealing to him or to anyone to take her message to the Prime Minister, but she was merely told to go away. "I absolutely refuse," she said, and the other ladies chimed in, "We absolutely support Miss Pankhurst." At that, whilst the rows of members of Parliament, policemen, and newspaper reporters looked on with interest, Inspector Jarvis seized Mrs. Pankhurst by the arm and began to push her away. There was no hope now that the deputation would be received, and she well knew that if the women persisted in their demand to enter the House they would be arrested in the end. For the sake of their cause neither she nor they could ever consent voluntarily to retrace their steps. They must refuse to go, and when, as they would be, they were forced rudely back, they must return again and again until they could do so no longer because they had been placed under arrest. This would mean a hard and a long struggle, for the police would first try every other means to overcome them. She knew that in a moment the violence would begin, and that the frail old ladies behind her would be hustled and jostled and thrust ignominiously aside. And so, not for herself, for she had borne this sort of thing before, but to save these older women from ill usage, she committed a technical assault on Inspector Jarvis, striking him lightly on the cheek with her open hand. As she did so, he said, "I know why you have done that." But one blow was not enough, for the police began to seize the other women, and the pushing and hustling began. Then she said, "Must I do it again?" And Inspector Jarvis answered, "Yes." At that she struck him again on the other cheek, and he said, "Take them in," and the 8 women were placed under arrest and led away. Meanwhile, the people outside the police lines had waited patiently until at last the news filtered through that the deputation had not been received. Then, suddenly, a woman was seen struggling through the crowd bearing the colors. Cheers were raised at the sight, and the policemen rushed towards her. This was the signal for a general attempt on the part of the suffragettes to reach the House of Commons, and in ever-recurring batches of 12, that only too soon were to be torn asunder, the women bravely but hopelessly pressed on; whilst more than it had ever done before the crowd showed a disposition to help them and to prevent their arrest. But Parliament went on as though nothing were happening, and when a man in the central lobby suddenly shouted, "The women of England are clamoring outside," he was at once seized by numbers of bystanders and police and bundled through the door. Then tranquillity reigned once more. It turned out that the interrupter was Mr. Lawrence Houseman, the well-known writer and artist. At 9 o'clock a great force of mounted police cleared the square, beating the people back into Victoria Street, into Parliament Street, across Westminster Bridge, or along Millbank. It was a familiar stratagem, and as on so many other similar occasions, Parliament Square was soon a desert. But now a strange thing happened, for little groups of women, 6 or 7 at a time, kept issuing from no one knew where, and making determined rushes for the House. As a matter of fact, the W.S.P.U. had hired 30 different offices in the square for that night, and in these offices women lay concealed and dashed out at preconcerted moments. Whilst this was happening in the square, other suffragettes succeeded in carrying out a time-honored means of showing political contempt, by breaking the windows of the official residence of the First Lord of the Admiralty, and of the Home Office, the Privy Council Office, and the Treasury offices in Whitehall. Having gone just after dusk, when the lights are lit in rooms where people are, they chose windows on the ground floor that were still dark. Then to small stones around which were wrapped petitions, they tied string, and holding fast to the end of the string, they struck the stones against the windows, and having thus made holes, dropped them through. So they accomplished their purpose without the risk of injuring anyone. 108 women were at last taken into custody. Long accounts of the affair appeared in the press next morning, and these were on the whole very much more favorable to the women than any that had gone before, as the following gleanings from some of the papers indicate. The record of these attempted raids has been one of remarkable persistency in the face of every possible discouragement from the authorities. Daily Telegraph. The same paper also published a humorous pen and ink drawing of a mounted policeman, 4 constables, and an inspector marching off to prison the tiny figure of Miss Nelligan, with the inscription, 79 years old. Liberal treatment. It is the most successful effort that the militant section of the party have made. However much one may deplore their methods, one cannot overlook their earnestness. They are out to win. The Scotsman. Principle and tact alike are wanting in the Asquith administration, otherwise there would have been none of the suffragette scenes in today's police court, and none of the tumult and expense of last night. No one supposes for a moment that such a large and influential body as the suffragettes would have been denied a hearing by Mr. Asquith and his colleagues had it possessed voting power. The Manchester Courier. It is not likely that any one of the thousands of men and women who saw the suffragist deputation to Mr. Asquith to the House of Commons on Tuesday night will ever forget the scene, much as he or she may wish to do so. There are some things which photograph themselves indelibly on the sensitive plate of the brain, and that was one of them. East Anglican Daily Times. The Prime Minister has shockingly mismanaged the business from the beginning. Yorkshire Weekly Post. There is some concern amongst Liberals at the Prime Minister's persistent refusal to receive a deputation from the suffragists. They doubt if he is wise in showing so unyielding an attitude to them. Manchester Daily Dispatch. As the deputation of women had complied with the very letter of the law, the W.S.P.U. determined to prove, if possible, that the government had broken the law in refusing to allow them to present their petition. Mr. Henley was retained to deal with the legal aspect of the case, and he pressed home his contention with so many forceful arguments that when he had finished, Mr. Musket, who was conducting the case for the prosecution, asked to be allowed time to prepare an answer. When the case was continued on Friday, July 9th, a sensation was created by the discovery that Lord Robert Cecil had been retained to defend the case of Mrs. Haverfield, upon which all the others hung. Mr. Musket now began by suggesting that the women had had no intention of presenting a petition, and that the claim that they had gone to the House of Commons, in the endeavour to do so, was an afterthought, got up for the purposes of the defence. He was soon obliged to abandon this line of attack, for the speeches and articles of the leaders, the leaflets published by them, and the official letters of the W.S.P.U. to Mr. Asquith, together with the fact that each member of the deputation had carried a copy of the petition, clearly demonstrated the absurdity of this contention. The whole case as to the right of petition, and of the way in which that right should be exercised, was then discussed, first by Mr. Musket, and then by Lord Robert Cecil. Afterwards Mrs. Pankhurst quietly told her own story of the happenings on June 29th. In conclusion she said to Sir Albert de Rutzen, "I want to say to you here, standing on this dock, that if you deal with us as you have dealt with other women on similar occasions, the same experience will be gone through. We shall refuse to agree to be bound over, because we cannot in honor consent to such a course, and we shall go to prison to suffer whatever awaits us there. But in future, we shall refuse to conform any longer to the regulations of the prison. There are 108 of us here to-day, and just as we have thought it our duty to defy the police in the streets, so when we get into prison, as we are political prisoners, we shall do our very best to bring back into the 20th century the treatment of political prisoners, which was thought right in the case of William Cobbett and other political offenders of his time." Then, looking rather pained, and blinking his eyes very nervously, the amiable-looking elderly magistrate proceeded to give his decision. He said that whilst he agreed with Lord Robert Cecil and Mr. Henley that the right of petition clearly belonged to every subject, he yet thought that when the police had refused permission to enter the House, and when the Prime Minister had said that he would not receive the deputation, the women had acted wrongly in refusing to go away. He should therefore fine them £5, and if they refused to pay, should send them to prison for 1 month in the 2nd Division. This punishment should not take immediate effect, because he understood he was desired to state a case upon the legal point as to the right of petition, and as he was quite prepared to do this, the matter would be taken to a higher court for further consideration. Mrs. Pankhurst then claimed that the charges against every one of her fellow prisoners should be held over until her own case had been finally decided, as they all turned on the same point. This was agreed to, except in regard to the 14 women charged with stone-throwing and attempted rescue, who on Monday, July 12th, were tried and sent to prison for periods varying from 1 month to 6 weeks. And now the evening paper placards were announcing a strange thing that had been taken place in Holloway Gaol. Miss Wallace Dunlop, who had gone alone to prison, had set herself to wrest from the government the political treatment which her comrades demanded, and had seized upon a terrible but most powerful means of attaining her object. On arriving in prison on Friday evening, July 2nd, she had at once claimed to be treated as a political offender, and when this had been denied, she warned the governor that she would refuse to eat anything until she had gained her point. On Monday morning she put her breakfast aside, untasted, and addressed a petition to Mr. Gladstone, explaining that she had adopted this course as a matter of principle, and for the sake of those who might come after. Miss Wallace Dunlop has not the vigor and reserve force that belong to youth, and she is of fragile constitution, but she never wavered, and went cheerfully on with her terrible task. Every effort was made to break down her resolution. The ordinary prison diet was no longer placed before her, but such dainty food as at other times is not seen in Holloway, and this was left in her cell both day and night, in the hope that she would be tempted to eat, but though her table was always covered, she touched nothing. Tuesday was the day on which she felt most hungry, and then, as she says, "I threw a fried fish, 4 slices of bread, 3 bananas, and a cup of hot milk out of the window." Threats and coaxing alike failed to move her. The doctor, watching her growing weakness with concern, came to feel her pulse many times during the day, but her calm, steadfast spirit and gentle gaiety never deserted her. She had always a smile for him. "What are you going to have for dinner to-day?" he would ask, and she would reply, "My determination." "Indigestible stuff, but tough, no doubt," he would answer. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday passed. By Friday it was clearly realized that she would not change her mind, but would carry on her hunger strike even to the gates of death. Hourly she was growing more feeble, and so on Friday evening, July 9th, she was set free. The 14 women who had been sentenced on the day of her release, and heard the news of what she had done as they were being hurried to jail, decided to follow her example. On reaching Holloway, they at once informed the officials that they would refuse to deliver up any of their private property, to undress and to put on the prison clothing, to obey the rule of silence, to perform prison tasks, and to eat the prison food, and that in every way that was open to them they would protest against the regulations. The governor agreed for the time being to allow them to retain their own clothing, but told them that when the visiting magistrates next came round they would be charged before them with mutiny. The women then addressed petitions to the Home Secretary, demanding that, in accordance with international custom, they should receive the treatment due to political prisoners, and decided to wait a day or two for a reply before beginning the hunger strike. The Suffragettes had always condemned the inadequate ventilation of the cells, which they felt to be exceedingly injurious to the health of every prisoner. On those burning summer days the stifling heat became almost unbearable, and after several times appealing that more fresh air should be allowed to them, the women at last determined to break some of the pains. On Wednesday morning, Christabel and Mrs. Tuke, anxious for news of their comrades, went up to Holloway and obtained admittance to a house opposite the jail. There, from a back window, they called to the prisoners, who eagerly stretched out their arms to them through the broken panes, and in a few shouted words told them of what had taken place. The same afternoon a committee of visiting magistrates arrived in the prison, and sentenced the Suffragettes to from 7 to 10 days close solitary confinement. The women were then all dragged away to the punishment cells. Miss Florence Spong, one of the prisoners, describes her experience thus: "Entering a dim corridor, on either side of which were cells, I was conducted to the last one, and the double iron doors were clanged and locked behind me. The cell, damp, icy cold, and dark, struck terror in me, but the principle for which I was fighting helped me to overcome my fears. In the dim light I discovered a plank bed fixed in one corner of the cell about 4 inches from the ground, with a wooden pillow at the head. Opposite was a tree stump, clamped to the wall for a seat, and in another corner was a small shelf, with a filthy rubber tumbler full of water. High above the bed was a small window, and through the tiny panes of opaque glass a faint light filtered. Realizing how quickly the light was waning, I hurriedly examined my cell. I discovered 2 pools of water near the head of the bed which never dried up. There was a small square of glass high above the door, and through this a light of a tiny gas jet flickered from the corridor outside. This was lit at 5 o'clock, and just enabled me to see the objects in my cell. At 8 o'clock 3 wardresses brought me a mattress and some rugs, and again the doors clanged to, and I was alone. I will not speak of that night. I leave it for your imagination. At 6 the next morning I was told to get up, my mattress and bedclothes were taken from my cell, and a tiny bowl of water was brought me to wash in, and that was the only wash I was allowed every 24 hours. "It is wrong that there should be such places today," Miss Florence Cook told the governor. "They would drive any ordinary prisoner mad." And she tells us, "I saw all means of protest had been taken from me except one, and that was to do what Miss Wallace Dunlop had done, to refuse to take any food. The hardest time was the first 24 hours. Milk was brought to me which I felt I could have taken very willingly, but I put it from me. Then the wardress brought me in some food. I said to her, 'Will you please take that out?' She refused. I therefore took the tin in which the food was, and rolled it out of the cell, and what was in it went upon the ground." This is important, because Mr. Gladstone afterwards charged the Suffragettes with having thrown food at the wardresses. Miss Cook goes on: "I was particularly careful in what I did to be polite, and I believe all the other Suffragettes were the same. On Friday I took to my bed, and the doctor told me that if I persisted I should get a fever, but I was absolutely determined to do my part, at whatever sacrifice, and I told the governor that so long as I was responsible for my action I should refuse to take food. On Sunday night I was removed to the hospital, and there a fresh effort was made to get me to take food. Medicine was brought to me which I absolutely refused, knowing that it was either food in disguise, or else intended to aggravate my hunger. On Monday afternoon my head felt exceedingly bad, and I hardly knew what I was doing, but I determined that I would not give in. In the evening the governor came to me and said, "Be very calm." I said to him, "There is a supreme power which gives us strength to bear whatever comes to us." He said, "I have orders to release you," and I said to him, "Does Mr. Gladstone prefer this to doing us justice?" The other prisoners all told similar stories, each of which unconsciously displayed the most wonderful heroism. One day Miss Mary Allen fell fainting on the stone floor of her punishment cell, and when, weak and numb with cold, she regained consciousness, she sang the Woman's Marseillaise to cheer herself, and to her delight the occupant of the next cell joined in. So, bravely struggling, each of the women won her way out to freedom, having fasted bravely, some for 6½, others for 6, 5½, or 5 days. Think of the courage of it! To be confined there in semi-darkness when a word would procure release; to withstand the terrible pangs of hunger with food always before one's eyes, distracted by the fever of that unhealthy and fetid place; to feel oneself growing gradually weaker and weaker, and to know that but a little more, perhaps suddenly, any moment without warning, and the heart will stop; and yet never, never to falter, always to cling on to the word of their faith, and the great impersonal ideal. Think of the wonderful courage of it! And after their release it was only with utmost care and cherishing that these dear women were won back to life, and in their feeble weariness they felt, even when lying on the softest bed, as though they were stretched upon iron bars. There were some generous souls, the Reverend Hugh Chapman of the Royal Chapel of the Savoy, and others, who raised their voices in protest, and in appeal to the authorities to withdraw their obstinate opposition to the cause for which the women fought, or at least to extend to them the recognized usages of political warfare. It was shown that even according to the strict letter of the law the women, their stone-throwing notwithstanding, had an unassailable claim to political treatment. In the case of N. Re Castione, reported in Pitt Cobbett's Leading Cases on International Law, a Swiss subject named Castione had been arrested in England at the requisition of the Swiss government on a charge of murder. Under the provisions of the Extradition Act of 1870, the prisoner could not be extradited if the offense was of a political character, and the judges unanimously held that even such offenses as murder and assassination must be considered political, if committed in the belief that they would promote the political end in view, and as part of, and incidental to, a genuine political agitation, rising, or disturbance. But the legal and moral justice of their claim and the heroic courage of the women were alike disregarded by the government, and when on July 21st private members of Parliament pressed Mr. Gladstone to relent, and to do justice to the women political prisoners, he retaliated by asserting that they had both kicked and bitten the wardresses. The charge was indignantly repudiated by every prisoner, and after careful inquiry, the WSPU issued a statement denying the accusations. 3 days later it was announced by the press that Mr. Gladstone had held an inquiry at the prison, as a result of which he had decided that the allegations of assault against the suffragette prisoners had been clearly proved. The WSPU then wrote urging that the case ought not to be judged on one-sided evidence, and claiming that the Home Secretary should allow the 14 suffragettes against whom the charges had been made to put their side of the matter before him. Mr. Gladstone merely replied that he had already directed proceedings to be taken against Miss Theresa Garnett and Mrs. Dove Wilcox, 2 of the suffragettes concerned, and that these proceedings would afford full opportunity for them to swear to their version of the facts before the court. On August 4th these trumped-up charges were heard at the North London Police Court. During the whole course of the agitation the suffragettes had never sought either to conceal or to deny what they had done, or to escape punishment for their actions, and the police had always readily admitted that they could unhesitatingly accept the word of a suffragette. It is unnecessary, therefore, to give at any length the evidence put forward at the trial of these 2 women. Their own statements, calmly and carefully given, even the magistrate, although he punished them, certainly believed. Miss Theresa Garnett was accused of biting one wardress and striking another. In defending herself against these charges, she said, "On Wednesday, July 14th, wardresses entered my cell and ordered me to come down to see the visiting magistrates. I stopped to pick up my bag to bring with me. Note 36. Immediately the wardresses intervened between me and my bag to prevent me taking it, and a scuffle ensued, in the course of which I found myself on my back, and 2 or 3 other wardresses came into my cell. In this struggle I did not strike or bite or assault any of the wardresses in any way, but used such force as I was able to put forth in order to regain possession of my property. One of the wardresses tore my dress, and it is quite likely that as I took hold of her, her dress became torn. I was then conducted to the head of the stairs, and seeing that further attempts to retain my property would be of no avail, I walked quietly down into the magistrate's room. When I was there, the charges of breach of prison discipline were made against me, and the matron further charged me with having torn the dress of one of the wardresses whilst I was being brought into the room, but no charge of biting the finger of the wardress was made against me. I was then asked whether I had any apology to make. I was sentenced to 8 days solitary confinement, and I made no resistance as I was marched away to a punishment cell. Since I learned that this charge was to be brought against me, I have been wondering how it could have arisen. I do not believe that the wardresses would purposely fabricate a charge against me. I am led therefore to suppose that this charge rests upon a mistake. You will have noticed, sir, that no charge of biting the wardress's finger was preferred against me in the presence of the visiting magistrates, whilst a charge of tearing the wardress's dress, which occurred at the same time that my other act is alleged to have happened, was reported to them then and there. I can only suppose, therefore, that this charge was an afterthought, and that, finding a wound on her finger, the wardress concluded that it had been produced by a bite. Now, sir, I have dressed myself to-day exactly in the way which I was dressed that day in Holloway, and you will notice that I am wearing this portcullis brooch on my left side." At this Miss Garnett unbuttoned and took off the coat she was wearing, and the magistrate rudely said, "I suppose you could bite as well in one dress as in another." "I have already told you that my dress was torn," she went on. "You will see that it is torn close to the brooch. I think it is exceedingly probable that the wardress who tore my dress received a wound in her finger from the brooch I was wearing, and this wound would exactly resemble the wound caused by a bite." Miss Garnett now unpinned the portcullis brooch, which since April of that year had been presented as a badge of honor to every member of the W.S.P.U. who had suffered imprisonment for the cause, and which, like a genuine portcullis, had 5 sharp little tooth-like projections at its base. "Here is the brooch," she said, handing it to the magistrate. "You can look at it for yourself. I have only this to add: if, in spite of the true facts which I have narrated to you, you send me to prison on account of the charges which have been made against me, I shall go there prepared to carry out afresh my protest against the treatment in prison." Mr. Fordham said that evidently there had been a great struggle, and that at such times it was difficult to say exactly what had taken place. He believed that the wound had been caused accidentally, though he thought it was more likely that the wardress's hand had been struck against Miss Garnett's teeth than that the wound had been caused by the brooch. He therefore dismissed the case, but though Miss Garnett had been acquitted of this charge, Mr. Gladstone never retracted the statements which he had made in Parliament as to the suffragette prisoners having bitten the wardresses. As soon as this first case against Miss Garnett had been disposed of, a second charge of striking one of the wardresses was preferred against her. She then said, "On the day following that on which the visiting magistrates came to Holloway, the wardress entered my cell, and ordered me to get up off the bed. I did not do so, and she seized hold of the bedding and rolled me on to the floor, injuring my knee. I then said to her, 'Is this what you do?' And she said, 'It is.' I said to her, 'In a civilized country?' And she said, 'You are a set of uncivilized women.' I then asked her to leave the cell, and she refused to do so, whereon I pushed her without using any unnecessary violence out of the cell. Later in the day she was exceedingly insolent to me in her behavior, and she further reported me to the governor, and I was moved into a more severe punishment cell. I informed the governor of the manner in which she had treated me, and from that time onwards her behavior was marked by ordinary courtesy." Mr. Fordham then sentenced Miss Garnett to a month's imprisonment in the 3rd Division. After this 2 charges were also brought against Mrs. Dove Wilcox of Bristol, who was accused of having kicked several of the wardresses, both whilst she was being taken from the cell to the visiting magistrate's room, and on the way to the punishment cell afterwards. To the first charge she returned an absolute denial, saying that when summoned to appear before the magistrate she had gone quietly and willingly, and that when she had been charged before them no attempt had been made to suggest that she had assaulted any of the wardresses. She was sentenced to 8 days close confinement in a punishment cell, but as she explained, "I refused to accept this treatment, and said that if they insisted I should have to be dragged away by force. Several wardresses accordingly seized me to take me away. I offered such resistance as I was able to, but was overpowered. Outside the room, some of the wardresses commenced to pummel me very severely, inflicting serious bruises upon me, and at last I deliberately kicked 2 of them. I had on a pair of thin house shoes at the time because, as you know, we had insisted upon our right to retain our own clothing, so that I could not have hurt either of them very much. They then picked me up and carried me to the cell, and on the way treated me very cruelly, twisting my arms, almost throttling me, and tearing at my hair with great violence. I remonstrated with them, saying, "You have no right to treat me in this way, and I shall complain to the governor of this cruelty." They carried me into the cell, and threw me roughly onto the wooden bed, taking away my shoes, which they did not return for some time. At first, I determined to complain to the governor, and to show him the bruises on my arms, but on consideration I remembered that my quarrel was with the government and not with the wardresses. I did not wish them to get into trouble. Moreover, I regarded the incident as closed, as I heard nothing of any complaint as to my action. I consider I was perfectly justified in what I did, and that anyone with arms pinioned, assaulted as I was, would have taken similar action. The magistrate refused to accept Mrs. Dove Wilcox's denial of the charge of kicking the wardresses on her way to the visiting magistrate's room, but said that it was "not of a very serious kind," and that he would sentence her to pay a fine of 40 shillings, or go to prison for 10 days. He also found her guilty of the second charge of kicking the wardresses on being removed from the visiting magistrate's room, and sentenced her to pay a further 40 shillings, or to go to prison for 10 days. If she suffered imprisonment, the 2 terms were to run concurrently, that is to say, she would serve 10 days in all. As she had already stated that she would not pay any fine, this was tantamount to punishing her for one of the charges only. The 2 women were still weak from their first hunger strike, but they determined to again make the same stand. On their arrival at Holloway, the officials forcibly stripped their clothes from their backs, flung the prison garments upon them, and forced them into the punishment cells, where, in spite of the continual faintness from which they suffered, they steadfastly refused all food until Saturday, August 7th, the 3rd day of their imprisonment, when the order of release was brought. Footnotes 35. It was afterwards brought back to Clement's Inn by a stranger who found it still unopened. 36. In this bag Miss Garnett had a change of clothing and other necessaries, and she realized that if this were taken from her, her determination not to wear the prison garments would be frustrated. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Suffragette, The History of the Women's Militant Suffrage Movement by E. Sylvia PANKHURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 20. July to September 1909. Mr. Lloyd George at Limehouse. 12 women sent to prison. Another strike. Hunger strikers in Exeter Jail. The scenes at Canford Park and Rushpool Hall. Mrs. Lee on the roof at Liverpool. Liverpool hunger strikers. Manchester hunger strikers. Leicester hunger strikers. Dundee hunger strikers. The Cleveland by-election. The vindictive attitude of the government and the sufferings and heroism of the women in prison spurred on their comrades outside to deeds of renewed bravery and daring. Everywhere vast throngs of people supported the suffragettes in their protests, and no precautions, however great, or barricades, however high and strong, could keep the women's voices out. "Shame on you, Mr. Asquith!" they cried as he was unveiling a statue in the Embankment Gardens. "Shame on you for putting women in dark cells instead of treating them as political prisoners. Why don't you give us the vote and end it?" "Ladies and gentlemen," thoughtlessly began Mr. Gladstone at a reading meeting from which all women had been excluded, and when there were shouts of "Where are they?" he answered, "Not far off, anyway." He was right, for soon their speeches delivered at a meeting in the street outside were to be heard within, competing dangerously with his own. When on July 15th Mr. Lewis Harcourt was speaking at the Cooperative Hall, Lee, Lancashire, the suffragettes rushed towards the doors. Thousands of people cheered them on, crying, "We will help you to get inside," and though the police arrested Miss Florence Clarkson of Manchester, Mrs. Baines and 3 other women, all but the first, were rescued by the crowd. On July 17th, Adela Pankhurst held a great meeting outside Mr. Winston Churchill's meeting in Edinburgh, and afterwards, amid the enthusiastic plaudits of the crowd, she and Bessie Brand made a dash for the doors, followed and supported by hundreds of men and women. Note 37. They were arrested by detectives in plain clothes and taken to the police station, whilst cheering men raised their hats and women waved their scarves and handkerchiefs. A second charge, led by Miss Eckford of Edinburgh, was beaten back by mounted police, and when Mr. Churchill emerged he was greeted with a storm of groans. Those who had been arrested were released after the meeting. Numbers of men, most of them members of the Men's Political Union, were now also coming forward to demand justice for women at the meetings from which the women were excluded. If they had gone there to heckle cabinet ministers on any other question, nothing very much would have happened, but now most terrible violence was turned upon them. At Mr. Herbert Samuel's meeting in the Corn Exchange, Bedford, on the 22nd July, 4 men undertook to make the protest. At the first sound of the word "women," 2 whole rows of seats were overturned, and the interrupter was immediately rushed out, whilst Mr. Samuel remarked with a sneer that he was interested to meet a suffragist of the male persuasion, but that he suspected the interrupter of being a conservative hireling. A second man rose up and cried, "I am a Liberal and I protest," but the stewards at once set upon him, and he was thrown through a door at the back of the platform and fell some 6 or 7 feet to the ground floor, where he lay insensible for nearly half an hour. 2 other men, one of them a retired naval officer, met with a similar fate. At the same time, 4 of the women who were holding a meeting outside the hall were arrested, and kept at the police station until Mr. Samuel had left the town. When the same cabinet minister spoke at Nottingham, the police again arrested, and subsequently released, 4 women, one of whom was Miss Watts, the daughter of a well-known local clergyman. A like procedure was adopted in numberless cases afterwards. Inside the hall, an unexpected protest was made by Mr. C. L. Rothra, the city coroner for Nottingham, and a prominent Liberal, but in spite of the fact that he was one of the most familiar and respected figures in the town, he narrowly escaped ejection. At Northampton, Mr. Samuel again encountered the women, for a plucky little band, led by Miss Marie Brackenbury, attempted to rush the strong iron gates of the hall. They were flung back by the police, but nothing daunted, Miss Brackenbury climbed to the top of a 40-foot scaffolding adjoining the Exchange, and though the rain poured continuously, addressed the crowd from that great height. But the most extraordinary scenes were perhaps those that took place when Mr. Lloyd George and Mr. Sidney Buxton spoke at Limehouse on July 30th. Some 20 men were there, determined to see that the women's cause should not be overlooked, and as soon as the singing of "For he's a jolly good fellow," which heralded Mr. Lloyd George's appearance on the platform, had died away, a man was seen climbing up one of the pillars at the back of the hall. Having mounted some 15 feet from the ground, he uncoiled a rope from around his waist, contriving a sort of swing seat for himself, and unfurling a purple, white, and green flag, hung there above the meeting. Numbers of stewards at once rushed from every direction to haul him down, but more than a dozen of his friends had already gathered around the pillar. Instead of beginning their speeches, the cabinet ministers sat whispering together. Then one of them went across to Mrs. Lloyd George and a companion, and immediately these 2, the only women present, left the meeting, and the struggle began. Gradually the defenders of the pillar were wrenched from their posts. An eyewitness declared that he saw one man frog-marched out by half a dozen stewards between 2 rows of infuriated blackguards, who were raining blows with their fists on his defenseless face. A gentleman quite unconnected with the suffragists men, who had taken no part in the struggle, protested against this excessive and cowardly violence, but was at once set upon and himself flung outside. One man home from the colonies had his shoulder fractured, another had one wrist broken and the other sprained. Another received black eyes and a broken nose, whilst a Cambridge undergraduate had his collarbone broken, and a dozen other men needed medical attendance, one fainting through loss of blood some time after he had been ejected. At last the stewards reached the pillar, the rope was cut, and the man aloft with the flag was hauled down and set upon by the mob of stewards, who tumbled over each other in the attempt to kick and strike at him. One man deliberately hit him over the face with a glass bottle. When finally he was thrown outside, the police carried him to a doctor. Now the cabinet ministers proceeded with their speeches, but when Mr. Lloyd George began to speak of the "people's will," there came a megaphone chorus from a little workman's dwelling close to the hall where the suffragettes were lying concealed: "Votes for women! Votes for women! Votes for women!" The stewards rushed to the windows on that side of the hall and shut them hurriedly, but the sound penetrated still, for the people of the neighborhood joined in and supported the megaphones with cheers and cries of "Stick to it, miss! Stick to it!" Even this was not all, for a desperate charge was being led against the police cordon that guarded the doors of the hall, and in this struggle 13 women were placed under arrest. These women were summoned to appear before Mr. Dickinson at the Thames Police Court on the following morning, when they were charged with obstruction, and as a result, 12 of them were taken on to Holloway for terms varying from 10 days to 2 months. They were all determined to protest, as those who had gone before them had done, against the prison treatment, and when ordered to undress and to proceed to the cells, they refused, and linking arms stood with their backs to the wall. The governor then blew his whistle, and a great crowd of wardresses appeared. They fell upon the women, and after a long struggle dragged them apart, forced them into the cells, and ordered them to change into prison clothes. Worn out as they now were with vain resistance, they still bravely refused to give in, and their clothes were literally torn from their backs. Who would not shrink from such an ordeal? Who would not rather huddle quietly into the prison clothes, however ill-fitting, coarse and objectionable they might be, than be subjected to such a thing as this, well knowing that whatever happened one must be overpowered in the end? And these women did shrink from the ordeal, but bore it for all their shrinking. "A long file of wardresses fairly ripped my clothes off, leaving me only half covered," says Lucy Burns. "I counted 12 wardresses in my cell. They tried to taunt and goad me," says Mabel Capper, "but I bit my lips." When the prison clothes had been forced onto them, or they had been left half covered with the garments lying beside them, to put them on as best they might, even then they went on bravely with their protest. The ventilation of the cells was inadequate. It was their duty to break the panes, and though they well knew that as a consequence they would be taken where the want of air was even greater, and where they could not break the glass, not one of the 12 shrank back. The windows were scarcely broken when vengeance followed. They were dragged away to the punishment cells, and in these unwholesome dungeons they carried out the hunger strike, some of them under conditions even worse than those borne by their previously imprisoned comrades. In some of the punishment cells, including that of Mrs. Lee, a sanitary convenience, in appearance exactly like an ordinary closet without a lid, was fixed against the wall. There was no water supply for keeping this clear, the inner vessel being withdrawn through the wall from the corridor outside, when it required emptying. When it is realized that the prisoner remained in the cell both night and day without a moment's intermission, and that the ventilation was in any case absolutely inadequate, the objectionable character of this arrangement will be clearly understood. When the matter was made public and commented upon afterwards, Mr. Gladstone stated that this closet was only put there in case of emergency, and that in every case the prisoner would be readily allowed to go to the W.C. in the corridor on ringing her bell. Unfortunately, none of the suffragettes who had been placed in the cells in which these closets were had tested the matter, but those who are familiar with the Holloway regime will for various reasons doubt the truth of this statement, though Mr. Gladstone probably believed it. When a prisoner is told that she will not be allowed to leave her cell at all for several days, and instead of being sent each morning to fetch her own washing water, as is usual, she has it brought to her by a wardress; when at the same time she finds a sanitary convenience in her cell, and the usual cry of "lavatory" is omitted, she naturally concludes that the receptacle is there for her use, and that she will not be permitted to use any other. Anyone who has asked questions in Holloway, where questions are discouraged, knows that, especially if the prisoner were under punishment, questions upon this point would probably not receive either polite or pleasant replies. For 2 nights Mrs. Baker and Mrs. Lee were denied even a mattress, and were obliged to sleep on the hard wooden plank. The long sleepless nights were for all the prisoners the hardest part of the trial. As they grew weaker, their minds, as happens to people during illness, were often filled with strange fancies, which could only with difficulty be subdued. They feared that they might walk in their sleep and eat the food which was always left in their cells during the night. Threats to feed them forcibly were constantly being made, and the horror of being suddenly overpowered was always upon them. Lucy Byrne tells how once in the night she heard a sudden scream. "That cannot be one of our women," she thought. "It is too incoherent," but holding her breath she listened with quickly beating heart. The cry came again and again, and at last she heard quite plainly, "No, no, take it away." Then she leapt from her bed and stood at the door hour after hour waiting for what might come, until at last, worn out and stiff with cold, she wrapped herself in her blanket and fell asleep with her head against the door. Saturday evening, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday passed. On Wednesday the visiting magistrates came round. The prisoners whom they had come to punish were now all weak and haggard, and some were unable to rise from their beds. Nevertheless, further sentences of close confinement in the punishment cells, which they had never yet left, were passed upon them all. But the authorities dared not attempt to carry out these sentences. The chances of life and death had become too evenly balanced now, and Mrs. Baker and Mrs. Lee were set free that evening, and the remainder of the women on Thursday and Friday, August 5th and 6th. Meanwhile, 3 young suffragettes, Vera Wentworth, Mary Phillips, and Rose Howie, had gone through the hunger strike in Exeter, having been arrested in that town on Friday, July 30th, whilst leading a crowd of 2,000 people to the doors of Lord Carrington's budget meeting in the Victoria Hall there. Their arrest had excited great popular indignation, and with shouts of "Let them go, you cowards!" the people had rushed to their rescue, but the soldiery had been called out to beat them back. Suffering born for a cause begets sympathy with that cause, and coercion arouses sympathy with the coerced. Nevertheless, tyranny and cruelty beget their like. A crowd, however hostile, will hesitate to throw the first stone, but when that has been flung, many missiles will often follow. Thus, when it was shown that rather than do them justice, the government was prepared to thrust women into unwholesome dungeons, and to leave them to starve there for many days, a more brutal and vindictive temper began to manifest itself amongst the more disorderly sections of its supporters than had ever before been shown. On August 2nd, a great Liberal fete was held at Canford Park, near Poole in Dorsetshire. There were sports and games, and Mr. Churchill was to deliver an address on the budget. Annie Kenney with 3 companions attended the fete, and the story of what took place is best told in her own words. She says, "As we entered the park together, we saw 2 very young girls being dragged about by a crowd of Liberal men, some of whom were old enough to be their fathers. They had thrown a pig net over them and had pulled down their hair. We heard afterwards that these girls came from a village near by, but the Liberals suspected them to be suffragettes, and ordered them out of the park. Before Miss Brackenbury and I had been in the place many minutes, though we had never opened our lips, we were followed by a howling mob of Liberal men. We thought we would get away from them if we went and watched the sports instead of going direct to Mr. Churchill's meeting, but they crowded round us, and the language they used is not fit for print. After a time a police officer came up and told us that we must clear out of the place, as we were causing all the trouble, though we had never replied back to anything that had been said. As soon as the crowd saw the police were against us, the trouble began. There seemed to be thousands of them surging around us, and they divided Miss Brackenbury and myself, but she tried to keep me in view as much as she could. They did not seem to want to do anything to her, because she looked strong and big, but they all came and attacked me. They were calling out to each other to get hold of me, and throw me into the pond, which was very near. I shall never forget at this point seeing a carriage in which were 2 old ladies come driving up. The carriage was almost turned over, and the 2 women were white with fright and breathing very quickly, but though I appealed to the men on behalf of the 2 ladies, they took no notice. Luckily, the crowd just swerved round the corner, and I consider the lives of the 2 women were saved, not through good management, or through any feeling on the part of the Liberals, but it was just a piece of luck. After that, they seemed to become more enraged. I then turned and faced the crowd, and strange to say, when I could turn round and face them, they never attempted to do anything to me, but as soon as my back was turned they started dragging me about in a most shameful way. One man, who was wearing the Liberal colours, pulled a knife out of his pocket, and to the delight of the other staunch Liberals started cutting my coat. They cut it into shreds right from the neck downwards. Then they lifted up my coat and started to cut my frock, and one of them lifted up my frock and cut my petticoat. This caused great excitement. A cry came from those Liberals who are supposed to have high ideas in public life to undress me. They took off my hat and pulled down my hair, but I turned round upon them and said that it would be their shame and not mine. They stopped then for a minute, And then 2 men, also wearing the Liberal colors, got hold of me and lifted me up, and afterwards dragged me along, not giving me an opportunity to walk out in a decent way. So they dragged her out, the little fragile woman with her torn garments, and her masses of golden hair falling below her waist, her sensitive face flushed and her blue eyes wide with pain and horror. They dragged her close past the house of the great Winborne family who owned Canford Park, but though the guests and members of the family who were watching from the balcony and from the lawn in front were appealed to by others, they made no attempt to intervene, and saw the great gates opened and the little ragged exhausted figure with her streaming hair thrust outside, well knowing that the nearest railway station was more than 3 miles away. Truly, it needed some courage to face things like this for the sake of any cause, and this was not an isolated happening. On August 8th, Miss Helen Tolson had a similar experience at Rushpool Hall, Saltburn by the sea. This is her own description. The day was beautiful, and the private grounds in which Mr. Churchill and Mr. Samuel were to speak were thronged with a great crowd of their supporters, a large number of whom were minors. About 10 of us had obtained admission in one way or another and had stationed ourselves at different points. As each woman spoke, there was a great roar from the crowd, who nearly all left the speaker to follow and ill-treat her as she was being taken out. When my own turn came, I started to ask a question, but was stopped by the hand of a Liberal steward, which was thrust into my mouth. The next thing I remember is 2 stewards holding my arms and a third coming up and deliberately kicking me in the body. This was a sign to the crowd to do what they liked with me, and they thrust me forward with cries of, "Throw her in the pond!" They dragged me to a steep bank above the pond, and here 3 men, seeing that my hold upon a small tree was giving way, tried to help me. Nothing of what happened during the next 10 minutes is at all clear in my memory. I was often full length on the ground, and I know I was bruised from head to foot. The crowd abated their efforts to trample me underfoot when the word was passed that the police were at last coming. When I was pulled up the bank again, I found that my skirt and underclothing had been nearly torn off. A Miss Delay, daughter of Dr. Delay of Cotham, a guest at Rushpool Hall, quite unconnected with the Suffragettes, was set upon by one man who pushed her into some bushes and blew tobacco smoke into her face. She afterwards brought an action for assault against her assailant, and he was fined £3. His defense was that she had cried "cowards" to those who were ejecting the Suffragettes, and had thus angered the crowd so that if he had not seized her she would probably have been swept into a pond. On August 20th, when Lord Crewe spoke at the Great St. Andrew's Hall, Glasgow, Miss Alice Paul succeeded in climbing to the roof, and in the hope of being able to speak to the Cabinet Minister from this point, she lay there concealed for many hours in spite of a downpour of rain. When she was discovered and forced to descend, she was heartily cheered for her pluck by a crowd of workmen, one of whom came forward and apologized for having told a policeman of her presence, saying that he had thought she was in need of help. Later, when the women attempted to force their way into the building, the people needed no urging to lend their aid, and the police who were guarding the entrance were obliged to use their truncheons to beat them back. When the officers of the law attempted to make arrests, the women were rescued from their clutches again and again. Eventually, Adela Pankhurst, Lucy Burns, Alice Paul, and Margaret Smith were taken into custody, but even when the gates of the police station were closed upon them, the authorities feared that they would not be able to hold their prisoners, for the crowd shouted vociferously for their release and twisted the strong iron gates. It was only when the women themselves appealed to them that they consented to refrain from further violence. When Lord Crewe had safely left the town, the friends of the women were allowed to bail them out, on the understanding that they would appear at the police court at 9 o'clock the following morning. Nevertheless, though they arrived before the appointed time, there was no one to show them the court-room, and whilst they wandered about in the passages, trying to find their way, their case was disposed of behind locked doors, and with the public excluded. The bail was escheated, and a warrant was issued for their arrest before 5 minutes past 9. At this, Mr. Thomas Kerr, one of the baileys, rose to protest, and asked 2 minutes' leave to find the defaulting prisoners, saying that he was sure they were already in the building, but he was abruptly told that the court was closed. He went outside and immediately met the ladies, and brought them in before Bailey Hunter, who presided, had left the bench, but though the baileys saw them he hurried away, whilst the fiscal tried to put all the blame upon him. Note 38. The bail was never refunded, and the women never answered to the warrants, and so the matter dropped. The same Friday, August 20th, on which Lord Crewe had spoken at Glasgow, Mr. Haldane, the Secretary of State for War, was addressing a meeting at Liverpool, and Mrs. Lee, who was in command of the Suffragette army there, had organized her forces in such a way as to give an effective reply to his jeering reference to what he described as the bodkin tactics. Early in the day she and a number of others had taken up their quarters in an empty house separated from the hall by a narrow passage only. When the meeting began, she clambered through the window, and swung herself on to the roof with the most extraordinary agility at so great a height, and with so slender a foothold, that observers were thrilled with horror. A loud, clear woman's voice calling attention to the women's demand through a megaphone, and then crash after crash. That was what the people in the hall knew of the scene, whilst outside great crowds were surging, and those who looked up could see what the Liverpool Courier called the frail figure of a little woman peeping out from behind a chimney stack, who, as her comrades at the windows passed ammunition up to her, hurled it on to the roof of the hall, with a dexterity which was nothing short of marvellous. When everything that they had brought with them had been exhausted, she tore the slates up from the roof, and flung them after the rest. The police rushed to the scene and pressed a passing window cleaner into the service, but his ladder was too short, and the fire escape had to be sent for before Mrs. Lee could be brought down. Then she and her 6 comrades were driven away in Black Maria to the Central Bridewell, and having been allowed out on bail at a late hour, were brought up the following morning at the Liverpool Police Court, charged with doing wilful damage to the Sun Hall. They were remanded until the following Tuesday, August 24th, but refused to find bail, and were detained in prison where, on being expected to conform to the ordinary rules, they began the hunger strike, and were placed in the punishment cells. They had already fasted 3½ days when their trial took place. It was stated in the court that no one had been hurt by their action on the night of the Sun Hall meeting, but that damage had been done to the extent of £3 19s. Sentences of from 1 to 2 months' imprisonment in the 2nd Division having been passed upon them, they were taken back to the punishment cells, where, owing to the cold and damp, many of them were stricken with shivering fits. The order of release came for Miss Heelis on the following day, and for the 6 others on Thursday evening. During the summer months, Mr. Asquith had been golfing at Clovelly, and 3 of the younger suffragettes, girls of between 20 and 25, had approached him in the midst of his game, and had told him pretty forcibly what they thought of him and his government. On the first Saturday in September these same girls, Jessie Kenny, Vera Wentworth, and Elsie Howe, visited Little Stone on Sea, where Mr. Asquith and Mr. Gladstone were playing golf together. They caught sight of Mr. Asquith as he was leaving the clubhouse, and Elsie Howe made a dash towards him. He tried to run back into the house, but was caught just as he reached the topmost step. As soon as he felt the girl's touch on his arm, he cried out, "I shall have you locked up." But she replied, "I don't care what you do, Mr. Asquith," and as Jessie and Vera also appeared, he called for help, and Mr. Herbert Gladstone came to his aid. The 2 men tried to push the 3 girls down the steps, but this was not easily accomplished. As Jessie said, there were blows received from both parties, and plenty of jostling. Mr. Gladstone fought like a prize fighter, and struck out left and right. I must say he is a better fighter than he is a politician. These suffragettes have often been called hooligans, but the 2 cabinet ministers certainly showed that they too could be hooligans when no one was looking. At last 2 other men came to reinforce the cabinet ministers, and the girls were all 3 knocked down in a heap. The 2 ministers then made good their escape, and Mr. Gladstone motored to Hythe Police Station, and arranged with the superintendent of the county police for a body of constables to be sent to guard Lympne Castle, where he was staying. Of course the suffragettes were severely condemned for having annoyed the cabinet ministers on their holiday, and the escapade of these 3 girls was described as an outrage, but nevertheless many jokes were made on the subject at Mr. Asquith's expense. Several detailed accounts of his playing golf with an escort of upwards of 6 policemen, some of which he took the trouble to deny, appeared in the press. On Saturday, September 4th, whilst Mr. Asquith was being waylaid at Lympne, scenes in which there was a curious mingling of grave and gay were taking place in Manchester, where Mr. Burrell was addressing a budget demonstration at the White City. The platform from which he was to speak and all the neighbouring roofs had been carefully searched for suffragettes, and with 200 stewards and 50 policemen in the hall, It was thus hoped that they would be excluded. But the women entered the American Cakewalk show which adjoined the concert hall where the meeting was taking place, on the one side, and the American Dragon Slide which came next to it on the other, and from these 2 points they threw small missiles through the glass windows and succeeded in making their voices heard. It was impossible to arrest the suffragettes who were on the cakewalk machine without cakewalking also, and when a policeman mounted the machine in order to effect their capture, he found, to the great amusement of the onlookers, that he had got on to the wrong platform, and so was forced to play his part in what the Liverpool Courier described as a spectacle, which, from the point of its ludicrousness, must stand unparalleled in the annals of police adventure; for as he was obliged to cakewalk forwards, so the offending women were compelled to cakewalk backwards. But if, as is possible, the suffragettes in company with the rest of the public found the spectacle amusing, their fun was soon at an end, for on Monday they were sentenced to from 1 to 2 months' imprisonment in the 2nd Division. Note 39. At Strangeways Jail, terrible punishments were meted out to them on the refusal to obey the rules, but these punishments were tempered by kindly acts on the part of many members of the staff. Some of the women were sentenced not only to close solitary confinement, but to wear handcuffs for 24 hours, and one of them tells that when after a sleepless night the matron took pity on her and ordered the handcuffs to be removed, she nearly fainted with pain, whilst the wardress worked her arms to restore the circulation. To another prisoner who refused to wear the prison clothes was brought a strange unclean leather and canvas jacket with straps and buckles attached. Into this she was forced and locked, but somehow or other she managed to wriggle out all but one arm, and the matron then appeared and ordered that the remaining strap should be unlocked. These Manchester prisoners were all released on Wednesday, the 8th September, after a 4 days' fast. On the same day were released 6 women who had been arrested in Leicester on the previous Saturday for holding a meeting of protest outside that addressed by Mr. Winston Churchill in the Palace Theatre. They also had carried out the hunger strike. In Dundee at 3 o'clock on the morning of Monday, September 13th, Miss Isabel Kelly, clad in gymnastic dress, was climbing a high scaffolding erected on the Bank of Scotland, from which in the darkness she let herself down, some 25 feet, onto the roof of the Kinnaird Hall where Mr. Herbert Samuel was to hold a meeting the next night. There she lay concealed for 17 hours until the meeting began. Then, by means of a strong rope about 24 feet in length, at one end of which was an iron hook, which she attached to the roof, and at the other a running noose, she entered the building by a skylight, and found herself on the stairs leading to the gallery of the hall. She was able to rush in, but before a word had passed her lips she was seized by the stewards, handed over to the police, and driven off in custody. Meanwhile other suffragettes were leading a great charge of people to the door of the hall, but they too were arrested. This was the second time that women had been arrested in Scotland in connection with cabinet ministers' meetings. In Glasgow, as we have seen, the officials had escheated the bail and allowed the prosecution to fall to the ground. Here in Dundee, Miss Kelly and Miss Fraser Smith, who had also succeeded in getting into the hall, were released, whilst the women who had been arrested outside were sent to prison from 10 to 7 days, in default of paying fines varying from £5 to £3. They all refused to obey the prison rules and carried out the hunger strike, and were released on Friday, the 17th of September, at 10:30 p.m., after having gone without food since the time of their arrest on the Monday. As soon as it had been announced that Mrs. Pankhurst and those arrested with her were to go free until after their case had been discussed by the High Court, she had made her way to Cleveland in Yorkshire, where a by-election was taking place, owing to Mr. Herbert Samuel's elevation to the cabinet as Postmaster General. Mr. Samuel had hitherto acted as Under-Secretary at the Home Office, the governmental department which was responsible for the treatment of the suffragettes in prison. Mr. Samuel began by scoffing at the opposition of the suffragettes, referring to them as "wild women from Westminster," but the people of Cleveland soon became ardent supporters of the women's cause and flocked eagerly to their meetings. He then found it necessary to devote large parts of his speeches to combating the suffragette arguments. He declared that it was a wicked calumny to say that the government had sent women to prison for asking for votes, and specially disassociated himself from any part in the responsibility. At one moment he stated that Mr. Asquith had already promised to give women the vote, and at another that the present Parliament could not do it, and again he accused the women of fighting with Tory gold. All this betrayed his fear that the women were turning votes. Even the Times, that anti-suffragist newspaper which had always condemned the suffragette tactics and minimized the effect of their work, acknowledged now that their attack was damaging the government candidate's chances, and on July 6th, the special correspondent of this paper wrote: "The women suffragists have made a favorable impression upon the electorate, and the miners specially appear to have been thoroughly converted by the new propaganda. Some miners with whom I have talked would even vote for the candidate who was in favor of woman's suffrage, without respect to his opinions upon other subjects. To put it more emphatically, a woman's suffrage candidate, pure and simple, as a third candidate, would probably have endangered Mr. Samuel's re-election quite as much as a candidate of the Labor Party." Finally, on the eve of the poll, Mr. Herbert Samuel found it necessary to draw up a special leaflet against the women, the only one on any subject which was sent out in a similar way. The result of the contest was, as the Liberals admitted, disappointing from their point of view, for although Mr. Samuel was returned, in spite of his added prestige as a cabinet minister, his majority was enormously decreased. The figures were: Mr. H. Samuel, Liberal, 6,296; Mr. Windsor Lewis, Conservative, 5,325; Liberal majority, 971. At the general election of 1906, Mr. Herbert Samuel had been returned unopposed; Mr. H. Samuel, Liberal, 5,834; Mr. Geoffrey Dragg, Conservative, 3,798; Liberal majority, 2,036. Meanwhile, another by-election was being fought in Dumfriesboro, where the Liberal majority was again reduced. Footnotes 37. Daughter of the late Sir David Brand, Sheriff of Edinburgh, and Chairman of the Crofters' Commission, who had been knighted for his services to the Liberal party. Note 38. The Scotch Fiscal is the officer who prosecutes in the case of petty criminal offences. 39. An attempt was made to charge some of the women with unlawful wounding because a man's hand had been cut by the falling glass, but on the wound being found to be very slight, the charge was reduced to one of common assault. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Suffragette, The History of the Woman's Militant Suffrage Movement by E. Sylvia PANKHURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 21. September to October, 1909. The arrest at Birmingham. Forcible feeding in Winston Green Jail. Mr. Keir Hardie's protest. Opinions of medical experts. Resignation of Mr. Brailsford and Mr. Nevinson. And now, on September 17th, the Prime Minister was going up to Birmingham to hold a meeting of 10,000 people at the great Bingley Hall. A Bower-bedecked special train was to carry the cabinet ministers and members of Parliament up north straight from their duties in the House and back again. Tremendous efforts were being made to work up enthusiasm, for at this meeting, Mr. Asquith was to throw down his challenge to the House of Lords to proclaim that their power of veto should be abolished, and that the will of the people should prevail. But the suffragettes were determined that, if the freedom to voice their will were to be confined to half the people alone, there should be no peace in Birmingham for the Prime Minister. Mrs. Lee and her colleagues who were organizing there, began by copying the police methods so far as to address a warning to the public not to attend Mr. Asquith's meeting, as disturbances were likely to ensue, and immediately the authorities were seized with panic. A great tarpaulin stretched across the glass roof of the Bingley Hall, a tall fire escape was placed on each side of the building, and hundreds of yards of firemen's hose were laid across the roof. Wooden barriers 9 feet high were erected along the station platform, and across all the leading thoroughfares in the neighborhood, whilst the ends of the streets both in front and at the back of the Bingley Hall were sealed up by barricades. Nevertheless, inside those very sealed-up streets numbers of suffragettes had been lodging for days past, and were quietly watching the arrangements. At the same time, outside in the town, a vigorous propaganda campaign was being carried on by their comrades, and this culminated in an enthusiastic Votes for Women demonstration in the Bullring the day before the great Liberal meeting. When Mr. Asquith left the House of Commons for his special train, detectives and policemen hemmed him in on every side, and when he arrived at the station in Birmingham, he was smuggled to the Queen's Hotel by a back subway 1/4 of a mile in length and carried up in the luggage lift. In the hotel he took his meal alone in a private room away from his guests. Though guarded by a strong escort of mounted police, he thought it wisest not to enter the hall by the entrance at which he had been expected. Meanwhile, tremendous crowds were thronging the streets, and the ticket holders were watched as closely as spies in time of war. They had to pass 4 barriers and were squeezed through them by a tiny gangway, and then passed between the long lines of police and amid an incessant roar of "Show your ticket." The vast throngs of people who had no tickets and had only come out to see the show, surged against the barriers like great human waves, and occasionally cries of "Votes for Women" were greeted with deafening cheers. Inside the hall there were armies of stewards and groups of police at every turn. The meeting began by the singing of a song of freedom led by a band of trumpeters. Then the Prime Minister appeared. "For years past the people have been beguiled with unfulfilled promises," he declared, but during his speech he was again and again reminded by men of the unfulfilled promises which had been made to women, and though men who interrupted him on other subjects were never interfered with, these champions of the suffragettes were in every case set upon with a violence which was described by onlookers as revengeful and vicious. 13 men were maltreated in this way. Meanwhile, amid the vast crowds outside, women were fighting for their freedom. Cabinet ministers had sneered at them and taunted them with not being able to use physical force. "Working men have flung open the franchise door at which the ladies are scratching," Mr. John Burns had said. So now they were showing that, if they would, they could use violence, though they were determined that, at any rate as yet, they would hurt no one. Again and again they charged the barricades, one woman with a hatchet in her hand, and the friendly people always pressed forward with them. In spite of 1,000 police, the first barrier was many times thrown down. Whenever a woman was arrested the crowd struggled to secure her release, and over again they were successful, one woman being snatched from the constables no fewer than 7 times. Inside the hall Mr. Asquith had not only the men to contend with, for the meeting had not long been in progress, when there was a sudden sound of splintering glass, and a woman's voice was heard loudly denouncing the government. A missile had been thrown through one of the ventilators by a number of suffragettes from an open window in a house opposite. The police rushed to the house door, burst it open, and scrambled up the stairs, falling over each other in their haste to reach the women, and then dragged them down and flung them into the street, where they were immediately placed under arrest. Even whilst this was happening, there burst upon the air the sound of an electric motor horn, which issued from another house near by. Evidently there were suffragettes there too. The front door of this house was barricaded, and so also was the door of the room in which the women were, but the infuriated Liberal stewards forced their way through and wrested the instrument from the woman's hands. No sooner was this effected, however, than the rattling of missiles was heard on the other side of the hall, and on the roof of a house 30 feet above the street, lit up by a tall electric standard, was seen the little agile figure of Mrs. Lee, with a tall fair girl beside her, both of whom were tearing up the slates with axes, and flinging them onto the roof of the Bingley Hall and down into the road below, always, however, taking care to hit no one, and sounding a warning before throwing. The police cried to them to stop, and angry stewards came rushing out of the hall to second this demand, but the women calmly went on with their work. A ladder was produced, and the men prepared to mount it, but the only reply was a warning to "be careful," and all present felt that discretion was the better part of valor. Then the fire hose was dragged forward, but the firemen refused to turn it on, and so the police themselves played it on the women until they were drenched to the skin. The slates had now become terribly slippery, and the women were in great danger of sliding from the steep roof, but they had already taken off their shoes, and so contrived to retain a foothold, and without intermission they continued firing slates. Finding that water had no power to subdue them, their opponents retaliated by throwing bricks and stones up at the 2 women, but instead of trying, as they had done, to avoid hitting, the men took good aim at them, and soon blood was running down the face of the tall girl, Charlotte Marsh, and both had been struck several times. At last Mr. Asquith had said his say and came hurrying out of the building. A slate was hurled at the back of his car as it drove away, and then firing ceased from the roof, for the cabinet minister was gone. Seeing that they had now nothing to fear, the police at once placed a ladder against the house, and scrambled up to bring the suffragettes down, and then, without allowing them to put on their shoes, they marched them through the streets in their stockinged feet, the blood streaming from their wounds and their wet garments clinging to their limbs. At the police station bail was refused, and the 2 women were sent to the cells to pass the night in their drenched clothing. Meanwhile, amid the hooting of the crowd, Mr. Asquith had driven away through the town, and as the special train in which he was to return to London left the station, a shower of small stones rattled against his carriage window, whilst a great bar of iron was flung into an empty compartment in the rear. The 2 women who had done these things were at once seized by the police, and were also obliged to pass the night in the cells, whilst 6 who had been arrested in the crowd earlier met the same fate. Eventually 8 of the women received sentences of imprisonment varying from 1 month to 14 days, whilst Charlotte Marsh was sent to prison for 3 months' hard labor, and Mrs. Lee for 4. We knew that Mrs. Lee and her comrades in the Birmingham prison would carry out the hunger strike, and on the following Friday, September 24th, reports appeared in the press that the government had resorted to the horrible expedient of feeding them by force by means of a tube passed into the stomach. Filled with concern, the committee of the Women's Social and Political Union at once applied both to the prison and to the Home Office to know if this were true, but all information was refused. The WSPU now made inquiries as to the probable results of this treatment, and were informed that it was liable to cause laceration of the throat and grave and permanent injury to the digestive functions, and that, especially if the patient should resist, as the tube was being inserted or withdrawn, there was serious danger of its going astray and penetrating the lungs or some other vital part. The whole operation, together with all the attendant circumstances, could not fail to put a most excessive strain upon the heart and the entire nervous system, and if there were any heart weakness, death might ensue at any moment. In the Lancet for September 28, 1872, a case was reported of a man under sentence of death, who had been forcibly fed by means of the stomach pump, that is to say, by means of an India rubber tube passed through the mouth into the stomach, the method used in the case of the suffragettes. The man had died. In the same issue of the Lancet appeared the opinion upon this question of several prominent medical men. Dr. Anderson Moxey, M.D., M.R.C.P., had said, "If anyone were to ask me to name the worst possible treatment for suicidal starvation, I should say unhesitatingly, forcible feeding by means of the stomach pump." Dr. Tennant stated that this method of feeding produced an incentive to resistance, and that the exhaustion thereby introduced was sometimes so great as to cause death by syncope. Dr. Russell had met with a case in which death had occurred immediately after placing of the tube, before it could be withdrawn, much less used; and Dr. Connolly was appalled by the dangers resulting from the forcible administration of food by the mouth. Amongst the various important medical experts consulted by the Women's Social and Political Union was Dr. Forbes Winslow, whose wide experience in cases of insanity could not be questioned. When asked professionally to give his views on the subject, he said, "So far as the stomach pump is concerned, it is an instrument I have long ago discontinued using, even in the most serious cases of melancholia, where the victim, perhaps from some religious delusion, refuses all nourishment. It possibly may be regarded by some as the most simple means of administering food, but this I challenge by saying at once that it is the most complicated and the most dangerous. I have known some of the most serious injuries inflicted by the persistent use of the stomach pump. I have known a case in which the tongue had been partly bitten off where it has been twisted behind the feeding tube." He added that forcible feeding was especially dangerous in cases of heart or lung weakness or of rupture or hernia, and that the result of persistent use would be to seriously injure the constitution, to lacerate the parts surrounding the mouth, to break and ruin the teeth. When the House of Commons met on Monday, we learnt that our fears were only too well founded, for Mr. Keir Hardie drew from Mr. Masterman, who spoke on the Home Secretary's behalf, the admission that the suffragettes in Winson Green Jail were being forcibly fed by means of a tube which was passed through the mouth and into the stomach, and through which the food was pumped. The unprecedented and outrageous nature of the assault was glossed over by the use of the term "hospital treatment" in connection with it. Mr. Masterman admitted, however, that there were no regulations which authorized the proceeding, but he stated that it was resorted to in the case of men and women prisoners who were weak-minded or contumacious. Mr. Hardie's indignant protest and reminder that the last man prisoner to whom such treatment had been meted out had died under it, were met with shouts of laughter by the supporters of the government. Horrified by their heartless and unseemly levity in the face of so serious a question, he at once addressed a statement to the press in which he declared that he could not have believed that a body of gentlemen could have found reason for mirth and applause in a scene which had no parallel in the recent history of our country. As far as he could learn, no power to feed by force had been given to prison authorities, save in the case of persons certified to be insane. He concluded by warning the public of the danger that one of the prisoners would succumb to the so-called hospital treatment, and by appealing to the people of these islands to speak out ere our annals had been stained by such a tragedy. Others hastened to second this protest. Mr. C. Mansell Moulin, M.D., F.R.C.S., wrote to the Times, as a hospital surgeon of 30 years' standing, to indignantly repudiate Mr. Masterman's use of the term hospital treatment, declaring that it was a foul libel, for that violence and brutality have no place in hospitals, as Mr. Masterman ought to know. Dr. Forbes Ross of Harley Street wrote to the press, saying, "As a medical man without any particular feeling for the cause of the suffragettes, I consider that forcible feeding by the methods employed is an act of brutality beyond common endurance, and I am astounded that it is possible for members of Parliament, with mothers, wives, and sisters of their own, to allow it." A memorial signed by 116 doctors, headed by Sir Victor Horsley, F.R.C.S., W. Hugh Fenton, M.D., M.A., C. Mansell Moulin, M.D., F.R.C.S., Forbes Winslow, M.D., and Alexander Haig, M.D., F.R.C.P., was organized by Dr. Flora Murray and addressed to Mr. Asquith, protesting against the artificial feeding of the suffragette prisoners, on the ground that it was attended by the gravest risks, and was both unwise and inhuman. To this memorial many of the doctors added descriptive notes of their own. Mr. W. A. Davidson, M.D., F.R.C.S., wrote, "A most cruel and brutal procedure. Were the tubes clean? Were they new? If not, they have probably been used for people suffering from some disease. The inside of the tube cannot well be cleaned. Very often the trouble is not taken to clean them." Note 40. In spite of every form of discouragement and ridicule, Mr. Keir Hardie continued constantly to raise the question of forcible feeding in the House of Commons, only to be met by evasive and sometimes grossly inaccurate replies from the Home Office. Mr. Gladstone tried to shelter himself behind the officials who were his subordinates, and to place the responsibility on the medical officers. For this he was strongly condemned by the British Medical Journal, which characterized his conduct as contemptible. Note 41. In reply to the protests of medical men and the memorial from doctors which had been addressed to him, Mr. Gladstone succeeded in drawing a statement from Sir Richard Douglas Powell, the President of the Royal College of Physicians, who said that he thought the memorial exaggerated, though he admitted that forcible feeding was not wholly free from possibilities of accident with those who resist. He added that in dissenting from the view expressed by the memorialists, he was assuming that the feeding of the prison patients was entirely carried out by skilled nursing attendants under careful medical observation and control. We, of course, know that this was not the case. A large number of doctors, including Dr. R. G. Layton, physician to the Walsall Hospital, replied to Sir Douglas Powell by again recapitulating the dangers of forcible feeding. But indeed the opinions of medical men were unnecessary to those who afterwards came in contact with the woman who had been forcibly fed. Their exhausted condition was a form of evidence that no argument could upset. It is important to note also that during the year 1910, 2 ordinary criminals, a man and a woman, were subjected to forcible feeding. The man died during the first operation, the woman committed suicide after the second. Meanwhile, the bulk of the Liberal press were defending the action of their government. The Daily News had acclaimed Vera Figner for assaulting one of the Russian prison officials in order to secure better conditions for her fellow captives. It had characterized as the one healthy symptom in Spain the revolt of the Spanish people against their government in regard to the Riffian War, though this revolt had entailed the burning down of convents full of women and children who were in no way responsible for the trouble, and other dread acts of violence. At the same time, in regard to events at home, this paper was declaring that, if the House of Lords were to tamper with the Irish Land Bill, there would be no wonder if all the old methods of cattle driving and other violence were revived in Ireland. Yet the Daily News had had nothing but chiding and dispraise for the hunger strikers, and in regard to forcible feeding it now said, "It is the only alternative to allowing the women to starve themselves." Thus the two most obvious ways out of the difficulty, firstly, that of treating the women as political prisoners, and secondly, the more reasonable one of extending the franchise to women and thus ending the strife, were entirely ignored. Revolted by the hypocritical and inconsistent attitude of this paper, two of its foremost leader writers and of the ablest journalists in the country, Mr. Henry Nevinson and Mr. H. N. Brailsford, resigned their posts upon its staff, writing publicly to explain their reasons for so doing. Many sincere Liberals resigned their memberships and official posts under the Liberal Association, including the Rev. J. M. Lloyd Thomas, minister of the High Pavement Chapel, Nottingham, resigned from the Liberal Association, and there were many other resignations, amongst them the following: Mrs. Catherine C. Osier, the president; Miss Gertrude E. Southall, the honorable secretary; and Mrs. Alice Yoxall, the treasurer of the Birmingham Women's Liberal Association; Mrs. S. Reed, the chairman of the Egbaston Women's Liberal Association; Lady Blake, the president of the Berwick Women's Liberal Association; and Mrs. Branch, one of the most prominent members of the Northampton Women's Liberal Association. At the same time prominent men and women of all shades of opinion, including Mrs. Ayrton, Flora Annie Steele, Lady Betty Balfour, the Rev. J. R. Campbell, and the Honorable H. B. T. Strangeways, ex-Premier of South Australia, appealed to the government to give votes to women and bring this useless warfare to an end. Meanwhile, except for the admissions of Mr. Gladstone and Mr. Masterman in the House of Commons, nothing definite was known as to the condition of the outraged prisoners. No direct communication had been held with them, and even a petition from their parents and relatives to be allowed to send their own medical attendant into the prison had been refused. The fearful anxiety and suspense endured by all concerned may well be imagined. Again and again Messrs. Hatchett, Jones, Bisgood, and Marshall, the solicitors engaged to act on the prisoners' behalf, applied for permission to interview their clients, but Mr. Gladstone obstinately refused until he was informed that legal proceedings were being taken for assault against him and the governor and doctor of the Birmingham prison, and that writs were being issued, and that Miss Laura Ainsworth would shortly be released so that the full details would be known in any case. Thus at last he grudgingly consented to the interview, and sworn statements were made by all the women. Mrs. Lee explained that on arriving at Winson Green Jail on Wednesday, September 22nd, she had broken her cell windows as a protest against the prison treatment. As a punishment she was thrust that evening into a cold, dimly lit punishment cell. A plank bed was brought in, and she was forcibly stripped and handcuffed with the hands behind during the day, except at meal times, when the palms were placed together in front. At night the hands were fastened in front with the palms out. Potatoes, bread, and gruel were brought into her cell on Thursday, but she did not touch them, and in the afternoon she was taken, still handcuffed, before the magistrates, who sentenced her to a further 9 days in the punishment cell. At midnight on Thursday, her wrists being terribly swollen and painful, the handcuffs were removed. She still refused food, and on Saturday she was taken to the doctor's room. Here is her account of the affair. The doctor said, "You must listen carefully to what I have to say. I have my orders from my superior officers." He had a blue official paper in his hand to which he referred, "that you are not to be released even on medical grounds. If you still refrain from food, I must take other measures to compel you to take it." I then said, "I refuse, and if you force food on me, I want to know how you are going to do it." He said, "That is a matter for me to decide." I said that he must prove that I was insane; that the lunacy commissioners would have to be summoned to prove that I was insane. I declared that forcible feeding was an operation, and therefore could not be performed without a sane patient's consent. He merely bowed and said, "Those are my orders." She was then surrounded and held down, whilst the chair was tilted backwards. She clenched her teeth, but the doctor pulled her mouth away to form a pouch, and the wardress poured in milk and brandy, some of which trickled in through the crevices. Later in the day the doctors and wardresses again appeared. They forced her down onto the bed and held her there. One of the doctors then produced a tube 2 yards in length, with a glass junction in the center and a funnel at one end. He forced the other end of the tube up her nostril, hurting her so terribly that the matron and 2 of the wardresses burst into tears, and the second doctor interfered. At last the tube was pushed down into the stomach. She felt the pain of it to the end of the breastbone. Then one of the doctors stood upon a chair, holding the funnel end of the tube at arm's length, and poured food down whilst the wardresses and the other doctor all gripped her tight. She felt as though she would suffocate. There was a rushing, burning sensation in her head, the drums of her ears seemed to be bursting. The agony of pain in the throat and breastbone continued. The thing seemed to go on for hours. When at last the tube was withdrawn, she felt as though all the back of her nose and throat were being torn out with it. Then, almost fainting, she was carried back to the punishment cell and put to bed. For hours the pain in her chest, nose, and ears continued, and she felt terribly sick and faint. Day after day the struggle continued. She used no violence, but each time resisted and was overcome by force of numbers. Often she vomited during the operation. When the food did not go down quickly enough, the doctor pinched her nose with the tube in it, causing her even greater pain. On Tuesday afternoon she heard Miss Edwards, one of her fellow prisoners, cry from an open doorway opposite, "Locked in a padded cell since Sunday." Then the door was shut. She applied to see the visiting magistrates, and appealed to them on behalf of her comrade, saying that she knew her to have a weak heart, but was told that no prisoner could interfere on another's behalf. She protested by breaking the windows of the hospital cell to which, owing to her weakness, she had now been taken, and was then thrust into the padded cell, as Miss Edwards was taken from it, the bed which she had occupied being still warm. The padded cell was lined with some india rubber-like stuff, and she felt as though she would suffocate for want of air. She was kept there till Wednesday, still being fed by force. On Saturday she felt that she could endure the agony of it no longer, and determined to barricade her cell. She piled up her bed and chair, but after 3 hours men warders forced the door open with spades. Then the chief warder threatened and abused her, and she was dragged back to the padded cell. In Miss Ainsworth's case the feeding was done through the mouth. Her jaws were pried open with a steel instrument to allow of the gag being placed between her teeth. She experienced great sickness, especially when the tube was being withdrawn. Miss Hilda Burkitt's experiences were very dreadful. She had already fasted 4 days, and was extremely weak when she was seized by 2 doctors, 4 wardresses, and the matron, who tried for more than half an hour to force her to swallow from the feeding cup. Then a tube was forced up her nose, but she succeeded in coughing it back twice, and at last, very near collapse, she was carried to her cell and put to bed by the wardresses. "This will kill me sooner than starving," she said. "I cannot stand much more of it, but I am proud you have not beaten me yet." Still suffering greatly in head, nose, and throat, she was left alone for half an hour, and the matron and wardresses then returned to persuade her to take food. On her refusal they said, "Well, you will have to come again. They are waiting." "Oh, surely not the torture chamber again," she cried. But they lifted her out of bed and carried her back to the doctors, who again attempted to force her to drink from the feeding cup. Still she was able to resist, and then one of them said, "The Home Office has given me every power to use what force I like. I am going to use the stomach pump." "It is illegal and an assault. I shall prosecute you," was her reply, but as she spoke a gag was forced into her mouth and the tube followed. She had almost fainted and felt as if she were going to die, and now for some reason the tube was withdrawn without having been used, but in her great weakness the officials were now able to overcome her resistance and to pour liquid into her mouth with the feeding cup. This sort of thing went on day after day. On Thursday morning she was unconscious when they came into her cell, and they succeeded in feeding her. During the night she was in agony. She told the doctor he had given her too much food, and she cried, "For mercy's sake, let me be. I am too tired." But brandy and Benger's food were forcibly administered. During the whole month she only slept 4 nights. But the story of these sufferings had no power to influence the government. They were determined to persevere with the forcible feeding, and were so far from abandoning this hateful form of torture that, evidently thinking the women who had won their way out of prison by the hunger strike had been let off too easily, they proceeded to rearrest a number of them upon the most flimsy charges. Evelyn Worry, who had been arrested with Mrs. Lee and the others, but afterwards discharged by the magistrate, had been refused bail between the time of her arrest and trial, and kept for 17 hours as an ordinary prisoner in the insanitary police court cells. She might have been thought, therefore, to be entitled to claim damages for wrongful arrest and detention, but was nevertheless rearrested because she had broken the cell window to obtain more air, and was sentenced either to pay a fine of 11 shillings or go to prison for 7 days. She chose imprisonment, but her fine was paid by a member of the Birmingham Liberal Club. Miss Rhona Robinson, Miss Florence Clarkson, Miss Georgina Heelis, and Miss Bertha Brewster, who had all gone through the hunger strike in Liverpool, were also summoned for breaking their cell windows, in spite of the fact that they had already been severely punished in prison for these offences. On their refusal to answer the summons, warrants were issued for their arrest. Rhona Robinson, who was said to have committed damage to the extent of 2 shillings, was arrested on October 15th in Manchester, and was taken the same night to Liverpool. Though her doctor had certified her to be suffering from laryngeal catarrh, and a weak irregular action of the heart, she was sent to prison for 14 days' imprisonment in the 3rd Division. Owing to the state of her health, the Liverpool authorities refused to take the responsibility of feeding her by force, and she was accordingly released after a fast of 72 hours. The other warrants were not executed for some time, that against Miss Florence Clarkson being held over until December, when she happened to notify the Manchester police of a burglary that had taken place in the WSPU offices in that city. She was then immediately arrested on the old charge. Bail was refused, and she was kept in custody from Saturday to Monday, when she was punished by a further fortnight's imprisonment for having committed damage to the value of half a shilling 3 months before. After 3 days, on December 15th, she was released in a state of complete collapse. The warrant against Miss Bertha Brewster was held over until January, when she was sentenced to 6 weeks' hard labor to pay for her 3.9 damage. Footnotes. Note 40. Mr. Gladstone afterwards stated in the House that the tubes were carefully cleaned and kept in boracic solution between each operation, but Miss Dorothy Pethick, who was imprisoned in Newcastle, saw the tube lying open and exposed in a basket in the reception room. Note 41. The British Journal of Nursing stated that even under the most favorable circumstances, forcible feeding required delicate manipulation, and that it was an operation which should only be performed by medical practitioners or trained nurses, and pointed out that the prison wardresses were quite unqualified to take part in it. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Suffragette, The History of the Women's Militant Suffrage Movement by E. Sylvia Pankhurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 22. October 1909 to January 1910. Arrest of Lady Constance Lytton and others at Newcastle. Suffragettes attacked at Abernethy. Hose pipe played on Miss Davison in Strangeways Jail, Manchester. Mr. Asquith at the Albert Hall. Whilst our comrades were thus enduring agonies in prison, protest meetings were being held in all parts of the country. The Daily News said of the people in our movement, "They are no longer men and women, they are a whirlwind." During the first 3 days of forcible feeding, £1,200 was collected. At a great demonstration in the Albert Hall on October 7th, a further £2,300 was subscribed, and the £50,000 campaign fund being complete, a fund of £100,000 was started. At this meeting, a procession of women who had already gone through the hunger strike marched up to the platform carrying the purple, white, and green tricolored flags of the Union, and here Mrs. Pankhurst, who was on the eve of her departure for America, decorated them with medals in recognition of their services to the cause. The scene was one of the most tremendous enthusiasm. It was one which none of those present will ever forget. On October 9th a great political pageant was held in Edinburgh, when a procession of women led by Scotch fifers and Mrs. Drummond in her general's uniform, astride a prancing charger, marched through the streets accompanied by a number of tableaux representing the figures of heroic women famous in Scottish history. On October 4th, Lord Morley, as Chancellor of the Victoria University, visited Manchester to open the university's new chemical laboratory. Deeply moved by the sufferings of Mrs. Lee and her comrades in Winson Green Jail, Miss Rona Robinson, M.Sc., and Miss Dora Marsden, B.A., both graduates of the university, and the former a subscriber also to the new laboratory, attended in their academic robes, and, with Miss Mary Garthorpe, advanced down the central aisle of the Whitworth Hall of the university, just as Lord Morley was about to speak. Each one raising a hand in appeal, they said in concert, "My lord, our women are in prison." The rowdiness of the young men students of our British universities is time-honored. Their almost deafening shouts and yells and practical jokes, always in evidence at functions such as this, are invariably received with amused tolerance by the authorities. Mr. Asquith himself, when addressing the students of the university of which he is chancellor, did not disdain to wait with a smile until their play was done before he could address them. Nevertheless, the earnest, quietly spoken words of these three young women were scarcely uttered when they were pounced upon by a number of strange men, who dragged them out of the hall, and as soon as they were lost to sight by the audience fell to striking, pummeling, and pinching them as they pushed them into the street. The passers-by rushed up to know what had happened, and at once the police ordered the three women to move on. They replied that they would not leave until their graduates' caps and other belongings which had been torn from them were restored, and until the names of the men who had ejected them were given. Thereupon, without further argument, the police seized them and dragged them to the police station, where they were accused of disorderly conduct and abusive language in Oxford Street. These ridiculous charges could not be substantiated, and were afterwards withdrawn by the Chief Constable of Manchester and the Vice Chancellor of the University. Such women as Mrs. Baines and Mrs. Lee, both capable of the fieriest zeal and the most reckless heroism, spurred on by stern first-hand knowledge of the crushing handicaps with which the woman wage earner has to contend, and the terrible disabilities which are riveted upon her, had found it not difficult to become rebels. The torture of women in prison was now making it easy for gentler and happier spirits to cast aside, also the mere going on deputations and asking of questions, and whilst doing hurt to none, yet by symbolic acts to shadow forth the violence that coercion always breeds. On October 9th, Mr. Lloyd George was to speak at Newcastle, and the town was prepared as though for a revolution. Police and detectives were to be seen in hundreds, and great barriers were erected across the streets. The night before the meeting, 12 women met quietly together to lay their plans for opposing these tremendous forces. Amongst them was Lady Constance Lytton, who had already served one imprisonment for the cause in the previous February, and who, as daughter and sister of an English peer, wished to place herself side by side with Mrs. Lee, the working woman who was being tortured in Birmingham, to do what she had done, prepared to suffer the same penalty. Mrs. J. E. M. Brailsford, who had joined the Women's Social and Political Union but a few weeks before, was another who had come forward to bear her share in this fight. It was Mrs. Brailsford's husband who, with Mr. Nevinson, had recently thrown up his post as leader writer to the Daily News, because of his sympathy with the suffragettes. Amongst these women were also 2 hospital nurses, whilst 2 of the others, Miss Kathleen Brown and Miss Dorothy Shallard, had already won their way out of prison through the hunger strike. Next night, whilst vast throngs of people lined the streets and the police were massed in their thousands to guard from them the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the son of the people, as he called himself, the 12 women quietly proceeded to do their deeds. It was rumoured that Mr. Lloyd George was to stay with Sir Walter Runciman, and seeing the latter gentleman's motor car driving through the streets, Lady Constance Lytton threw a stone at it, carefully aiming at the radiator in order that, without injuring anyone, she might strike the car. Miss Dorothy Pethick and Miss Kitty Marion entered the General Post Office, and, having carefully selected a window in the neighbourhood of which there was no one to be hurt, they went out and cast their stones through it with a cry of "Votes for Women!" A number of other women were also arrested for similar acts. Mrs. Brailsford walked quietly up to one of the police barriers, and stood resting an innocent-looking bouquet of chrysanthemums upon it. Suddenly the flowers fell to the ground, disclosing an axe which she raised and let fall with one dull thud on the wooden bar. It was a symbolic act of revolution, and, like her comrades, she was dragged away by the police. By direct order of the Home Office, bail was refused, and 8 of the suffragettes were kept in the police court cells from Saturday until Monday, without an opportunity of undressing, without a mattress, and with nothing but a rug in which to wrap themselves at night. Whilst the women who had thus been lodged in prison had been making their protest outside Mr. Lloyd George's meeting, there were men who were speaking for them within. As the Chancellor of the Exchequer was running through the list of taxes in the budget, a man complained that there was no tax on stomach pumps. The whole House rose at that, and the man was violently ejected. Many others followed his example. Mr. Lloyd George taunted them by saying, "There are many ways of earning a living, and I think this is the most objectionable of them," and by asking, "Are there any more of these hirelings?" Evidently he thought that there were no men disinterested enough to support the cause of women unless they received pay for it. Note 42. On Monday, whilst the other women received sentences varying from 14 days to 1 month's hard labor, Lady Constance Lytton and Mrs. Brailsford were ordered to be bound over to be of good behavior, and on refusing were sent to prison in the 2nd Division for 1 month. The authorities were evidently very loath to convict these two ladies, one of them because of her rank, and the other because of her own and her husband's association with the Liberal party, but both were determined to stand by their comrades, and steadfastly refused to express any regret for what they had done. Their hope that their courageous action might save Mrs. Lee and the other Birmingham prisoners from further suffering proved to be vain, and on Wednesday, October 13th, Lady Constance Lytton and Mrs. Brailsford, both of whom had refused food, were released after having been imprisoned for no more than 2½ days. Mr. Gladstone asserted that in deciding to release them he had not been in any way influenced by regard for their position, but that they had been turned out of prison on purely medical grounds. It was indeed true that Lady Constance was exceedingly fragile and delicate, and that she suffered from a slight heart affectation, but Mrs. Brailsford protested that she herself was perfectly well and strong. The 8 other women were all forcibly fed, and all but 2 were retained in prison till the end of their sentence. In most cases the nasal tube was used. It always caused headache and sickness. The nostrils soon became terribly inflamed, and every one of the women lost weight and suffered from great and growing weakness. On Saturday, October 16th, Mr. Winston Churchill was to speak at an open-air gathering at Abernethy, some 16 miles from Dundee. The W.S.P.U. had no intention of heckling him or creating any disturbance, for after much pressing and a lengthy correspondence, he had agreed to fulfill a promise made to the Women's Freedom League in the previous January, to receive a women's suffrage deputation on the following Monday. Nevertheless, the occasion was thought a suitable one for distributing suffrage literature, and for holding a meeting somewhere in the neighborhood. Adela Pankhurst, Mrs. Archdale, the daughter of Russell, the founder of the great Liberal newspaper, The Scotsman, Mrs. Frank Corbett, the sister-in-law of a member of Parliament, and Miss C. Jolly accordingly decided to motor over there. They started off on a crisp, bright autumn day, the clouds high, the sun shining and the trees all turning gold, and the little frost sparkles gleaming on the good hard road. Everything began auspiciously, but before long they were held up by a punctured tire. Owing to this delay they lost the opportunity of giving out leaflets to the people as they arrived, for the audience had already entered the big tent where the speaking was to take place when the suffragettes drove up. Standing in the road were some 30 or 40 men, all wearing the yellow rosettes of official Liberal stewards, and as the car slowed down they rushed furiously towards it, shouting and tearing up sods from the road and pelting the women with them. One man pulled out a knife and began to cut the tires, whilst the others feverishly pulled the loose pieces off with their fingers. The suffragettes tried to quiet them with a few words of explanation, but their only reply was to pull the hood of the motor over the women's heads, and then to beat it and batter it until it was broken in several places. Then they tore at the women's clothes and tried to pull them out of the car, whilst the son of the gentleman in whose grounds the meeting was being held then drove up in another motor, and threw a shower of pepper in the women's eyes. The shouts of the men reached the tent where Mr. Churchill was speaking, and numbers of people flocked out and watched the scene from over the hedge, but only 2 gentlemen had the courage to come to the aid of the women, and their efforts availed little against the large band of stewards. At last, fearing that his motor would be entirely wrecked, the driver put on full speed and drove away. The only excuse for the stewards who took part in this extraordinary occurrence is that many of them were intoxicated. On Monday, as he had promised, Mr. Churchill received the deputation from the Women's Freedom League. He then entirely departed from what he had said during the elections, both in Manchester and at Dundee itself. In Manchester, when asked what he would do to help to secure the enfranchisement of women, he had said, "I will try my best as and when occasion offers." He had added that the women suffragists had "now got behind them a great popular demand," and that their movement was assuming "the same character as franchise movements have previously assumed." In Dundee he had said that women's suffrage would be a "real practical issue" at the next general election, and that he thought that the next Parliament "ought to see" the gratification of the woman's claim. Now that no election was in prospect, he said, "Looking back over the last 4 years, I am bound to say I think your cause has marched backwards." He further said that the mass of people still remained to be converted, and that so far as he could see, women's enfranchisement could not "figure either in the program of any great political party, or in the election address of any prominent man," and that until militant tactics were discontinued, he himself would render no assistance to the cause. A more flagrant example of political dishonesty than that which these conflicting statements of Mr. Churchill's presented, it would be difficult to find, and not merely the suffragettes but the people of Dundee freely expressed their disapproval. On Tuesday Mr. Churchill was to speak in the Kinnaird Hall, and huge crowds then filled the streets, and in spite of the tremendous force of police the barricades were stormed. Led by Mrs. Corbett, Miss Joachim, and Mrs. Archdale, they shouted "Votes for Women!" and rushed again and again at the doors of the hall. The 3 women who led the crowds were arrested, but the storm still went on. Adela Pankhurst and Miss C. Jolly, who had lain concealed there since the previous Sunday, had raised the cry "Votes for Women" in a little dark room, the windows of which overlooked the large hall. After a tussle with the police and stewards, which lasted 3/4 of an hour, they were arrested, and with the 3 who had been taken in the street were eventually sent to prison for 10 days. They immediately commenced the hunger strike, and were set free on Sunday, 24th October, after having gone without food for 5½ days. Whilst they were in prison, huge crowds came to the gates every night to cheer them, and on the next night after their release the men of Dundee organized a meeting of protest in the Kinnaird Hall. Meanwhile, 4 suffragettes were suffering the torture of forcible feeding in Strangeways Jail, Manchester. They had been arrested in connection with a meeting held by Mr. Runciman at Radcliffe, and sentenced to 1 month's imprisonment with hard labor on October 21st. They had gone into prison on the Thursday, and had begun the hunger strike at once, and on Friday the doctors and wardresses came to feed them by force. Miss Emily Wilding Davison urged that the operation was illegal, but she was seized and forced down on her bed. "The scene which followed," she says, "will haunt me with its horror all my life, and is almost indescribable. Each time it happened she felt she could not possibly live through it again. On Monday a wardress put her into an empty cell next door to her own, and there she found that instead of 1 plank bed there were 2. She saw in a flash a way to escape the torture. She hastily pulled down the 2 bedboards, and laid them end to end upon the floor, one touching the door, the other the opposite wall, and as the door opened inwards, she thus hoped to prevent anyone entering. A space of a foot or more, however, remained, but she jammed in her stool, her shoes, and her hairbrush, and sat down holding this wedge firm. Soon the wardress returned, unlocked the door, and pushed it sharply, but it would not move. Looking through the spy hole she discovered the reason, and called, "Open the door!" but the prisoner would not budge. After some threats and coaxing, the window of her cell was broken, the nozzle of a hose pipe was poked through, and the water was turned full upon her. She clung to the bedboards with all her strength, gasping for breath, until a voice called out quickly, "Stop! No more! No more!" She sat there, drenched and shivering, still crouching on the bedboards, the water 6 inches deep around her. After a time they decided to take the heavy iron door off its hinges, and when this was done, a warder rushed in and seized her, saying as he did so, "You ought to be horsewhipped for this." Now her clothes were torn off, she was wrapped in blankets, put into an invalid's chair, and rushed off to the hospital, there to be plunged into a hot bath and rubbed down, and then, still gasping and shivering miserably, she was put into bed between blankets with a hot bottle. At 6 p.m. on Thursday she was released. Meanwhile, the whole country had heard of the incident, and an outcry had been raised. A correspondent wrote that he had seen a hose pipe played on drunken stokers at sea. They were Norwegian stokers. The officer would not have dared to do it had they been English, but the passengers had intervened at what they felt to be revolting and unjustifiable brutality. The thought of turning that fearful force of ice-cold water upon a woman already weak from several days of fasting was horrible indeed to anyone who realized what it meant. Mr. Gladstone himself admitted that the visiting committee who had ordered it were guilty of a grave error of judgment, and ordered the discharge of Miss Davison. But later on he addressed a letter to the officials of Strangeways Jail through the prison commissioners, expressing his appreciation of the way in which the medical officers had carried out their duties, and commending the efficiency of the prison service, the carefulness and good sense shown by the staff, and the tact, care, humanity and firmness with which the problem of the suffragette imprisonments had been handled by all concerned. The other Manchester prisoners were obliged to complete their sentences, being forcibly fed during the whole time. At this point the government had an opportunity of learning the view of the electorate as to their treatment of the women, for a by-election was now taking place in Bermondsey, and the suffragettes were, as usual, actively opposing the government candidate. In order that every elector might understand as far as possible what forcible feeding really meant, a pictorial poster showing the operation was displayed throughout the constituency, and models representing forcible feeding were shown at the WSPU committee rooms. A manifesto against the government was also issued by 9 representative men, including Mr. Brailsford, Mr. Nevinson, and Dr. Hugh Fenton, which urged the electors, in the name of chivalry and humanity as well as in the interest of true liberalism, to see to it that whatever else may happen at this particular election, the government candidate is left at the bottom of the poll. The suffragettes worked, if possible, more vigorously than ever, and after the first 3 days of their campaign, Liberal workers came to them in despair, saying, "Why have you come down to boss our election?" The suffragettes never go to Liberal meetings at election times, but the Liberal speakers were constantly being heckled by the men and women of Bermondsey as to the forcible feeding of the suffragettes. The suffragettes themselves were greeted with cheers and words of encouragement wherever they went. "All the policemen in this constituency are going to vote for you," one of the constables said, and others testified that they preferred to keep order at the women's meetings than at any other because they talk sense. And the result, the Liberal candidate was defeated, and the Liberal poll was reduced by more than 1,400 votes. The figures were: Mr. Dumfries, Unionist, 4,278. Mr. Spencer Lee, Hugh, Liberal, 3,291. Dr. Salter, Socialist, 1,435. Unionist majority, 987. The figures at the last election had been: George J. Cooper, Liberal, 4,775. H. J. Cockayne Cust, Conservative, 3,016. Liberal majority, 1,759. On polling day an unlooked for, and to the Women's Social and Political Union unwelcome incident occurred. The Women's Freedom League endeavored to render the election void, because they objected to any election being held at which women might not vote. The WSPU were against this, because their policy was to prove that the electors were prepared to defeat the government candidate in order to show their belief in votes for women. The attempt of the Freedom League members to render the election void was carried out in the following manner. 2 members of the League, Mrs. Chapin and Miss Allison Nealance, each entered a separate polling booth with a glass test tube filled with a solution of ink and photographic chemicals which had been carefully prepared to destroy the ballot papers, without any risk of injury to any person who might happen to touch it. In each case, the woman concerned broke the test tube by striking it on top of the ballot box, so that the black liquid might fall into the slot. When this was done by Mrs. Chapin, a Mr. Thorley rushed forward, and some of the black liquid splashed into his eye. In Miss Nealance's case, a man stretched out his hand, and some of the liquid fell upon it. In both cases the men asked if the stuff would burn, and were told it would do no harm if it were washed off at once. Miss Nealance's own hands and gloves were soaked with the fluid, but she suffered no harm. Only 5 papers were touched by the fluid, and none of these were indecipherable. A great outcry was raised, however, for it was declared that Mr. Thorley would be blind for life. For some time he went out wearing a black shade over his eye, but when he was called upon unexpectedly by some members of the Women's Freedom League, he was found to be without the shade, and his eye appeared perfectly normal. The cases hung over for some time, and eventually, on November 24th, Mrs. Chapin was sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment for interfering with the ballot box, and 4 months for a common assault upon Mr. Thorley, the sentences to run concurrently; whilst Miss Newlands was ordered 3 months' imprisonment. After a time it leaked out that the slight injury from which Mr. Thorley had suffered, had been caused, not by the liquid which Mrs. Chapin had thrown, but by some ammonia which he had used to counteract any after effects. 2 days after Miss Newlands' release, Mrs. Chapin was granted the king's pardon. On October 30th, Mrs. Lee was suddenly released from Birmingham jail, in a very critical state, though 2 months out of the 4 to which she had been sentenced still remained to run. She was at once removed to a nursing home. November 9th was Lord Mayor's Day, and as usual the Lord Mayor had invited the cabinet ministers to a banquet in the Guildhall. Knowing this, Miss Alice Paul, an American citizen, and Miss Amelia Brown disguised themselves as charwomen, and, carrying buckets and brushes, entered the building with the other cleaners at 9 o'clock in the morning. There they hid themselves, and waited until the evening, when they took their stand in the gallery outside the banqueting hall. When Mr. Asquith was about to speak, Miss Brown, having carefully selected a pane of the stained glass window upon which there was no ornament, and which she thought might be easily replaced, stooped down, took off her shoe and smashed the chosen pane in order that her shout of "Votes for Women" might be heard by those below. Miss Alice Paul also took up the cry. Both women were arrested, and afterwards sent to prison for 1 month's hard labor on refusing to pay fines of £5 and damages of £2 10 each. They were both forcibly fed, and as a result of this Miss Brown was attacked with severe gastritis. 3 days later, on November 13th, Mr. Winston Churchill visited Bristol, to speak at the Colston Hall. Miss Theresa Garnett, the woman who had been twice through the hunger strike, and whom the Home Secretary had wrongfully accused of biting, resolved to humiliate Mr. Churchill, both as a member of the government which preferred rather to imprison women than to enfranchise them, and to torture them rather than to extend towards them the ordinary privileges of political prisoners; and also on his own account for his slippery and disingenuous statements in regard to the votes for women question. She therefore met the train by which he was arriving from London, and found him on the platform in the midst of a large force of detectives who formed a semicircle around him. She rushed straight forward, and they either did not or would not see her coming, but the cabinet minister saw her; he paled and stood there as though petrified, only raising his arm to guard himself. She reached him, and with a light riding switch struck at him 3 times, saying, "Take that in the name of the insulted women of England." At that he grappled with her, wrested the switch from her hand, and put it in his pocket. Then she was seized and dragged away to prison. She was charged with assaulting Mr. Churchill, but eventually this charge was withdrawn, presumably because Mr. Churchill knew that he would be subpoenaed as a witness, and on being accused of having disturbed the peace, was sentenced to 1 month's imprisonment on refusing to be bound over. Meanwhile 30,000 men and women had turned out to help the suffragettes in their protest around the Colston Hall where Mr. Churchill was speaking, and during the evening 4 women were arrested, and afterwards punished with from 2 months' hard labor to 14 days in the 2nd Division, whilst several men who had spoken up for them inside the Colston Hall were beaten unmercifully by the stewards. Forcible feeding was resorted to in Bristol prison also, and handcuffs were used in some cases. Meanwhile the supporters of the Liberal government were adopting militant tactics on their own account. What was called a League against the Lords had been formed with the warmly expressed approval of many of the Liberal leaders, and though the leaders had kept in the background, the members of the League had twice assembled in Parliament Square to hoot the peers as they drove by in their carriages, and had come into collision with the police. At the same time the Liberal newspapers were openly commending the efforts of gangs of men who were going from meeting to meeting held by the Conservatives, and with shouts and violence were making it impossible for their political opponents to speak. Columns were devoted to describing the doings of what was called the Voice, which persistently heckled tariff reformers and supporters of the House of Lords. Mr. Winston Churchill was now arranging to hold a campaign of public meetings in Lancashire, and the WSPU publicly and openly appealed for funds to ensure that protests and demonstrations should be made in connection with all his meetings. Thousands of pounds were, on the other hand, spent by the authorities to defeat the woman's intentions. In Preston, in addition to many other precautions, 70 men were employed, and £150 spent on barricading the windows and roof of the hall where Mr. Churchill was to speak, and at Southport £250 was laid out on mounted police to protect the Empire Music Hall alone. When the Southport meeting began, Mr. Churchill looked ill at ease, and turned about sharply from time to time, as though expecting an interruption. But at last he seemed to gain confidence, and was proceeding briskly with his remarks, when, suddenly, there floated down from the roof a soft voice, faint and reedy, and peering through one of the great porthole-like openings in the slope of the ceiling, was seen a strange little elfin form with wan, childish face, broad brow, and big grey eyes, looking like nothing real or earthly but a dream waif. But for the weary paleness of her, she might have been one of those dainty little child angels the old Italian painters loved to show peeping down the tops of high clouds, or nestling amongst the details of their stately architecture. It was Dora Marsden, who with 2 other women had lain concealed on the roof since 2:00 in the small hours of the previous morning. So unexpected and pathetic was this little figure that leant further forward to repeat her message, that the audience could not forbear to cheer her. They stood up, waving their hats and programmes, looking delighted, as the loftily placed intruder herself observed. Mrs. Churchill smiled also, and waved her hand, and even Mr. Churchill, though this was probably because of his wife's presence, and of the general feeling of the audience, himself looked pleasantly up, and said, "If some stewards will fetch those ladies after my speech is concluded, I shall be glad to answer any questions they may put to me." But the stewards, who by this time had found the women, were not disposed to bring them into the hall. A hand was thrust over Dora Marsden's mouth, and she and the others were roughly pulled back from their coign of vantage, and sent rolling down the steep sloping roof. "Stop that, you fools!" someone cried out. "You will all fall over the edge." But one of the stewards answered, "I do not care what happens." Fortunately, 2 of the suffragettes were caught in their perilous descent by the edge of a water trough, whilst a policeman seized Dora Marsden by the ankle, telling her, "If I had not caught your foot, you would have gone to glory." Once safely on the ground, the women were placed under arrest, but the case against them was eventually dismissed. At Preston, suffragettes dressed in shawls and clogs sallied forth at night, and pasted forcible feeding posters on the street pillar boxes, the prison and other public buildings, and the windows and doors of the Liberal Club, as a welcome to Mr. Churchill, and in connection with turbulent scenes which occurred whilst his meeting was in progress, 4 women were arrested. At every other town he visited the same kind of thing occurred. At Waterloo there was 1 arrest, at Liverpool there were 2, and 1 at Bolton, and 1 at Crewe. Meanwhile, Mr. Harcourt had held a series of meetings in the Rossendale Valley. On December 1st, the door and windows of the house in which he was staying were found to have been covered during the night with forcible feeding posters. The next evening 3 men were set to watch with large hose pipes attached to the main, but somehow or other the connection was mysteriously cut, and the windows were broken without their being aware of it by some person or persons unknown. 2 women were arrested in connection with disturbances on the following Monday, and were sent to prison for 1 month and 14 days respectively. They both adopted the hunger strike, and were both forcibly fed. 2 women were arrested outside Sir Edward Grey's meeting at Leith on December 4th, 1909. A general election was now announced, and on December 10th Mr. Asquith was to speak at a great meeting in the Albert Hall, and whilst the authorities were making every attempt to keep them out, the suffragettes were, of course, making every attempt to get into the building. Some of them did succeed in concealing themselves inside, but were discovered. Jessie Kenny, who disguised herself as a telegraph boy and tried to get in while the meeting was in progress, was also detected and turned back, but 3 men sympathizers protested during the meeting. To these Mr. Asquith replied, "Nearly 2 years ago I declared on behalf of the present government that in the event of our bringing in a Reform Bill, we should make the question of suffrage for women an open one for the House of Commons to decide. My declaration survives the general election, and this cause, so far as the government is concerned, shall be no worse off in the new Parliament than it would have been in the old." Thus Mr. Asquith was cheerfully preparing for another general election, without 1 word of regret or apology to those women who had been misled by his promise to introduce the Reform Bill before Parliament came to an end. That was almost the last of the old false promise. Meanwhile, Charlotte Marsh, who had gone into Winson Green Jail with the first batch of prisoners to be forcibly fed, was still being detained there, whilst Mrs. Lee and all the rest had been released. Those who went to visit her once at the expiration of each month were only allowed to look at her through a small square of perforated zinc. They could neither see her clearly nor hear distinctly what she said. Nevertheless, they gathered that she was suffering greatly. Our hearts ached for that noble girl. Often there came before our eyes the picture of the tall, straight figure that had carried the colors of our Union before us in so many gay processions. We saw the fair, fresh face with its delicate, regular Saxon features, those masses of bright golden hair, the head so proudly held, and the faint flicker of a shy smile that always came when one spoke to her. We heard the boyish ring in her voice, and realized again her earnestness and enthusiasm, and the unaffected gentleness of her address. There was always something about her that made many a woman think of some dear young brother. Her father called her Charlie, and thought of her as his only boy amongst a family of girls. It was expected that she would have been released on December 7th, but the government, who had held her in torment for so long, were anxious to extort from her the very last ounce of their pound of flesh. They determined not to grant her the remission of 1/6 of the sentence usually allowed, but to withhold it as a punishment for her refusal to take food, and this they did, though they knew that her father was dangerously ill, and though her mother had appealed for her release on that ground a week before. There was no fine that could be laid down to buy her out, for she had been sentenced without that option, and so perforce she must wait the pleasure of the government. On the 8th of December, it was known that Charlotte Marsh's father was dying, and her family made another urgent appeal that she might be brought to him. But it was not until the 9th that the Home Secretary at last tardily let her go. She hurried at once to her home in Newcastle, so thin and worn from what she had suffered, that her sisters scarcely knew her as she came into the house, only to find that her father was unconscious, and would never wake to know her any more. Footnotes 42. Mr. Lloyd George's baseless insinuation was of course indignantly and publicly repudiated by the men concerned. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Suffragette, The History of the Woman's Militant Suffrage Movement by E. Sylvia Pankhurst. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 23. December 1909 to January 1910. The appeal of Pankhurst and Haverfield versus Jarvis. The Freedom League pickets. Mrs. Pankhurst returns from America. Mrs. Lee's action against the Home Secretary and the Governor and Doctor of Winson Green Jail, Birmingham. Miss Davison's action against the visiting justices of Strangeways Jail, Manchester. Ill treatment of Miss Selina Martin and Miss Leslie Hall at Walton Jail, Liverpool. Lady Constance Lytton, imprisoned in Walton Jail as Jane Warton. Whilst Mrs. Pankhurst was still in America, the case in which she, Mrs. Haverfield, and the 92 other women were concerned, which had been hanging over since the summer, was heard in the Divisional Court on December 1st. It will be remembered that the suffragettes had sought to put into practice the constitutional right to petition the Prime Minister, as the representative of the government and of the King. They held that this right was especially defined by 2 acts, the Bill of Rights, which declares that it is the right of the subject to petition the King, and all commitments and prosecutions for such petitioning are illegal, and the Statute 13 Charles II, which states that no person or persons whatsoever shall repair to His Majesty, or both or either Houses of Parliament, upon pretence of presenting or delivering any petition, complaint, remonstrance, or declaration or other address accompanied with excessive number of people, nor at any time with above the number of 10 persons, upon pain of incurring a penalty not exceeding the sum of £100 in money, or 3 months' imprisonment, without bail or main prize for every offence, which offence to be prosecuted at the Court of King's Bench or at the Assizes or General Quarter Sessions within 6 months after the offence committed and proved by 2 more credible witnesses. Provided always that this act or anything therein contained shall not be considered to extend to debar or hinder any person or persons not exceeding the number of 10 aforesaid, to present any public or private grievance or complaint to any member or members of Parliament. Though the women had complied with every provision of the act, Sir Albert de Rutzen had decided at Bow Street that they had broken the law. In appealing against that decision in the Divisional Court, Lord Robert Cecil contended that in this country there was, and always has been, a right of petition, and he urged that this right was a necessary condition of all free, and indeed of all civilized government. He pointed out that the right of petition had three characteristics. In the first place, it was the right to petition the actual repositories of power. In the second place, it was the right to petition in person, and in the third place, it must be exercised reasonably. In support of his contention that petitions might be presented in person, he quoted several historic instances, including a petition of women to Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, in the reign of Henry IV, many petitions to various powerful personages from all sorts of men and women in the time of the civil wars, and the disputes immediately preceding them, and petitions to the Lord High Steward asking for the conviction of Strafford. In addition to these, he cited numbers of petitions presented in 1640, when deputations came to the House of Commons, and the members were instructed to go out and interview the petitioners, and hear what they had to say. A great petition of 1680, as well as the petitions from the gentlemen of Kent in 1701, that of the silk weavers in 1765, and that of the trade unionists in 1834, all of which were presented in person. Throughout our history it was clear, he declared, that petitions had been presented, sometimes to the Houses of Parliament, sometimes to powerful individuals, and sometimes to the king. He referred to a case mentioned in Sir Walter Scott's Fortune of Nigel, in which, on King James II complaining of the way in which a petition was thrust into his hand in the streets, a gentleman named Jingling Geordie had taken the opportunity of presenting a petition to him then and there in his private closet. Even without these historic examples, the Statute 13, Charles II, already quoted, was enough to establish the right to present petitions in person. The Bill of Rights had specially confirmed the right of petition in so far as the king was concerned, because the right to present a petition to the king had recently been called into question by the case of the 7 bishops, which had taken place on June 29th and 30th, 1688, in the reign of James II. The case had arisen because the king had ordered that his declaration of indulgence should be read in all the churches in the country, and the 7 bishops headed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, being of opinion that the declaration of indulgence was beyond the power of the king, had therefore presented a petition to him setting forth this view. The king declared the petition to be a seditious libel, and the bishops had been brought before the Court of King's Bench. In summing up the case for the jury, Mr. Justice Holloway said, "So that if there was no ill intent, and they were not, as it is not or can be pretended they were, men of evil lives, to deliver a petition cannot be a fault, it being the right of every subject to petition." The jury found the 7 bishops to be guiltless, and the right of petition was thus confirmed. In quoting Mr. Justice Holloway's summing up, Lord Robert Cecil pointed out that the use of the words "to deliver a petition" clearly indicated that the right was to present the petition in person. If that were so, the women who had gone to Parliament Square on June 29th had done so in the exercise of a constitutional right. So long as they were denied votes, this was their only constitutional method of agitation for the redress of their grievances. If, as was contended, the right not only to petition, but to petition in person, belonged to each and every subject, the only point left to consider was to whether the right had been exercised reasonably. If one wished to interview the Prime Minister, or any member of Parliament, it was surely reasonable to go to the House of Commons by means of the Strangers' Entrance. The evidence clearly showed that Mrs. Haverfield and the others had been on the public highway, and had been brought up to the door of the House of Commons by Superintendent Isaacs of the police, so that up to that point they could not possibly have done anything wrong. Opposite the door of the House of Commons an open space had been kept clear by the presence of a police cordon, the crowd not being allowed to reach this point. Within the cordon there were only members of the police force, persons who had business in the House of Commons, and the 8 members of the women's deputation. Therefore it was absurd to say that these 8 ladies had caused an obstruction. It was suggested that the women ought to have gone away because, as he put it, a casual policeman had said that the Prime Minister was not in the House of Commons, but that was really not a sufficient answer. The ordinary procedure certainly was not to take an answer from a policeman in the street if one wished to interview a member of Parliament. The police had no right to stop anyone from going into the House of Commons. It was also said that the women had been given a letter from the Prime Minister saying that he would not or could not see them. Had he said, I cannot see you here and now, but I will see you on such and such an occasion. This is not a convenient time. That, argued Lord Robert, would have been a sufficient answer, because the right to petition must be exercised reasonably, but his letter contained an unqualified refusal, and if the right to petition exists, that is no answer at all. Lord Robert then submitted that if there is a right to petition a member of Parliament, there must be a duty on the part of the member of Parliament to receive that petition, and that no one is justified in interfering with the exercise of that right. If the women were legally justified in insisting upon the right to present their petition, they were also justified in refusing the order of the police to go away, for there was no obligation to obey the police if the police were acting beyond the scope of their proper duties, or contrary to the law of the land. In the case of Codd versus Cave, a warrant had been issued against a man, and a policeman had gone to his house to arrest him without taking a warrant with him. The man had declined to go with the policeman, and had knocked him down and injured him severely, but it had been held by the court that the man was not guilty because the policeman had no right to arrest him without a warrant. In delivering judgment, the Lord Chief Justice said that he entirely agreed that there was a right to present a petition, either to the Prime Minister as Prime Minister, or as a Member of Parliament, and that petitions to the King should be presented to the Prime Minister. But he said the claim of the women was not only to present a petition, but to be received in deputation. Had it been only to present the petition, he did not think that Mr. Asquith would have refused, and he expressed the opinion that his refusal to receive the women in deputation was not unnatural, in consequence of what we know did happen on previous occasions. In making this remark, the Lord Chief Justice showed that instead of concentrating his mind upon the actual case before him, he was allowing himself to be biased by inaccurate reports as to what had taken place on previous occasions. As a matter of fact, Mr. Asquith never had received a deputation of women since he had been Prime Minister, and never at any time had he received a deputation of the Women's Social and Political Union in the House of Commons. Therefore it was absurd to talk about what had taken place on previous occasions, and moreover, even if Mr. Asquith had received deputations on previous occasions and trouble had resulted, the Lord Chief Justice would have had no right to take these occurrences into account unless reliable evidence as to what actually had occurred had been laid before him in connection with the case. Relying on the Metropolitan Police Act of 1839, which provides that it shall be lawful for the Commissioner of Police to make regulations and to give directions to the constables for keeping order, and for preventing any obstruction of the thoroughfares in the immediate neighborhood of the House of Commons, and the sessional order which empowers the police to keep clear the approaches to the House of Commons, the Lord Chief Justice declared that Mrs. Pankhurst, Mrs. Haverfield, and the other women had broken the law when they had insisted that they had a right to enter the House of Commons, and that for this reason they had been properly convicted, and that the appeal must be dismissed with costs. By this decision, the ancient constitutional right of petition secured to the people of this country by the Act of 13 Charles II, and the Bill of Rights was, for all practical purposes, rendered null and void. What is the use of a right that one may not put into practice? Does any one suppose for one moment that the right of petition would have been cherished, as it has been, and that people would have suffered heavy punishment for putting it into practice in troublous times, if it had merely consisted in sending a written document obscurely, through the post or by a messenger, to the person in power whom it was intended to influence? No. For the right could never have been anything but valueless had the presentation of the petition not been accompanied by the pomp and circumstance, and the dramatic and spectacular character of a public deputation, and by the influence that only personal pleading can lend. Every scrap of evidence tends to show that the right of petition was to be exercised personally. If it were otherwise, why should the Act of Charles II have insisted that the signatories to the petition should be represented by a limited deputation? Moreover, there is no suggestion that a written document was required, and that the petition might not have been made, as it frequently was, by word of mouth. Shortly after this case of Pankhurst and Haverfield versus Jarvis had been decided, the Divisional Court was again occupied with an appeal case bearing upon the right of petition, this time at the instance of the Women's Freedom League. In July, the League had followed the example of the WSPU in claiming the constitutional right of personal petition to the Prime Minister. After much preliminary negotiation, a deputation of their number had appeared at the strangers' entrance to the House of Commons on July 5th, and on being told that Mr. Asquith would not receive them, they had announced their intention of waiting there until he should change his mind. They were allowed to wait, and, reinforced by relays of others, continued to do so right on into the new year, and were constantly to be seen standing outside on the pavement both day and night, whenever the House was sitting. Many members of Parliament appealed to Mr. Asquith to receive them, and so bring their weary vigil to an end, but he obstinately refused and always evaded the Suffragette pickets, as they were called. Usually he left the House by one of the underground passages, but it was said that one night he hurried unrecognized through their lines. Punch then published a cartoon by E.T. Reed entitled "Mr. Asquith's Disguises," showing the Prime Minister as a cab driver, a postman, a policeman, an elderly maiden lady, and in other characters. On July 9th, the pickets were also put on at No. 10 Downing Street, where they succeeded in waylaying the Prime Minister at about 2:00 in the afternoon, and ran towards him, crying, "A petition! A petition! Will you give us a hearing, Mr. Asquith?" As he rushed past he snatched the document from one of them, saying, "Well, I will take the petition," and then fled on up the steps and banged the door. The pickets were still waiting for the interview when the police arrived to arrest them. They were afterwards sentenced to 3 weeks' imprisonment in default of paying fines of £3. On July 15th, 4 women again picketed Downing Street, but were arrested and sent to prison without even so much as catching a glimpse of the Premier. On August 16th, a line of women was drawn up between the House of Commons and the door of 10 Downing Street, where stood Mrs. Cobden Sanderson and Mrs. Despard. This time they saw Mr. Asquith, but though some of the women spoke to him, he hurried on without making any reply. 3 days later, on the 19th, the line of women was again formed, but Mrs. Despard, Mrs. Cobden Sanderson, and 6 others were placed under arrest. Mr. Tim Healy, the well-known Irish Member of Parliament, was briefed for their defence, but on August 27th Mr. Curtis Bennett decided to fine the women 40 shillings or to send them to prison for 7 days. He stated a case for the High Court, and this was heard on January 14, 1910, when the Lord Chief Justice decided against the women, saying that there were other means of presenting petitions than going in numbers to do so. Meanwhile, it was announced that the cases against the 94 women who were concerned with Mrs. Pankhurst and Mrs. Haverfield would be withdrawn, but at the same time application was made by the authorities for the fines recorded against Mrs. Pankhurst and Mrs. Haverfield, and it was intimated that unless these were forthcoming, steps would be taken to arrest and imprison them. But immediately after this, on Monday, December 6th, an official receipt for the amount of Mrs. Pankhurst's fine was sent to Clement's Inn, and it was stated that the money had been paid by some unknown person. Note 43. 2 days later Mrs. Pankhurst returned from her lecturing tour in the United States and Canada, which had been a most triumphant success. On December 9th, the action by Mrs. Lee against Mr. Gladstone as Home Secretary, and the Governor and Doctor of Winson Green Jail, which as to decide the question of the legality of forcible feeding by the prison authorities, was tried before the Lord Chief Justice. It was pointed out on Mrs. Lee's behalf that there was no rule or regulation to justify forcible feeding. Dr. Ernest Dormer Kirby, who had attended her on her release, testified that her condition was distinctly grave, and that she had then weighed no more than 6 stone 6 pounds. Sir Victor Horsley, Mr. William Hugh Fenton, senior surgeon at the Chelsea Hospital for Women, and Mr. Mansell Moulin, all declared forcible feeding by means of the nasal tube to be painful, dangerous, injurious to health, and incapable of providing adequate nourishment. Dr. Maurice Craig, consulting physician of Welbach Street, and late senior assistant physician at Bethlehem Hospital, who was called as a witness for the defense of Mr. Gladstone and of the officials, said that the operation of nasal feeding was "a simple one on the average." He considered it more dangerous to leave a patient starving than to overcome resistance. Sir Richard Douglas Powell, also called for the defense, admitted that he would not willingly resort to artificial feeding unless it was quite necessary. The Lord Chief Justice said that he should rule that it was the duty of the medical officer of the prison to take all reasonable steps to preserve Mrs. Lee's life, and to prevent her committing suicide. The only question he should leave to the jury would be whether the governor and doctor had taken the right steps. In his summing up, he assumed throughout that the jury must decide against Mrs. Lee. They did as he directed, and she thereupon lost her case. On January 19th, an action was begun by Miss Emily Wilding Davison against the visiting justices of Strangeways Jail, Manchester, for having ordered that a hosepipe should be played upon her. Judge Parry said that the use of the hosepipe was both ineffective and unnecessary, that the duty of the visiting justices was to prevent any abuse of authority by the officials of the jail, and to report and make suggestions. Therefore he held that they were not justified in ordering the assault, and decided the case in Miss Davison's favor. In assessing the damages, however, he said that he should take into account the fact that the hosepipe incident had resulted in the prisoner's release before the expiration of her sentence, had provided her with "copy" for a vivacious and entertaining account of the affair in the press, and had advertised her cause. Under these circumstances the damages should be no more than 40 shillings, a nominal sum. The costs which were charged against the visiting magistrates were however placed on the highest scale, because the case was held to be one of great importance. Meanwhile there was no lack of turbulent scenes all over the country. Cabinet ministers' meetings were daily being interrupted both by women who had succeeded in concealing themselves, and by men who urged the question of votes for women on their behalf. When Mr. Lloyd George spoke at Reading, 2 women started up from under the platform during his speech. In the Queen's Hall, London, a few days afterwards, a forcible feeding tube was suddenly flung at him, and he caught it in his hands. As the stewards fell upon the man who had thrown it, Mr. Lloyd George cried, "I do not envy him his paid job." When speaking in the Louth Town Hall, Mr. Lloyd George was referring to the House of Lords as an unrepresentative chamber, when a voice from the roof remarked, "So is the House of Commons as far as women are concerned." "I see some rats have got in. Let them squeal. It does not matter," said the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and amidst a terrible uproar, Miss Hudson and Miss Bertha Brewster were dragged down from amongst the rafters where they had lain concealed for many hours. They were taken to the police station, charged with infringing the Public Meeting Act, and detained in custody from Saturday until Monday, both in the same small cell, which contained only one narrow prison mattress and some rugs. On Monday the magistrate discharged them with a caution, complimenting them on their pluck. The government was averse to allowing them to be let off so lightly, and on Wednesday Miss Brewster was rearrested for having broken her cell windows, in Walton Jail, Liverpool, in the previous August. She was sentenced to 6 weeks' imprisonment, but gave notice to appeal against the sentence on the ground that she had already been specially punished for this offense whilst in prison. On January 31st she was released in order that she might prosecute the appeal, and evidently thinking that the case hardly did him credit, Mr. Gladstone announced that she would not be asked to complete her term of imprisonment. The appeal was therefore dropped. On December 20th, Mr. Asquith had arranged to speak both at Liverpool and Birkenhead, and owing to his desire to avoid the Suffragettes, detectives smuggled him across the river amongst the luggage. Nevertheless, outside the Liberal Club, Miss Selina Martin and Miss Leslie Hall, who stood in the gutter, the one disguised as a match girl, and the other as an orange seller, spoke to him as he stepped from his motor car, and urged him the necessity for granting the franchise to women. He dashed away without answering, and in protest, and by way of warning, Miss Selina Martin tossed a ginger beer bottle into the empty car which he had left. Both women were at once arrested, and were afterwards remanded in custody for 6 days. Bail was refused, though Miss Selina Martin promised that she and her comrade would refrain from militant action until the case should come on. Note 44. The women were removed to Walton Jail, and were there treated as though they had been ordinary convicted criminals. They protested by refusing to eat, just as so many of their comrades had done before them. Miss Martin also barricaded her cell, but the officials forced their way in, pulled her off the bed and flung her on the floor, shaking and striking her unmercifully. Shortly afterwards her cell was visited by the deputy medical officer, who ordered that she should get up and dress. She explained that she had been wet through by the snowstorm on the previous day, and that her clothes were still saturated, for no attempt had been made to get them dry, but she was forcibly dressed, and, with her hands handcuffed behind her, was dragged to a cold, dark punishment cell, and flung on the stone floor. She lay there in an exhausted state for some hours, being unable to rise without the aid of her hands and arms, which were still fastened behind her back, until at last a wardress came in and lifted her on to the bedboard. The irons were kept on all night. On Friday, the 3rd day of her imprisonment, Miss Martin was brought up before the visiting magistrates. She protested against the way in which she was being treated, pointing out that she was still an unconvicted prisoner, but she was told that the officials were quite justified in all they might do. The same evening several wardresses entered her cell and ordered her to go to the doctor's room to be forcibly fed. "I refused," she says, "and was dragged to the foot of the stairs with my hands handcuffed behind. Then I was frog-marched, that is to say, carried face downwards by the arms and legs to the doctor's room. After a violent struggle I was forced into a chair, the handcuffs removed, my arms being held by the wardresses, whilst the doctor forcibly fed me by that obnoxious instrument, the stomach tube. Most unnecessary force was used by the assistant medical officer when applying the gag. The operation finished, I walked handcuffed to the top of the stairs, but refused to return to the punishment cell. Then 2 wardresses caught me by the shoulders and dragged me down the steps, another kicking me from behind. As I reached the bottom step, they relaxed their hold, and I fell on my head. I was picked up and carried to the cell." Next day she was forcibly fed, and afterwards again refused to return to the dark cell. But she says, "I was seized by a number of wardresses and carried down the steps, my head being allowed to bump several times." Meanwhile, Miss Leslie Hall had also broken her windows, and had been placed in a punishment cell and kept in handcuffs continuously for 3 days. After 2½ days fasting she was fed by the stomach tube. The doctor had taunted her meanwhile, and jokingly told the wardress that she was "mentally sick," and that it was "like stuffing a turkey for Christmas." On Monday, December 27th, the women were again brought into court, when Miss Leslie Hall was ordered 1 month's imprisonment with hard labor, and Miss Selina Martin 2 months. On returning to prison both the women refused to wear prison dress, and recommenced the hunger strike. Each one was then clothed in a straitjacket and placed in a punishment cell. Forcible feeding was continued, and they both grew rapidly weaker until February 3rd, when they were released. Meanwhile, the facts as to their treatment whilst imprisoned on remand had been widely circulated, for they had dictated statements for their friends' use whilst their trial was being conducted. Mr. Gladstone wrote to the Times denying the truth of the statements, declaring that the reason for refusing bail to the women was that they had refused to promise to be of good behavior until their trial came on, that no unnecessary violence had been used, and that the women themselves had made no complaint. But indeed the inaccuracy of Mr. Gladstone's statements had become proverbial, for he was constantly denying the truth of charges which were clearly substantiated by the most reliable evidence. Now Lady Constance Lytton, in spite of her fragile constitution and the disease from which she suffered, again determined to place herself beside the women in the fighting ranks who were enduring the greatest hardship. Believing that she had been released from Newcastle prison on account of her rank and family influence, she determined that this time she would go disguised. She knew that not only her family, but the leaders of the militant movement would try to dissuade her on account of her health. She therefore decided to speak of her intention to no one except Mrs. Baines and a few local workers whom she pledged to secrecy. On January 14th she and Mrs. Baines organized a procession to Walton Jail. A halt was called opposite the prison, and having told the story of what was happening inside, Lady Constance called the people to follow her to its gates, and demand the release of the tortured women. Then she moved forward, and as she had foreseen, she was immediately placed under arrest. At the same time Elsie Howie dashed into the prison yard and broke one of the windows of the governor's house by striking it with a purple, white, and green flag. She, too, was taken into custody, and bail being refused, the 2 comrades passed the night in the cells. Lady Constance had disguised herself by cutting her hair, wearing spectacles, and dressing herself in poor and plain garments, and now she gave Jane Warton, seamstress, as her name and occupation. Next morning she was sentenced to 14 days hard labor without the option of a fine, whilst Elsie Howie was sent to prison for 6 weeks hard labor. Then they were dragged ruthlessly away, to the torture which they well knew was to come. On arriving at the prison on Saturday, January 15th, they made the usual claim to be treated as political prisoners, and on this being refused, signified their intention of refusing to conform to any of the prison rules. Thereupon they were forcibly stripped by the wardresses and dressed in the prison clothes. At 5 o'clock on Tuesday, the doctor entered Lady Constance Lytton's cell with 4 wardresses and the forcible feeding apparatus. Then, without testing her heart or feeling her pulse, though she had not been medically examined since entering the prison, he ordered that she should be placed in position. She did not resist, but lay down on the bed board voluntarily, well knowing that she would need all her strength for the ordeal that was to come. Her poor heart was palpitating wildly, but she set her teeth and tried to calm herself. The doctor then produced a wooden and a steel gag and told her that he would not use the latter, which would hurt, unless she resisted him; but as she would not unlock her teeth, he threw the milder wooden instrument aside, and pried her mouth open with the steel one. Then the stomach tube was forced down, and the whole hateful feeding business was gone through. "The reality surpassed all that I had anticipated," she said. "It was a living nightmare of pain, horror, and revolting degradation. The sense is of being strangled, suffocated by the thrust down of the large rubber tube, which arouses great irritation in the throat, and nausea in the stomach. The anguish and effort of retching whilst the tube is forcibly pressed back into the stomach, and the natural writhing of the body restrained, defy description. I forgot what I was in there for. I forgot women. I forgot everything, except my own sufferings, and I was completely overcome by them." The doctor, annoyed by her one effort to resist, affected to consider her distress assumed, and struck her contemptuously on the cheek as he rose to leave, but the wardresses showed pity for her weakness, and they helped to wipe her clothes over which she had been sick. They promised to bring her others in the morning, but she was obliged to pass the night as she was, for owing both to the low temperature of the cell and her own lack of vitality, she was always so cold that she wore her nightdress and all her clothes both day and night. Even then her limbs remained stiff with cold, and though at last, as a special favor, she was allowed first one and then another extra blanket, and the cape which the prisoners wear at exercise, she remained cold, for she says, "It was like clothing a stone to warm it." When she was fed the second time, the vomiting was more excessive, and the doctor's clothes suffered. He was angry, and left her cell hastily, saying, "You did that on purpose. If you do it again tomorrow, I shall feed you twice." How very much easier would it have been to have given in or never to have started this resistance! How very much more natural to this gentle creature, whose whole life had been one of affectionate deference to the wishes of others, who because of her kindly sweetness had been named by her family Angel Con, would it have been to save others trouble and quietly to submit to the discomforts of prison life. But where principles were in question, none could be stronger or firmer than Constance Lytton, and she was determined to go on with the bitter thing until the end. Yet, through it all, her gentle nature was apparent. She could not bear that any of the ordinary prisoners should be brought in to clean up the mess on her cell floor, and, except upon 1 or 2 occasions, she always managed to do it for herself, in spite of her weakness and distress. Notwithstanding his brutal rudeness to her, she even tried to wipe the doctor's clothes if anything was spilt upon them. For the sake of the other prisoners she tried, too, to help him with his hateful task, by making suggestions to him as to how it might be rendered more efficacious and some of its horrors mitigated, but her suggestions were contemptuously disregarded. The third time she was fed she vomited continuously, but the doctor kept pouring in more food until she was seized with a violent fit of shivering. Then he became alarmed. He hastily told the wardresses to lay her on the floor and called in his assistant to test her heart, but after a brief and superficial investigation it was pronounced quite sound, and the pulse steady. Next time he appeared he pleaded with her, saying, "I do beg of you, I appeal to you, not as a prison doctor but as a man, to give over. You are a delicate woman, you are not fit for this sort of thing." "Is anybody fit for it?" she answered. "I beg of you, I appeal to you, not as a prisoner, but as a woman, to refuse to continue this inhuman treatment." From Wednesday, January 19th and onwards, she began to find that not only did she receive greater consideration from the doctor, but that there was a marked change in her treatment generally. This led her to conclude that her identity had been discovered or at least suspected, and she therefore tried to take advantage of whatever privileges might be made to her in order to secure concessions for her comrades, and to induce the officials to act with more humanity. But though she considered that she had been treated with more kindness than was usual, we learn that obvious simple necessities were denied her. The processes of digestion were entirely stagnant, and she was losing weight daily, and though she made several suggestions as to remedies, and at last an aperient drug was promised to her, it was never supplied. She was right, however, in thinking that her identity had been discovered. On Friday, the authorities made up their minds that she was not Jane Warton, and on Sunday morning both the governor and doctor appeared and told her that she was to be released, and that her sister had come to fetch her. Lady Constance Lytton now sent a careful statement to Mr. Gladstone, asserting that the forcible feeding was performed with unnecessary cruelty and without proper care. He declared that all her charges were unfounded, and the visiting magistrates, having held a one-sided inquiry into the matter, announced that the regulations had been carried out with the greatest care and consideration. Footnotes 43. A few days later the same thing happened in the case of Mrs. Haverfield, and later still in regard to the members of the Woman's Freedom League. 44. Miss Martin's promise was reported in the Liverpool Daily Post and other papers. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Suffragette, The History of the Woman's Militant Suffrage Movement by E. Sylvia PANKHURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 24. 1910. The General Election, the Truce, the Conciliation Committee, a series of great demonstrations. War is again declared. Another general election. Conclusion. With the opening of the new year, 1910, whilst many of the women were still in prison, the general election began. The Women's Social and Political Union fought the government in 40 constituencies. In almost every one of these contests the Liberal vote was reduced, and 18 of the seats which had been held by government representatives at the dissolution were wrested from them. During the election the Liberal government's absolute majority over all sections of the House had been swept away, and they were now dependent for their existence upon the votes of the Labour and Irish parties. The suffragettes were now advised in many quarters that the militant tactics had forced the government to the point of wishing to gain peace by granting votes to women, but that cabinet ministers were now afraid to do so, lest they should seem to have given way to coercion. The contest for supreme power in the new Parliament being over, the women therefore decided to give the re-elected government and the parliamentary supporters of women's suffrage a quiet opportunity to settle the matter between them. On February 14th, the WSPU proclaimed a truce, and the Women's Freedom League followed suit. During the past year, more than 20,000 meetings had been held by the WSPU alone, in addition to the many thousands organized by the other suffrage societies. Now that militancy was to be laid aside, a period of even greater effort in the direction of building up the organization and extending the purely educational work was to be entered upon. Important developments were also to take place within Parliament itself. For many years a committee of parliamentary supporters of women's suffrage had existed. This was originally inaugurated on June 10, 1887, under the influence of Miss Lydia Becker. It was strictly non-party, members from all sections of the House having belonged to it. During the Parliament elected in 1906, however, the old committee had been allowed to lapse. The Liberal supporters of the question formed a women's suffrage committee of their own, and abandoning the attempt to secure votes for women, and seeking instead to extend the franchise all around, they had put forward Mr. Geoffrey Howard's Reform Bill, which had had no chance of being carried. Now, largely owing to the efforts of Mr. H. N. Brailsford, a conciliation committee was formed with the object of uniting all sections of opinion favorable to women's enfranchisement and of coming to a common agreement upon some particular measure. The Earl of Lytton acted as chairman of this committee, and Mr. Brailsford himself as secretary. Its members consisted of 25 Liberals, 17 Conservatives, 6 Irish Nationalists, and 6 members of the Labour Party. In discussing the terms of the bill to be adopted, the Unionist members urged that it should be moderate, whilst the Liberals insisted that it must give no loophole for increasing the possibilities of plural voting, or adding to the power of the propertied classes. Though the majority of the women who attend the English universities do so as a preparation for earning their livelihood, The Liberals did not wish to see the franchise for university graduates, which is exercised by men, extended to women because, as they said, the poorest women do not graduate. For similar reasons, they opposed the granting of votes to women under the joint household qualification, which applies only to houses rented at £20 a year and upwards; under the lodger franchise, which applies only to those who pay at least 4 shillings a week for an unfurnished room; and under the ownership franchise. To overcome the objections of the self-styled Democrats, the old Women's Enfranchisement Bill, which would have given bare justice to women, by extending the parliamentary vote to them on equal terms with men, was therefore abandoned, and a measure was drafted on the lines of the existing municipal franchise, of which the basis is occupation, and under which there is no qualification for owners, lodgers, or graduates. Local government was the earliest form of government in this country. It has been the most persistent and staple. Government from the center was of later growth and has many times been interrupted. The municipal franchise, as it exists today, is chiefly dependent on the municipal corporations, Acts of 1835 and 1839. Before the passing of the first of these acts, women possessed and exercised equal voting rights with men in regard to matters of local government, but the Act of 1835 deprived them of these rights in all towns incorporated under it. In 1865, however, women's suffrage societies, demanding the admission of women to both national and local franchises, sprang into being, and when the Municipal Corporations Act of 1869 was before Parliament, Mr. Jacob Bright succeeded in carrying an amendment to restore to women the rights of which the Act of 1835 had deprived them. It was a Liberal government that framed and carried the Municipal Corporations Act of 1869, and that government accepted the amendment to extend its provisions to women. There was no suggestion then, nor has any since been made, that that franchise, when exercised either by men or women, is undemocratic when applied to municipal purposes. Therefore, following the lines of the existing municipal franchise, the Conciliation Committee proposed to extend the parliamentary vote to women householders and to women occupiers of business premises paying £10 a year and upwards. It was estimated that 95% of the women who would be enfranchised under this Conciliation Bill would be householders. To the householder franchise no monetary qualification whatsoever is attached, and every one who inhabits even a single room over which he or she has full control is counted as a householder. As soon as this bill had been decided upon by the members of Parliament, who formed the Conciliation Committee, it was submitted to the various suffrage and other women's organizations with a request to adopt it. Many of the societies, including the militants, at first demurred on the ground that though the number of women enfranchised would not differ greatly, the principle of equality between men and women which the Women's Enfranchisement Bill had laid down, would be sacrificed by the new measure. Mr. Brailsford and others urged, however, that the Conciliation Bill was the only one to which the various sections in the House who supported women's suffrage would agree. They also pointed out that, as the women whom it was proposed to enfranchise were already upon the municipal register, no difficulty would be experienced in adding the lists of their names to the parliamentary register also before the next general election, even should this take place within the year. Therefore, on condition that it should be passed during the session, all the various women's organizations worked wholeheartedly for the measure. On June 18, the WSPU organized in support of the Conciliation Bill a greater procession of women than had ever yet been held, in which joined numbers of organizations, both national and international. Headed by a company of 617 women in white dresses carrying long gleaming silver staves tipped with broad arrows, each representing an imprisonment, the massed ranks with their gay banners took more than an hour and a half to pass a given point. The great Albert Hall was able to contain but a section of the processionists. No place for woman's suffrage had been obtained in the private member's ballot. The Conciliation Bill had been drafted in the hope that the government would provide time for its discussion, and 5 days after the great procession, the Prime Minister, in reply to an influentially signed petition of members of Parliament, promised to give facilities for the second reading of the bill. At the same time, he stated that he could not provide an early date for this, but, just as the militant forces were preparing for action, he agreed to fix Monday and Tuesday, July the 11th and 12th, for the discussion of the bill. The object of the Conciliation Bill's promoters was, of course, not merely to secure the passage of the second reading by a substantial majority, but also that it should be sent for discussion to one of the standing committees instead of being referred to a committee of the whole House; because if the latter course were pursued no further progress could be made unless the government were prepared to provide more time. As usual, the attitude of the government was anxiously awaited. It was rumored that Mr. Lloyd George would speak in opposition to the bill, but those who believed his professions of friendship for the women's cause hoped against hope that he would not do so. Mr. Winston Churchill had been several times in conference with the officials of the Conciliation Committee, and had expressed sympathy with their object. They counted confidently upon his help. It is true that some days before the debate they had received a letter from him criticizing the terms of the bill, but they still regarded him as a friend to the measure. Nevertheless, early in the second day's debate he rose to make a bitter and uncompromising attack upon it. He began by seeking to prove that the grievance of excluding women from the franchise was greatly exaggerated, that they did not suffer any legislative disability therefrom, and that neither the mass of the women themselves nor of the male electorate desired the enfranchisement of women. He went on to speak vaguely of the danger of creating a vast body of privileged and dependent voters who might be manipulated, maneuvered in this division or in that. Then, having elaborately striven to build up a case against the granting of votes to women on any terms, he proceeded with an air of considerable magnanimity to admit that a slight grievance existed because all women were disfranchised. He was of the opinion that this grievance could only be redressed in one or two ways, either by giving the vote to some of the best women of all classes, or by giving the vote to every woman. The former method he described as the first way, and he said, "I always hoped the Conciliation Committee would travel along that road." In particularizing his favorite method of proceeding by means of his proposed special franchises, he admitted that no doubt these would be disrespectfully called fancy franchises, and explained that they would give the vote to a comparatively small number of women of all classes on considerations of property, earning capacity, or education. These special franchises would, he said, be fairly balanced one against the other, so as not, on the whole, to give an undue advantage to the property vote as against the wage-earning vote. That, he said, would not be a democratic proposal. It would provide for the representation of the sex through the strongest, most capable, and most responsible women in every class, and that would meet the main grievance in my humble judgment. Thus the loudly professing Democrat, Mr. Churchill, proposed to enfranchise only those women whom the members of the Conciliation Committee, in the earnest and patient effort to comply with Mr. Asquith's proviso that their bill must be democratic, had gradually weeded out. They had excluded the property owners as such in favor of their poorer sisters, the graduates, because only the comfortably circumstanced can go to college, and the lodgers, because the majority of women wage earners, to the shame of our country, cannot afford to pay 4 shillings a week for their rooms. These three classes, the women who own property, those who have graduated at college, and those who earn comparatively high wages, were surely those whom Mr. Churchill had intended to indicate. The women had agreed to their exclusion because, as compared with the householders, their numbers were small. This was the very reason for which Mr. Churchill had selected them for inclusion, for he described the Conciliation Bill as an enormous addition to the franchise, though it would only enfranchise 1,000,000 women as against 7,000,000 men. He went on to attack the terms of the Conciliation Bill, describing it as anti-democrat, and declaring that it gave representation to property as against persons. "The more I study the bill," he said, "the more astonished I am that such a large number of respected members of Parliament should have found it possible to put their names to it." He complained that the bulk of married women would not be able to qualify, but that a man who owned a house and stable would be able to qualify his wife for the former and himself for the latter, as though that would not also be the case under his own proposed fancy franchises. He asserted that the young inexperienced girl of 21 would be enfranchised under the Conciliation Bill, whilst the woman who keeps by her labor an invalid husband and his family would get no vote. Yet in practice, we all know that girls of 21 are not usually qualified either as householders or occupiers, and in justice, and let us hope in its practice also, the woman who works to maintain her husband and family, is counted as the responsible householder, and would vote instead of the husband she maintains. He ended with a final appeal to members to vote against the bill, saying that a vote on the second reading of this bill was equivalent to that on the third reading of any other, and that those who cast their votes for it should be able to say, "I want this bill passed into law this session regardless of all other consequences. I want it as it is, and I want it now." Mr. Asquith spoke against the principle of women's enfranchisement in general, and against the Conciliation Bill in particular. He began by saying that a franchise measure ought not to be sent to a standing committee, but to one of the whole House. He declared also that his conditions that proof must be shown that the majority of the women desired any proposed measures for their enfranchisement, and that the measure should be democratic in its character, had not been complied with. Towards the end of the debate, Mr. Lloyd George also threw the weight of his influence into the scale against the bill. He stated that he agreed with every word, both relevant and irrelevant, that had been uttered by Mr. Churchill. Nevertheless, he refrained from depreciating the abstract principle of women's suffrage as the Home Secretary had done, and directed his attack wholly against the terms of the bill. In defiance of the fact, he persistently declared that the Conciliation Committee which had drafted the bill was "a committee of women meeting outside the House," and that they had come to the House saying, "Not merely must you vote for women's suffrage, but you must vote for the particular form upon which we agree, and we will not even allow you to deliberate upon any other form." He said that this was a position which no self-respecting legislature could possibly accept, yet the government had all the parliamentary year at their disposal to introduce what measures they chose, and for years and years the women had been calling upon them to formulate a woman's suffrage measure of their own. It had been urged, he said, that this bill was better than none at all. "Why should that be the alternative?" he asked. But when a member called out, "What is the other?" he answered evasively, "Well, I cannot say for the moment. But allow me, I am trying to concentrate for the sake of others who desire to follow me in this debate." Later he said, "If the promoters of this bill say that they regard the second reading merely as an affirmation of the principle of woman's suffrage, and if they promise that when they reintroduce the bill it will be in a form which will enable the House of Commons to move any amendment either for restriction or for extension, I shall be happy to vote for this bill." "Will the government give time?" asked Mr. Rock, a Liberal member, but the only answer was, "That is a question for the Prime Minister." Mr. Snowden, winding up the debate for the promoters of the bill, replied to Mr. Lloyd George's challenge. He said, "We will withdraw this bill if the right honorable gentleman, on behalf of the government or the Prime Minister himself, will undertake to give to this House the opportunity of discussing and carrying through its various stages another form of franchise bill. If we cannot get that, then we shall prosecute this bill." Mr. Lloyd George and the other members of the government sat silent. They well knew the difficulties under which the Conciliation Committee labored, and they knew, too, that the women were striving at great cost and sacrifice to obtain for their sex the largest possible measure of representation. But with the power to speedily bring the matter to a satisfactory conclusion, they preferred to hamper the efforts of both with obstructive criticism. As Mr. Snowden aptly put it, "It would pass the wit of man to put that principle into a bill which would meet with the approval of the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Home Secretary." Mr. Balfour, Mr. Haldane, and Mr. Runciman were amongst those who spoke in support of the bill, but the two ministers urged that it should not be allowed to pass to one of the standing committees. After 39 speeches had been delivered, the division was taken. The second reading was then found to have been carried by 299 votes to 190, giving a favorable majority of 109, a majority larger than that cast during the Parliament for any measure, and even for the government's vaunted budget and House of Lords resolutions. A division was next taken on a resolution to refer the bill to a committee of the whole House. The anti-suffragists, in the hope of shelving the bill, those who feared to anger the government, and those who genuinely believed that so important a measure should be considered by the whole House in each of its stages, combined to carry this resolution by 320 votes to 175. The question was now whether the government would allow the few days necessary for the committee and other final stages. Practically all other important legislative work was hanging fire because of the deadlock in regard to the House of Lords controversy. The conference between the leaders of the Conservative and Liberal parties which, after King Edward's death, had been set up to discuss this matter, was still sitting, and until its deliberations were at end no progress towards a settlement would be made. Therefore, for the moment, Parliament had plenty of time on its hands, and urgent pressure was brought upon the government to give out of this abundance to the Woman's Bill. On July 17th, the Men's Political Union for Women's Suffrage, the Men's League for Women's Suffrage, and the Conciliation Committee held a joint meeting in Hyde Park in support of the bill. On July 23rd, the anniversary of the day in 1867 on which the pulling down of the Hyde Park railings won the vote for the working men in the towns, the Women's Social and Political Union held another great demonstration there, for which a space of half a square mile was specially cleared. There were 40 platforms, many societies cooperated, and 2 fine processions, one from the east and the other from the west, marched to the meeting. The older suffragists had also demonstrated in Trafalgar Square, but on the very day of the WSPU's big Hyde Park meeting, the Prime Minister wrote to Lord Lytton refusing to allow any further time for the bill that session. But Parliament was to meet again in the autumn. It was still hoped that the government might concede the time then. Resolutions urging them to do so were sent in from numbers of popularly elected bodies, including the corporations of Manchester, Liverpool, Bradford, Nottingham, Glasgow, Dundee, Dublin, Cork, and 30 others. There were signs that the truce of the militants, which had lasted for 9 months, would soon be at an end. This time it was men friends to the cause who gave the first warning. On October 17th, young Mr. Victor Duval, now Secretary of the Men's Political Union for Women's Suffrage, was arrested for seizing Mr. Lloyd George by the lapel of his coat, and rebuking him for his hostility to the Woman's Bill as he passed into the City Temple where he was to speak. Mr. George Jacobs, an elderly man, saw that the police were treating Duval roughly, and called out to them, "Do not hurt him." He was also arrested, and both men were imprisoned for a week. Mr. Lloyd George had been speaking against the Conciliation Bill in Wales, and numbers of Welsh women Liberals plainly showed their disapproval of his action. The women constituents of several other cabinet ministers were pressing to be received in deputation, and in view of the general election they could scarcely be denied. On October 27th, Mr. Asquith consented to see the women of East Fife. He told them that facilities could not be granted before the close of the year, and even when asked what of next year, he merely answered, "Wait and see." Other ministers seconded him. They were all agreed in refusing to allow the bill to pass into law that year. Therefore, at a great meeting in the Albert Hall on November 10th, the truce broke. War was once more declared. Mrs. Pankhurst announced that another deputation would march to the House of Commons to carry a petition to the Prime Minister. She herself would lead the deputation. "If I were to go alone," she said, "still I would go." But at that hundreds of women's voices cried out from all parts of the hall, "Mrs. Pankhurst, I will go with you. I will go. I will go." Then Mrs. Pethick Lawrence called for funds for the campaign, and £9,000 was immediately subscribed. The autumn session lasted but a few days, for on November 18th Mr. Asquith announced that Parliament would be dissolved on November 28th, and that a general election would take place. Even whilst he spoke, the women, 450 of them, divided into companies of less than 12 to keep within the law, were marching from the Caxton Hall and Clement's Inn. Mrs. Pankhurst, Dr. Garrett Anderson, founder of Girton College, and one of the medical women pioneers, now over 70 years of age, Mrs. Hertha Ayton, the scientist, Mrs. Cobden Sanderson, and Miss Nelligan and Mrs. Brackenbury, both of whom had reached the great age of 78, were among the first little band. They soon learnt that the Prime Minister had refused to see them. Some of their number were hurled back into the crowd. The remainder were kept standing on the porch for hours with the shut door before them and a surging crowd behind. The companies of women who came after were torn apart, felled to the ground, struck again and again, bruised and battered, and tossed hither and thither with a violence that perhaps excelled anything that had gone before. 115 women and 4 men were eventually arrested. But the full story of that day's happenings belongs to another, and let us hope to the last chapter of this long fight. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister forgot to reply to Mr. Keir Hardie's question as to the fate of the Conciliation Bill. Lord Balcarres then moved a resolution which was practically a vote of censure upon the government for their treatment of the women. 52 members voted for it, but it was lost. Eventually, Mr. Lloyd George said the Prime Minister would make a statement on the following Tuesday. Tuesday saw the Women's Parliament again in session, and the women waiting eagerly for the news. Mr. Asquith said, "The government will, if they are still in power, give facilities in the next Parliament for effectively proceeding with a bill which is so framed as to admit of free amendment." He refused, however, to promise that this should be done during the first year of the new Parliament. Facilities for the Conciliation Bill had been asked for. The reply that facilities would be given to a bill so framed as to admit of free amendment was too vague to please the women. But the refusal to grant an opportunity for passing a suffrage bill into law during the first year of Parliament was more serious. The Parliament now to be dissolved had lasted less than a year. Who could ensure a longer life for its successor? Mr. Asquith had given the women scant reason to trust any vague promises of his. Therefore Mrs. Pankhurst announced to the women, "I am going to Downing Street. Come along, all of you." And the women went. The police, however, gradually beat them back, and over 100 arrests were made. On Wednesday there were 18 further arrests, and 29 more on Thursday. Many of the women were discharged, but 75 received sentences of imprisonment varying from 14 days to 1 month. Then came the general election, and again the suffragettes strenuously opposed the government. In almost every constituency fought by them the Liberal vote was reduced. A notable instance was that of Cardiff, where a Liberal majority of 1,555 was converted into a Conservative majority of 299. Here the 800 members of the Women's Liberal Association abstained from working for their party because its candidate, Sir Clarendon Hyde, was opposed to votes for women. The end of the election saw the Liberal government still in power. During the year the women's suffrage societies had all grown largely. The Women's Social and Political Union's salaried staff now stands at 110 persons. Its central offices at Clement's Inn occupy 23 rooms, and a shop and 13 rooms have also been taken for the Women's Press at 156 Charing Cross Road. There are also 105 local centres of the Union. The income of the central organization of the WSPU during 1910 was £34,500, excluding £9,000 made by the Women's Press, and many thousands collected by the local unions. The £20,000 campaign fund is now complete. The Conciliation Bill has been again introduced. Again its scope and title have been modified to please the Democrats. Its text now is: "Every woman possessed of a household qualification within the meaning of the Representation of the People Act, 1884, shall be entitled to be registered as a voter, and when registered to vote for the country or borough in which the qualifying premises are situate. For the purposes of this Act, a woman shall not be disqualified by marriage from being registered as a voter, provided that a husband and wife shall not both be registered as voters in the same parliamentary borough or county division." In reply to a deputation of women who waited upon him in October 1910, Mr. Burrell said, "I am strongly of opinion that in the course of next year facilities must be given for the bill. You are perfectly right," he added, "in feeling irritated and annoyed at the delay that has taken place, and in insisting on a date for parliamentary action." Mr. Asquith's promise is that facilities for a woman's suffrage measure will be granted during this Parliament. Such statements as these must now be held as binding, and the long-standing government veto of this question must be withdrawn. So the gallant struggle for a great reform draws to its close. Full of stern fighting and bitter hardship as it has been, it has brought much to the women of our time, a courage, a self-reliance, a comradeship, and above all a spiritual growth, a conscious dwelling in company with the ideal, which has tended to strip the littleness from life and to give to it the character of an heroic mission. May we prize and cherish the great selfless spirit that has been engendered, and applying it to the purposes of our government, the nation's housekeeping, the management of our collective affairs, may we, men and women together, not in antagonism but in comradeship, strive on till we have built up a better civilization than any that the world has known. For surely, just as those children are fortunate who have two parents, a mother and a father, to care for them, so is the nation fortunate that has its mothers and its fathers, its brothers and its sisters, working together for the common good. End of chapter 24. End of the Suffragette, The History of the Women's Militant Suffrage Movement by E. Sylvia Pankhurst. Recorded by Celine Major.